When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friend. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friend. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows.
La moitié, on est en train de ski, on est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Novo qui auront tout donné. Tucker in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking some life, but he can't.
Welcome back. We are live and ready to get into day 2 of Ascension play-ins. I'm joined on the desk today by none other than Marcus and the amazing Milan, who was doing lots of reporting behind the scenes yesterday, and we had a little bit of Milan on the desk. But hello lads, how are we feeling today? Marcus, I'll throw it to you first.
I am pumped. I said it yesterday, right? That video just gets me excited, and I feel like it got me even more excited today, and especially knowing the games we have coming up, that makes me like super energetic and very excited for the game. I don't know how you feel, Milan, but they're my thoughts.
I mean, I share the excitement, and I'm pumped. I'm very excited to see some of the teams we saw yesterday, see if they can continue their streak. I think we're up for a great day of Valorant.
Definitely. And I mean, before we get into kind of the ins and outs of the games today and what's happening, I think it might be a really good shout to maybe go over what happened yesterday, because there was a lot happening and a lot going on. So let's start with Group A, who played off stream. So we didn't broadcast any of their games yesterday, and they were incredibly exciting games. Milan, I'm going to send this one over to you to go through, as I know you paid attention to this group.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the group that was, I mean, there were some surprises here, right? KPI and R8, probably two of the higher rated teams coming into the tournament. KPI kind of living up to those expectations, having, 2-0 records. Some of those maps were definitely not as, easy and comfortable as they maybe expected beforehand. But at the end of the day, coming out with a 2-0 record is more than good for them. And the biggest surprise for me, maybe based on yesterday's results, is probably Sweet and Sour, taking that second place, being able to represent themselves again today in this final stage of the play-ins.
I think as well, secretly, as much as we would have loved for Sweet and Sour to have done better, Marcus and myself, we didn't get to watch them on broadcast yesterday. So them coming second and us getting to kind of see what they're like, how they're doing today is very exciting. Because Marcus, I know you're definitely a fan of Sweet and Sour. But let's talk about what we did see yesterday on broadcast. And we saw a lot of Group B's games. So Marcus, take us through this one.
It was actually really nice to watch Galacticos come out on top. Of course, it's kind of sad that Diamant unfortunately ended their season yesterday, but Galacticos had quite a shaky start, I would say. It was looking good, and then Diamant took it. But then the tables turned. And I'm not just talking about in the game. They actually turned on the standings as well. And as you can see, Galacticos top the whole of Group B, Valiant coming second, and Diamant coming third. Like I said, sad for Diamant, but I do think Valiant I think Valiant could have probably tried to take first spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, such a tough group, and my heart really goes out to Diamant, because it's such an unlucky way to kind of leave the Ascensions and kind of end your season. But there was another group as well. We also had Group C, which we did see a little of yesterday. But yeah, Milan, I'm going to throw this one back to you.
Yeah, I mean, another one where not necessarily as unexpected, right? CGN coming into Ascension as the veterans, right? Making the main event last year, returning to this year, having, an upper hand. The second place match, though, was much closer than I think a lot of people anticipated, right? Novo at the end, I think it was 16-14, right? On the third map in the game between those two teams, being able to edge it out and, making it to again, this second day of play-ins, and I'm super happy for them.
I want to highlight how strong CGN were, though, as a team, not just in their group, but the performance they showed is kind of giving me not Apex vibes. I'm not gonna go like right up there, but they're giving me very, very strong vibes, and them having a day off, I think, is going to be so good for them. And when we do end up seeing them tomorrow, I think everyone should keep their eyes on CGN.
Yeah, we did speak to Benny a little bit after the games yesterday, and as much as we call it a day off, it's not exactly a day off for them, but I'm sure they'll get in lots of prac and get prepped and ready for their games tomorrow. But let's talk about the games today, because they are very, very exciting, and we've definitely got a lot in store for what will be happening today. So do you know what, Marcus? I'm going to take this one back to you.
Yeah, so we have Sweet and Sour, Valiant and Novo all fighting for that last spot into the next stage of Ascension play-ins. It's we were laughing about this. It's the last spot for Ascension play-ins playoffs, pretty much. I know, very confusing, but one of these teams will go on, and two, unfortunately, will end their season here. Now, being a I suppose a Polaris fanboy, I would like to see Sweet and Sour take this, but I do think they're going to be in for a challenge, especially when we saw how well played Valiant were yesterday.
Definitely. And Milan, I don't know if you have anything that you wanted to say about today's games, anything you're keeping an eye out for with the teams that are playing today, before we head on to the next bits and bobs.
I agree with Marcus in that sense that maybe I'm a little bit biased, obviously working the Polaris broadcast a little bit before. I have a soft spot for the boys of Sweet and Sour as well. I think they have a good chance. Honestly, with how they played yesterday, it really surprised me. They took some really close maps against two of the strongest teams, in my opinion, in the tournament. So I think that I wouldn't be surprised if they take it all the way here and we see them back tomorrow.
Well, let's take a quick look at the bracket and where the teams today could be heading into if they come out on top today. today. So of course we have amazing games happening tomorrow with the teams that came first in their groups yesterday. So that was Galacticos, CGN and KPI. So whoever tops the group today will be going against KPI in tomorrow's best of 3 games. So it's gonna be definitely a toughie, I think, for whichever team makes it through today, knowing how amazing KPI have been playing. So yeah, I mean, anything you boys want to say before we kind of get into the bits and bobs?
I want to go out on a limb and predict who I think is going to top Ascension play-ins.
Okay.
For tomorrow, not the whole thing. I'm going to predict CGN. This is my prediction. I think that again, I'm not trying to fanboy them. I'm not trying to hype Angress up too much. But when we saw his performance yesterday, that ace, even Vince had some incredible rounds. I think most of you will remember when he went into the smoke on the A site and killed 2 of them while one of them was defusing. That round in itself, I think, got them so much momentum. And then, yes, it was a closer game, but they're all surprising me. Even Benny coming out with the Phoenix pick. Like, we've seen Phoenix been played by gentlemates up in tier 1, not so much anymore, but Benny, he said to us it was a comfort pick. And I feel like Phoenix is one of those agents where you have to use them correctly. There's only really a couple of ways you can use Phoenix correctly, especially at this kind of level of the game, right? Farm them orbs, get the ults online, flash for your team, go crazy.
I definitely think there's more to the Phoenix pick than Benny was sort of letting us on to. But Milan, I would also love to hear your prediction.
Yeah, I think mine is going to appear right now under the screen, and I don't think it comes as a surprise to anyone. I think KPI is going to take it all, guys. I think they've been a contender for the overall title since the beginning of the year. Watching them play yesterday, they are phenomenal. I think they have some of the strongest individual players by far in the region, maybe, and when you're looking at this tier 2 level. And yesterday they basically proved everybody that they have what it takes, right? We have individual brilliance coming from all of their players here and there popping off. Sayonara was wonderful again yesterday as well. I think everybody on this team got either a 4K or an ace that would have been, I think it went viral on Twitter someplace, right? And I think that just the sheer amount of diligence that they showed, being able to also come back, have some clutch series, all of those things. I think that, at the end of the day, I don't think any team honestly comes close when we look at individual level on a team. And that's why I think that these guys are just going to take it all the way.
Amazing stuff. And I mean, nobody asked for my prediction, but my prediction is going to be whoever the front runner is. So I'll keep you updated on that one. I'll let you know tomorrow, okay? But anyway, let's talk about the games that are happening today, because we won't get to see KPI and CGN play until tomorrow, but we are blessed with a great game to start with, and that will be Sweet and Sour versus Valiant. Marcus, I want to hand this over to you first, because I know that you are sort of really keeping up to date with how Sweet and Sour are doing, coming from Polaris. Talk to us a little bit about what you're excited for to see in today's matchup.
They have a challenging matchup. I feel like coming off the back of KPI last night, and I am saying last night because they were literally playing quite late. I mean, me and you got tucked up into bed finishing watching the game. It was that late. But Sweet and Sour are an absolutely cracking team with a cracking bunch of lads on, and I think there are so many different guys on this roster that I could really, really highlight. You have Creamy Dreamy. He's an incredible initiator player. Tempo, his Sentinel plays are incredible. And I'm always going to say this on stream. It's very punny, but Tempo ends up in a lot of rounds setting the tempo. Yes, cringe. But yeah, no, I mean, Halfbeat, of course, coming in I think it was at the start of Split 2 in replace of Athan. His IGLing skills are fantastic. I mean, he obviously came from, it was Metasport, right, during Split 1 of Polaris, and he was one of those highlight players. And I feel like bringing him onto the roster only made them stronger.
And Milan, you watched a lot of the games that we didn't manage to catch yesterday. So talk to me a little bit about how you think Sweet and Sour are doing, any sort of standout players from yesterday's performances?
I mean, I think Irish Valiant is back, baby. I genuinely, they had some really good individual stand-ups as well. I think Tycee played wonderful. I think some unsung hero for me, Creamy, wonderful performance yesterday as well. And something I noticed a lot with these guys is I know that they work a lot and very hard, and you can see it in the server. They are so synergized. A lot of the plays that they make, their on-the-fly reactions are super good, and it's one of the biggest highlights for me so far.
Yeah, I think I remember Polaris. I was sort of involved in the game where Halfbeat came in. He replaced Afen. Is that right? And it was so interesting to watch how quickly he kind of adapted and was used to kind of the way that Sweet and Sour play. And being the IGL, that's a lot of pressure, and you can see that it's definitely paying off, and they are doing incredibly well. So it's very, very, very exciting to watch them today and play. And I know, Marcus, there is a particular player in Sweet and Sour that you've already mentioned that you do enjoy watching play. So take us through a little bit about Tycee.
I tried not going over Tycee too much just then because I know we are about to have a beautiful highlight reel of Tycee, but this player is impressing everybody. You might not be a Polaris fan, you might have so much bias towards other regions, but you cannot deny Tycee's impact on Sweet and Sour. His utility usage is incredible. His ult period is usually fantastic. He never fails to find 0 kills. He's always getting 2, 3 with the ults. And when we look at his first kills per round, that's fairly high, Milan, right? I mean, 0.19, nearly 0.2 per round. That's pretty impressive.
I think if you look at both of these numbers combined, right, he's involved in what, like a third of the rounds, he's just straight up involved in an opening duel. And that really means that he's setting himself and his team up for success, and that they put a lot of responsibility on him in that sense as well, right? I think what we discussed previously is the way that Sweet and Sour is able to set him up, the way they're able to work together allows him to shine. So I think that we should give credit to Tycee, but also make sure that we credit the rest of his team for allowing him to shine like this.
Definitely. I think yesterday, you know, talking to, who was it we spoke to in the second game who was the initiator? It's completely just gone from my brain.
We spoke to Ambi, didn't we?
Ambi, yeah. And he was talking about, you know, previously coming off a duelist role and how that then impacts and helps him kind of setting up the duelist. You know, I do genuinely think initiators are one of the most tricky roles to kind of get right, and to set up your duelist to take those sort of plays. You know, we saw one of the highlights was literally used off the back of a fade ult or a fade seize, and then you get 3 with the nade. You know, it's those kind of combos that I think really highlight and bring a duelist to light. So I definitely agree with you, Milan, on that one. But let's talk about the other team that we have playing against Sweet and Sour today, and that is Valiant, who we did get to see play a little bit yesterday on the broadcast. So do you know what? I'm going to throw this one to you first, Milan.
I mean, I think this is another team with some veteran players, right? Players who've been around. Ambi was mentioned before, Devo, obviously being a world champion at some point, right? And I'm very happy to see these guys return to this stage of the tournament. I think overall, yesterday they did a very good job. They started off very hot against Diamant, who I thought was one of the strongest teams going into this tournament as well. Kind of having a slightly weaker series against the Galacticos, who we'll see again tomorrow. I think overall this team has a lot of things going for them.
I want to highlight Jesse as well. Jesse, yesterday there were some rounds where we're like, okay, Jesse, pop off. I mean, he's playing the controller role, right? And of course on Valiant he plays the Viper as well. But I feel like he's not spoken about enough. Controllers is one of those roles, where I feel like they can be forgotten about, right? Milan, do you not kind of find that? I feel like you're smoking for your team, you can kind of be ratty in the smokes, but apart from that, no one really talks about controllers. But the way Jesse plays Viper is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those unsung roles, right? You're looking usually at the Sentinels, the duelists. Those are the ones who have the biggest impact generally. And Jesse's a phenomenal player. I think he's like the second highest player when it comes to ACS in the tournament so far. And that while playing controls, that's definitely impressive.
Yeah, I think as well, going off the back of the games that we got to see yesterday, controllers are definitely some players that aren't often highlighted, but completely changed the game yesterday. You know, we were talking about those Omen smokes on Haven that we saw so often. So not just on the Viper, on Icebox, you know, there was so much kind of happening on those controller roles that completely changed up the games. Is there any kind of interesting compositions that you're expecting to see come out from either of these teams today? I'll send this one to you first, Marcus.
Do you know what I really want to see? I want to see Ticey pull out the Neon. Like I feel like we haven't seen Ticey on Neon. Unless my memory is like mistaking me, I'd have to check it. But I feel like we haven't seen Ticey on Neon, at least recently. So potentially seeing him on a map like Lotus maybe, because that's where Neon can come alive a lot. I was gonna say kind of maybe we'll see Ticey play Neon on Haven, but yesterday they were instant banning Haven. I don't know if that's just because the teams they were up against or if they've just been struggling potentially in Prax. But yeah, I think seeing a Neon maybe is kind of what I want to see, Madame.
Yeah.
I don't think these are teams who experiment a lot when it comes. They play very traditional stuff. I think we saw a Reyna, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday on the Icebox, but I could be wrong. I think that a lot of the things that they pull out is fairly standard, but that makes also for more exciting games because to some degree people will be able to understand each other better, right? And we will see a higher level of play because of that.
I did just really quickly as well want to talk to you because if I'm not mistaken, Ambi yesterday didn't have the best performance on the breach. Do you think that we're going to see them maybe changing up the flasher that Ambi plays, or do you think it was just one of those days where things weren't sort of happening for Ambi and he'll come in today with maybe a new spark? Marcus, I'll throw this one to you.
I mean, we spoke to Ambi and he said that he was like confident in the role because he can communicate a lot more and he can help his team vocally a lot more when he can on Duelist. And I feel like potentially, yes, he's not the one, you know, leading the charge. But it's not. I'm not mistaken, right? He's not the IGL of Valiant. He's not the IGL.
I don't think so. I think Sasaki is.
Yeah, but he's still vocal, which is kind of what he said to us. And I think sometimes when you are being on the initiator role, I feel like sometimes you can talk to, like, not talk too much, but you focus so much on what you're saying and what you want to do for your teammates, you then forget that you're actually having to shoot back as well, right, Milan?
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely, especially if you're playing Breach, right? If you don't do things properly, if you don't talk where your team is, you will punish them a little bit more. So yeah, let's see how he does today.
Well, let's take a little look at the maps that are being played today. So Abyss, you know, we did see Abyss come through as one of the first maps yesterday, but will be insta-banned by Valiant.
Haven here, surely. Unless they want to leave it open, unless they're kind of going off of going on a tangent. Yesterday they were instant banning Haven, right? They're up against KPI.
Yeah, they've been banning Haven twice, so I think the Haven ban is definitely coming through here, and then it leaves a lot of opportunities for both teams, right? To pick something that they're fairly comfortable with. Valiant maybe going to the bind here, even though Sweet and Sour did good on it yesterday. We might see a Lotus, we might see an Icebox. I'm not really sure what to expect. Oh, well, here we are.
I mean, I don't think this bind pick is a shocker watching Valiant sort of play on there yesterday.
So good.
And I'm sure that we'll see Jesse back on that Viper and absolutely slaying boots the house down. Lotus, what do we think about this pick?
This is interesting because if Valiant didn't pick Bind, it would have most likely been Lotus, even though they did lose it yesterday, because they had such a good win rate on it prior to coming into Ascension. But so far, I feel like this has kind of gone Valiant's way, especially if they maybe changed a little bit of Lotus, right? And of course, the final map is always going to be the one that if it does go to, the pressure is on. And Ascent is a very defaulty map, I'd say.
I mean, you're saying that the veto leans into Valiant's direction. I would say that it's fairly evenly spread, right? Like, Ascend is a map that has looked very good for Sweet and Sour, so I wouldn't really write them off if it goes to this third map, and I think they should definitely be able to keep one of the first two for themselves.
I mean, I think they're three very exciting maps, and we might not even have to worry about Ascent if they don't make it all the way, but I think we might see a three-mapper today. Like, what are your kind of thoughts on the matchup? Do you think that we're maybe going to see a very dominant start from Valiant, similarly to yesterday when they played on Bind, or are you kind of thinking they're cooking up some close games in a three-mapper here, Marcus?
When I saw the first two maps, that's when I was kind of saying it was going to be more towards Valiant, right? But when you see the Ascent, you do understand that it's a very good map for Sweet and Sour as well. So I do think if it goes all the way, maybe Sweet and Sour, they do take it. And then we look at the comps here for Bind, the only difference really is the Sky and the Fade, right?
Milan, what do you think about this agent select?
I mean, like Marcus said, mirror compositions, the only difference, Sky Fade. If you ask me personally, I think Fade is a little bit stronger right now. Get some additional synergy with the Rays, having, you know, similar info from Belong or even from A. So I think it doesn't make that big of a difference, right? It's more the Sky allows you to play a little bit more explosive, have some additional flashes, and I'm curious to see how this like small nuances in compositions are gonna shape this match.
Well, if it's anything like the Vine game yesterday, I know it's going to be very explosive, very, very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to this. Before we hand it over to the casters, is there anything that you would like to say before we go very, very quickly, either Marcus or Milan?
Keep your eye on Jesse, of course, and Ticey, but I think if you have to choose one player from either one, it would be Jesse and then Ticey. Eyes on them.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we're going to leave you in the very capable hands of our amazing casters for the first game today. It's Pavlos and Ryan.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm very excited about this one, finally getting to see Sweet and Sour on broadcast, but also at the same time, both of these teams yesterday were very, very close to getting that first place, whether that's grabbing an extra win or being in a three-way tie. It's very close, and you can see potential from both of them getting into the next stage of play-ins.
For sure, really. Like, for both these teams, it has just been playing second fiddle throughout pretty much their stages, right? But it does feel that we have Sweet and Sour, who we've seen a lot on the Novo in Europe stream. No real experience of Tier 2 play outside of Halfbeat, who was in Italy last year, going up against not only some tenured players in Tier 2, but have also had good experience in Tier 1. They just kind of want to re-earn their position there, if possible.
Sure.
This has been a consistently good map for Valiant across the year. Even into last year, I think their Bind was a strong map for them to go to. Versus Sweet and Sour, that's had a bit of an identity crisis here, not necessarily something that we've seen play an awful lot in Polaris of Northern Europe. Sweet and Sour, they've adjusted with the double initiator with a Fade, just trying to get a handle of the metacom.
Very quickly, Ryan, if you could say one of these teams being the underdog and the favorite, which one would it be in your eyes?
I think Valiant would be the favorite, especially on this map. Sweet and Sour, they're the ones that want to ruffle up some feathers like they did in Northern Europe.
Well, let's see if it's possible to be done as well on the stage of Ascension play-ins. As Valiant take on that defense, Sweet and Sour elect to begin on the attack. It's Bind to be our first ground of contention. We see Valiant yesterday was pretty damn slow with their plays, but so far have shown some aggressiveness on this defensive side.
Yeah, just forcing away that Fade. They're going to default here consistently on attack to fight for showers. So it's a good little message for Valiant to say that we're going to fight for this space. We have the Viper wall to help us. So the Orb, easy grab up, Defo.
Defo does get spotted again. Make sure Sweet and Sour
Oh no,
not moving that direction, hitting the middle button of his mouse. Ticey ends up jumping and loses his life because of it.
Valiant just that pressure towards showers, changing it up, pressure towards sand. Now the rest of Valiant over on that A site might go walking up short where Tempo's just holding behind this corner, 44 seconds left. Really have a lot of freedom to do a lot of stuff. It depends on whether they follow Tempo here, who's finding space on short.
And he's able to find Sakaka here, which does make Sweet and Sour rotate very quickly into the TP. All four players. Three, rather, as Ticey is no longer with us on this round, but there is Defo to the back of the site. He's been able to find one low player and one full health player, which does make Valiant be favorable in this fight, especially with Jesse leaning up from the back line. The Dested say that this is a dangerous man to look into, but also Sweet and Sour have got a lot of talent where that came from. Only 1 point of health. He needs to find a very quick headshot onto Nescaf as if he wants to make it work, but it's going to be Nescaf to win that fight, leaving Valiant with round 1 win.
Yeah, wouldn't have mattered if he had a bit more health than will only get a headshot in the end. And Sweet and Sour, that just initial pressure, losing Ticey early on. you could sort of tell that Valiant's control over the map was impeccably strong. It was just that one pick into short that allowed them to go for the TP, but they weren't sure where Defo was. I don't think Tempo realized that there was another player here. Creamy peeking low and Defo getting 2 before he's eventually traded.
Ultimately, with Defo getting those early 2 kills, it felt like it was Sweet and Sour playing catch-up, which they were pretty damn good at doing. And I think it gives a taste to Valiant that no matter what the situation is for Sweet and Sour, they're not giving up, even with 1 player on the server.
Still, it was a rash decision, right, to just try and go in. TP through showers, you don't know if there's another player there, for example, but time was getting relatively low. You'd lost a player. All really for Valiant is just picking their fights. They've got 3 players towards B, including the Marshall. And no pressure towards showers this time.
Toxins going up.
Do you remember the Ascension finals last year?
Of course.
It was North versus France. That's the matchup we're having right now. It only just occurred to me that it's the matchup we're having right now. A bit of rivalry between our 2 regions.
Here. Squash.
Ooh, great shots by Jesse. Sweet and Sour are able to find some damage, but with Nekas holding on to Lamp superiority, it looks to be a simple round here for Valiant, unless Famzam is able to find some extra damage. Valiant playing this one together, not making any overzealous steps, and it allows them to double up their score.
Big thing for this map, I suppose, for Sweet and Sour is it took them a while to get going. They've only played this comp a fair few opportunities, mostly being on losses against Requiem, but they managed to get their revenge 13-9 in the losers bracket. Losing to KPI Gaming yesterday, who we've heard is probably the favourites to make it to Ascension from this tournament, is in 13-11. So there's a lot of promise, I suppose, for Sweet and Sour to do some work, but Valiant for me is just, it's the reps, right? Their comp is a little bit different. They're even keeping the Sky instead of switching over to Fade like a lot of teams did. Just Valiant have played an awful lot of it. And you can sort of tell with the way that they play around the map, the fundamentals. Nobody needs to talk. They know where they need to go. And on this bonus, looks like they're going to be fighting heavy B.
It seems like Valiant at the same time might have got a good read on this 2, maybe 3 players. No, all of them towards his B side. Moving out on long. Tai C trying to respond. The spray down is pretty damn good for Halfbeat, the captain of the squad. But it does leave Nescas in a 1-on-1. He'll be looking to upgrade his gun, but instead holds his ground because he doesn't really have the information on tempo.
No. I love a good idea of where the spike was dropped. He can't pick up a gun either. Obviously, Tempo doesn't know that it's just a sheriff. He has to go very careful with clearing some of these angles.
I have the spike.
We saw our first share of bonus round wins, and Valiant were victors of one of them yesterday, maybe a couple. This is already pretty good bonus round for them already. 4 kills, not bad.
That was great.
But getting the win, now that will be impressive and a great start to this series.
Meanwhile, throughout all of this, Nescas hasn't moved an inch. Now he's starting to pick up.
Spike down. Nescas, can you make it work here? It's Tempo hiding at the back of the site. Nescas, all he has to do is figure this one out. Where is opponent standing? Hasn't made any noise. He's been able to get out of that position scot-free, though. He hasn't checked the back of site, and that's where Tempo is hiding on the spike. And Tempo knows of it, so he can just get up close and personal to that position and make sure the crisis is averted.
Only just right. 4 rifles lost on that full buy against a bonus. Valiant still have more to go with here. The only good success is the Tempo now has got the Viper's Pit, so you have got a big ultimate to play with, and it might work if you have to maybe go down to worse weaponry, right? That's the only issue, I suppose, but this is a great bonus. Just the aggression. It really is going to make Sweet and Sour uncomfortable with the way that they're defaulting around the map. Realistically, he only won those fights because he had the better weapons.
And it's these moments that you realize that catching a team off guard in any sort of instance can make a world of difference when it comes to the tempo of a game. We start to see some ultimates coming through. Showstopper and the likes of a Thrash in the hands of Famzam. Grouping outside of this A site, and it might be a quite imminent push. Defo up close to this, and he's got a friend. Nesca's holding his back line, though Ticey's got his crosshair a little bit higher. He is able to trade it, although the showstopper doesn't quite hit its mark. Ticey barely alive in that instance. Sweet and Sour come ahead of that fight.
And going down, Crash is still available. Now it's just a question of the post plant. 3v4 is doable, especially when Ticey is such low HP. They want Sweet and Sour conscious of the flank, what Jesse did before, but everybody's coming from the same direction on this retake from Valiant.
They are. The crucial position here from Sweet and Sour is the slam control, dedicated by 2. The wingman will be a complication to the affair. Thrash comes through, but the defuse is still being stuck with. The wingman is doing a world of hurt, but thankfully for Sweet and Sour, they're able to deal with the wingman just in time, but that was damn close.
I mean, I don't know if it's a case of... who was it that was taking that final fight? Like, did they need to if they survived for even a split second more? Some of them we're going to have to get a replay on because obviously there was the molly as well. We should have caught them. As of right now, Valiant just winning a pistol, forced onto a lower buy. And that's definitely a round of, like, really close margins. Execute just coming in. Fairly standard, realistically. But yeah, here, like, you could just sort of see it come in. Yeah, literally, if they survived, they get the round because the molly was still coming down.
Damn. It's a game of close margins. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah.
That's a very aggressive position here from Sakeki.
Yeah. You can't realize that kind of stuff in the moment, but it's still, you're going to look back at it and go, crap. Hoop. Yes, the cake is alone, just shot. Forces out the flash from the mirrored Gecko on the other side. And this push through Sand did a lot of damage on the pistol, but it is just Valiant pretty much on pistols at this rate. Sweet and Sour have been conditioned to take this incredibly slowly, though.
That's fair. Curious that Valiant could have brought something up their sleeves, and that's exactly what they've done. Very similar to a round where Valiant had the lesser bite. But this time, they haven't chosen to be aggressive with it, instead hiding in wait.
Ooh.
Awaiting Sweet and Sour to move in, but it's a good symphony of utility thrown into the site to permit the cross. And Teppo's even there as a guarantee, locking Defo in. Good shot by Defo. He's always going to be relevant, isn't he? But how possible is this? It's a 4v2. 2 players collected per player is required, but no, with Sakaki dropping and knowing well where Defo is hiding, all Sweet and Sour need to do is just wait Defo to jump down.
Try not to lose anybody in the process too. Zamzam half beat, even a body shot. Make it a little bit scary, and the economy is starting to at least pick up for Sweet and Sour. Valiant stairs will reset after the lower buy that they had. But right now it's just Nescas at the top of the kill feed. We were just highlighting how good Jesse was with just the performance across yesterday. It feels like Nescas, we never really got moments to talk about him realistically. Head-to-head with him is Halfbeat over on the other side. Bit more experience in Tier 2, but...
Sure.
IGL in for the first time in Northern Europe with his team.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Amber gets away. I thought it was a matter of half a second there of being able to avoid the mosh. Still, Sweet and Sour have decided to push into the A side. The line which they are following into short seems to be open, but Valiant, the fact that they haven't seen anything out on B, with a guiding light thrown out, they dedicate a 3rd player to the defense of this A side, but Sweet and Sour very slow still, not willing to fully commit, waiting for the toxic screen to regenerate.
One of the things that Sweet and Sour started doing is just sort of this 4-1 default, grouping up and then having either Halfbeat on one side of the map or Tempo with this Viper wall lurking up. They stopped defaulting, which means that there is space for Valiant to get. The Raze is in a great position if they do decide to go A. The problem, however, is if Sweet and Sour go B, that's a hell of a rotation. It's going to take Defo 3 to 5 working days to get over to the action. He might be able to get Tempo, actually.
He might.
30 seconds left.
Tempo isn't careful, but he's crossed his own smoke as well as the opposition's, and Lamps is clear, which he can move into. It's all a matter of timing, and Tempo has slid past. Sweet and Sour reconsidering now. They've got 18 seconds. What do they do with it? Do they let Tempo to be the guarantee? Oh, instead they move over to the A site with Tempo shutting down Escas's life, but they haven't cleared out Defo. They've got no clue. Short is being taken up by him. He finds one kill, doesn't interrupt the wingman spike part, which is the crucial part. Viper's Pit into the opposing side spawn. Tempo wants to hold everyone back right here. At least Jesse has crossed through, and he could allow Valiant back in, but it's not like Sweet and Sour are revealing themselves to him. They know there's a potential cross from Jesse. All Valiant are hoping for is that he can be enough of a distraction. Not happening though. Creamy and Tempo well under control in the pit of poison, and it allows Sweet and Sour to be even further ahead.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle from Valiant. I mean, it's all that kill on Tempo. Just open up the site, he gets Nescas. Defo was wandering so much on that A side that he wasn't in a position to trade or realistically help other than a couple of kills that he got as the execute was coming in. But Valiant had the right setup. There was the rotations were in the right spot. It didn't seem like Sweet and Sour could make that play with the information that they had, but just that kill is everything to open the doors. Like Defo just not in a great position. He had the nade as well, which might be able to stall it, but so many like little fights here or there that just tear Valiant apart. Sweet and Sour, it didn't really feel that they were set up to win that round.
No, and I think a major reason because of it is the fact that they were very late in pulling the trigger on the decision, right? I think it was 18 seconds when they decided to push through the TP, even when we knew, of course, we had the element of hindsight, that we knew where Defo was.
Yeah.
It could have very much gone wrong if Defo could have lined up a couple of shots and stopped the wingman from being planted. Because I think if the wingman died there, I think it was a matter of like half a second for Sweet and Sour to get on the plant again.
Yeah, not to pin the blame too much, but if Defo was in any other position around Showers, Valiant win that round. Like, if he was in Showers, would he get cleared? If he was just in that little bottom right corner, does he get cleared?
He could have been there.
Even if he just backs out onto site. I understand why he went wandering, because yes, Sweet and Sour left that so late.
Another buy round here for Valiant. Losing this, though, would be detrimental. Quick trade of the Razors, the duelists of this fight. Valiant still holding strong from Showers. Sweet and Sour managed to get the spike down, albeit not fully taking control over the site. No, they don't get the spike down, do they?
It's on the back of site too, as well.
That's
it's even worse.
Did the wingman go too far?
Could have also awkwardly bounced. We've seen that a couple of times.
Oh, that's an important spray through the smoke and be caught. But Tempo's also been realized. Thrashed through, it catches one. Tempo's able to get him, but it's down to the Gecko duel. Who's going to be winning this one? Famzam or Sakake? It's Famzam to make the first move, and it's Famzam to swing and win! A glorious triple kill from Sweet and Sour to end up on top.
That's just the problem, isn't it, for Valiant so far? They're trying to like play proper Valorant, I guess is what you'd call it. Some of the decisions that Sweet and Sour are making, no other like top tier 2 team would. But that's kind of why it's so successful for Sweet and Sour here. Like in this clutch, you maybe want to buy time. No, Famzam just thinks, like, screw it, I'm just going to go for the wide peak and take the fight. And you could just tell that Sakake really didn't expect that to happen. And with all of the potential opportunities, they're on an eco again.
Yep, they had to win the previous round. Now Sweet and Sour can get even further ahead. You need to be careful of the long push, though. It is smoked off early to provide some easy space. They might choose to exit it with a guiding light. Tempo is there and waiting. If a kill goes their way and an upgrade to a Vandal, it would be doable, but Ticey is winning fights on the other side of the map. Smoke fades and Tempo spots the movement and calls over to the team while providing the information. Valiant do have 2 players based to the back of the site, but they're not in a position to stop this push.
Ticey's attack outlaw is doing a lot of work, and Creamy just walking to see if he can flush out another fight. So far, flawless. You're looking at the economy also for Sweet and Sour. It's really starting to build up.
Guiding light to allow Defo to move in. But again, Sweet and Sour, they're the odd masters, right? They know when to roll the dice, know when to be aggressive, when to hold back. And this is the moment to not show your card. But Ticey, again, finds the opportune moment to waltz in and pad up those stats.
Of all of the sides, it's been the attack that's been working out wonders for Sweet and Sour. Defense, like they only won 3 yesterday up against KPI. And yeah, that's the side that could get a bit more problematic. And Valiant were pretty much so flawless on this map yesterday up against the likes of Diamant. Especially with Diamant playing a weird composition. Sweet and Sour playing the normal meta stuff, but they're playing it in such a way that Valiant are getting flustered by it. Which has been par for the course for this team. Sweet and Sour live to piss off teams. Like that's just what they're gonna do. Like
That's
this
their
tournament
identity.
is perfect for them.
Poison orb emitting.
It's because in Challengers North, it took a while for teams to realize Sweet and Sour's playstyle, the annoyingness they bring to each and every map.
There.
They figured it out in some sort of way, but I think the rest of the regions now have a first chance, glimpse, and spot this chaos themselves.
Sweet and Sour play like there's nothing to lose.
And that's scary.
Yeah, especially when like people's jobs are on the line, I imagine, for Valiant to an extent.
Yeah.
Sweet and Sour unemployed. Makes no difference to them.
This is already their first season in Tier 2, and they're making waves. Valiant, they're not as new, but they're just as capable, maybe even more, especially under pressure. Defo comes alive at the right moment, but it's only even things out when it comes to the numbers alive. 3-on-3, but Jesse is holding a very crucial position. Tempo is being patient, but the fact that Valiant are taking their time to move into the A site, they've got no information, know how far forward Sweet and Sour can be. Look how diligent they are. How long they're taking to cross to the back of the site.
It's strange.
It's buying a lot of time.
Somebody needs to make a play right, and this is the one for the Viper. Drop in the Viper's pit. This wall, however, though, is going to buy some time for Tempo to be able to hold it. And he's even able to get one. Jesse just sort of lets it happen.
Whoa, he does. The Incendiary has been placed, so it doesn't quite allow Sweet and Sour to push through. The Wingman is there to defuse. Sakake big, the human shield, and it's just enough to get Valiant a round win, finally getting on the board after what has been a 6-round drought.
I mean, Jesse does well there in the end, but it could have been drastic. It could have gone so horrendously wrong. But we've seen a lot of these cases, right, where teams go and plant through showers with the Gecko, and the post plant is just so hard to hold.
One enemy remaining.
And you sat there thinking, like, with Sakake coming in onto that site with Ambi, just that retake feels so slow. But maybe Sweet and Sour were just too passive with how they approach showers. They gave up too much space.
Find you.
That's more like it from Valiant, making some moves here and there, making sure Sweet and Sour are not taking too many greedy chances, keeping them on their toes. Heartbeat takes a lot of health away from them.
The favored food for a Chinese restaurant, isn't it? Sweet and Sour. And also the attack up is a favored strategy for Chinese Valorant too. Icy's been successful with it. It adds more to this disruptive playstyle that they play.
Yeah, Dice is that player that the longer the season has gone, the more impact he's had for this team.
Blinded.
Slow start for him, and it's hard to stand out against duelists such as Kayak, and it's hard to stand out against the highest duelist of this region, of EMEA. He's doing pretty damn good, and he's only getting better. And this attack operator might be illustrated, or at least its potential. Showstopper from Defo finds itself to the back of Sweet and Sour as control of Fuka is still there. Tempo, he was doomed. Once that mouse 1 button was pressed by Defo, Wingman just gets the spike plant down. And it might be enough for Sweet and Sour to hold, but they're down in numbers here. Valiant waiting for Nesgas to approach. Creamy trying to hold his teammates' positions while also taking care of the back line. They've isolated the 2 dropping from Hookah. Nesca's the only one alive, but he's done so much already. 2 kills to his name.
He's got Thrash.
He can smoke off, and he's got the orbital strike as well, which is what he will be throwing. Famzam has won 1 clutch before, but not this one when Nesgas is in play.
It's a very good clutch. You could see Famzam just shifting around, wanting to play post plant with the Thrash. Nesgas read it, had his own little counterplay with the ultimate, just flushing out that position. And it's crazy the Sweet and Sour were able to do that much damage. You've got Defo just flanking all the way around for the TP. Not only getting a kill with a showstopper, but retaking hookah. It means that this post plan for Sweet and Sour, much like it was in the last round, boxed in with nowhere to go. They're still able to get a couple of kills. Just some of the brains instead of the brawn for Valiant winning it out towards the end. And Sweet and Sour, no official coach, just their old IGL of Affen in the server, I imagine, helping them.
Yeah.
Or just at least the players taking a moment to sit and relax.
Take a second to explain that a little bit further here, Ryan. Affen and his role with the team right now, why he's where he is.
So he can't play, he couldn't commit to playing as much recently from like stuff outside of the server. And so they brought in Halfbeat, who was on Metasport in Stage 1 in Northern Europe, alongside a lot of very well-tempered players. Who is it that's the super flexible dark player? Vong.
Vong, yeah.
I didn't know if it was Vong or Vuk, or just forgotten it off the top of my head. It's very warm today. But yeah, like Halfbeat coming onto this team, honestly, made them better. No disrespect to Affen, but I think it's just a little bit more experience, especially in an IGL role, tightened up some of the play here. And Affen, he's getting some experience as a coach at least, and sort of shows how strong this team is. This isn't an org, it's an unsigned squad. All 6 players doing their best to do some damage. Valiant doing well to bring it back at least on this half.
All Affen's doing is providing a third-person perspective. Defo tried to blast back away. The Thrash connects, though that was sneaky, but Defo might just be alive. Ticey on the other end with the showstopper ends up with a kill himself. Sweet and Sour have opened up this B-side wide open, but it's not as open as I would have hoped, as Sakake and Nescas are there to defend. Think again, it's not clear how many players you have to deal with Famzam or up against Jesse already. Jesse probably the most influential player Valiant have had this play-ins already, and he'll be influential again.
It's just quick adaptation as well from Valiant, right? They know that Famzam in these clutches, he wants to be aggressive, take a fight before you're ready, and Jesse just doesn't really allow it. Famzam just couldn't really find that fight. He started to look around at different angles, and just that slow, measured approach from Jesse is, yeah, getting a lot of attention focused on him. Another one of these instances where they execute a little bit crazy, and Sakake does so much to just stay on the site and go for these fights. Nescas as well.
I think for Sweet and Sour is the fact that they got 2 kills and they thought, sure, their B site should be open. There might just be 1 extra player. They won't be 2. God, they were wrong. And the fact that Jesse was already onto the back of the B site before the fight finished, it means that Valiant were very quick to react. Very good to read the play, adapt on the fly, and avert any sort of crisis.
The right way to play the Sweet and Sour, just execute heavy. Valiant setups, the way that they're playing off of each other, little crossfires for both teams. Actually, the spacing has been tremendous.
Oh, no.
Defo just able to get out. One thing I wanted to mention about Defo as well is it feels like he just moves at 2 times the speed of everybody else, because his like movement is that good. It's such a small little thing, but I swear, Defo scales the map so much faster than anybody else.
I'm sure he might be hitting himself after not connecting that one shot. It was a matter of timing as well. He looked away.
Yeah.
When
at least he didn't die.
Sure, that's also the glass half full approach. But Valiant, again, strong backside presence of B. Sweet and Sour have yet to uncover it, but Tempo is tasked to do it. Jesse doesn't permit, although he's very low. Now he's got even more friends there to support him. Sakake loses his head, and Hartley wants to make sure he rips more heads off a Valiant player's shoulders. Creamy going directly in, doesn't hold back. There is no brake pedal for Sweet and Sour, but Defo and Valiant are a brick wall.
Oh, they managed to claw back their defense on their map choice. And it's all honestly like a team effort. Ambi is 3-11. Statistically, he's been poor, but he's been pretty much, I think, put out to dry, right? We've seen players like Jesse put in great positions by the team to get a lot of success with kills or impact. I think Ambi's just a player that has to sort of fill a lot of the slots and do what's necessary. But outside of that, yeah, it's just coming down to 1v1 clutches. It's the same time, like, you see Sweet and Sour try and execute onto a site where there's 3 Valiant players. Only get the first kills, make it a 5v3 in favor of them. The Sweet and Sour still have that chance to bounce back. The trading, the fighting is crazy. Just gonna be a bit disappointed if you're Sweet and Sour that a lot of these rounds that you lost, 4 in a row, came down to 1v1 clutches.
Where are you?
And some of those clutches they did win by being aggressive, but some of them they also lost by being aggressive. But Sweet and Sour like being the ones bringing the fight to Valiant. I think Valiant like that playstyle as well. Chill back, let them come to you and walk into your crosshairs. Defo, though, now on attack, is leading the charge in to B, hand in hand with the doggy. But Sweet and Sour already here. Are they going to wait for the spike to be planted, with one player being more occupied?
Right here.
Spike planted.
Actually, they're grouping up to move into elbow. Overwhelmed that front as Heartbeat wants to take attention over from the other side.
Change things up a
this
little
is
bit.
Interesting. Incendiary into Cubby, trying to get Nescus out. Heartbeat wins this fight. Now it's the rest of the team's turn to move in. They do flood out of elbow, and it catches Valiant off guard, but there's still 3 players to deal with, and Ambi's been able to get a good flash onto the back line still. Creamy and Dicey doing wonderful work
pistol.
over to the players of Hookah, coordinating superbly, allowing Sweet and Sour to win the second pistol of Bind.
It's just how it all comes together, right? The Valiant, they find the first kill. There's no Famzam there for that retake at all. And just Sweet and Sour, most players come in through elbow, like you mentioned. You still have some support from Heartbeat with a molly in that cubby corner. But it's the waiting for the Viper wall to be up, and to be up a good amount of time. Pretty much from like 100 to 0. It really just dissects these players from Valiant that are attacking on the site. Just completely separates the Viper and the Gecko away from these fights. And Sweet and Sour are able to deal with it one at a time.
It's crazy how the buy rounds this game have all been shrieks, right? I think Sweet and Sour got 6 in a row, and then Valiant got 4. Because of their pistols, they had the early equalizer. This should be a fairly clean mow down here from Heartbeat, not
Very
challenged by a
clean.
single flash, so everyone peek dry into him. So there you go, Sweet and Sour clean up, barely take any damage. No damage at all, to be fair. It's as flawless as it could be.
Means that this round is going to be exactly the same for the bonus. 1 half armor for Jesse. That's about it, realistically. Heartbeat low on the kill feed. I'm pretty sure that's going to prop him up quite a lot.
Enemy remain A.
Just him and Famzam now that's going to do some of the bits and pieces of the work. Later, we've got to see an awful lot of in the interviews, and like he said, every map, every game, a cheat code is how he described it. Just reps.
Okay.
Yeah, reps are important. And these are great reps both of these teams are getting, whether they get here again, but I think the goal is clear. I don't know, is it harsh to say that Sweet and Sour would just be happy to be here? For Valiant, I think maybe the
expectation
ambition
is higher, yeah.
The expectations are higher, right?
Time to hunt.
Oh, it's not too bad of a buy, although they don't really have a Vandal or a Phantom. But in the right positions, these weapons can pack a punch. Spectres, Judges, Bulldogs. Most of all that Judge in that position, but that's not where Valiant are heading to. Towards the A side they go.
Here.
So in Sour pressuring Showers a lot early on with 45 seconds left. That's looking like where the Execute's going to come in. Nade is perfectly placed to do some forms of damage, but there's 4 people ready to deal with this Execute and 1 flanking from behind.
2 of them smoked off for now. Heartbeat decides to push his own smoke, and Sweet and Sour have adapted very quickly by finding more players, throwing them into the fight. There is Tempo to the back line, but I'm not quite sure he will be there just in time to be relevant. Tempo, drive-by, double kill, excuse me? Does he have time to get a Vandal? He could get pre-fired up against the box there if he's spotted. Yes, Akake's got that one red. A damaging exchange by the end, but it's going to be Valiant to pick up the opponent's bonus.
Don't want it to get too out of hand, realistically. Sweet and Sour now have a full buy to work with, but you can sort of see that the damage was done. I guess the only complaint there is the Sweet and Sour, I guess because they're on a lower buy. Heartbeat just wide peeking like crazy. Look at him go! And everybody's just out of sync and out of time, and once the spike's planted, it's just a case of, alright, just peek to see if you can get a kill, do a bit more damage. Ends up being the Ghost that does the majority of it. Makes you think that if they just survive a little bit longer, our flank could have done a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, Tempo had a Judge actually, but thought that at that range, you know, you won't have as much luck. Didn't quite catch you got the first kill, but Defo's the first death.
I
Sure.
see. Tyson,
Of course it's
the
Tyson.
first kill god of Northern Europe.
I think he's 1 in 4. Like every 4 rounds he gets 1 opener, statistically. And Sweet and Sour don't just relent and be happy with a first kill. They go even further.
That was good, but it's just too short, so it doesn't play this position. Luckily, Creamy's there to trade Ticey. And this just wolf mentality staying together does a lot, but it's these individual lurks that might actually pick apart Sweet and Sour, despite it being a 2v4.
But for now, as long as the lurk kills are still traded, with Sweet and Sour being ahead of numbers, it just favors the Northern European team.
Standing.
I feel wrong calling Valiant a French team, with the core being Czech.
I think if I was to have biases, it'd be for these two
left.
teams. Sweet and Sour, obviously, Northern Europe representative. But also Valiant, because they picked up Zampoyo. They have a Game Changers team for one, which is super cool.
Nice.
And picking up Zampoyo and Ikuza from Odd One Out. So
yeah, of course you'd be
glad
biased,
that, glad that they got a home. And it's also just like good owners, passionate team,
10
passionate
seconds
fans.
left.
Love to see it. So you're biased for both teams this game. So is the bias nullified then? Is it?
Sorry, Novo.
2-0?
luckily, we're not casting the next 2 series. So you know, whoever wins this, I would want to win Ascension.
The play-in. Okay. What about Ascension, full stop?
Ooh, I don't know. I kind of...
Want or think would win? I think, let's go with a question you think would win. Because I think want is not relevant.
I don't think it's necessarily cut and dry Apex.
Okay.
But I don't think that's a bad
it's
thing.
not.
I think all of the other regions have got so much stronger. This Apex team would have breezed through last year. Sorry, gentlemen. I think this year's team is better than last year's team.
Oh, well, that's a statement. I guess we'll wait and see what happens when it gets to Ascension, the main stage of it. At least Ticey, omnipresent. And now he's got himself a scope weapon. I think Valiant are just starting to discover who Ticey is.
Bring them down.
It's also just been the tightness of Sweet and Sour's play here. They've not really been thrifted all that much in Northern Europe. The anti-eco's crisp, and for an unsigned team to have such structure and discipline, granted they're going to absolutely send it here, but they have the numbers to deal with it. It's going to be nice and simple if Defo didn't get 2 there.
Yeah, Sakake is a long way away from clutching that one, and Ticey knows exactly where to look for him. Double digits secured and a bit of a buffer being created. At least Valiant now can get some guns on the board, but they can't let their opponents run away with things.
Yeah, timeout is going to be handy here because it is just the anti-bonus that Valiant have won. And their map choice that looked airtight yesterday. You got Diamant coming out with the Deadlock Sage, something you don't really see every day. And it can definitely have its problems. We did see Diamant start to come back on that map towards the end. What was it, a 10-2 half that they had? Mostly on their attack, I'm pretty sure.
Can I just say, if any team is being eliminated and you've lost the team to support, Valiant would be a perfect team to support because they've got everything in them, right? They come here from the French Challenger League. 3 of the players, the Czech players, have the Czech, so there you go. It ticks the box for East supporters, and they've also, all 3 of the Czech players have competed against each other in the Spanish League. While, in the meantime, Ambi has had experience playing in DACH. So it kind of encompasses everyone, right? You can find some support wherever you're from.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh. Says a lot.
The international
really.
guys.
Look like Defo top kills on his team, matching Ticey. But it's just the Creamy and Tempo have just got a lot more. One of the things that Valiant was doing so well yesterday, actually, against Diamant, was just how slow they were taking it and forcing their defenders to make a play. That's what Valiant are looking to do, full contact walking towards Sand, but there's 3 players here. Why is there 3 players?
Because it's Sweet and Sour and they like creeping up, but Valiant have read it to perfection. And they come out on top from that trade, but Tempo is asked to hold down the B-side by himself, and he takes matters to his own hand, peeking his own toxic dream, but Ambi anticipates it. I think Valiant is starting to get a read of how Sweet and Sour like to work and how to maneuver. and finally get themselves on the score sheet on this attacking side.
Outside of, for the full buys, yeah. It was just that read of maybe knowing the Sweet and Sour, like the full contact walk up on sand after a timeout, potentially. Even just reading that tempo is just going to quickly take a fight somewhere else. Sweet and Sour have the right idea. If you're a player down, you need to gamble something, you know, take a risk. But it's just how quickly Sweet and Sour can go into that risk-taking mindset. Oh, I lost a player? Right, I'm going to just send it straight away.
Is it int or try to catch him? It's not really catching him. Yeah. Intelligent inting. That's a term. I'm going to be using that from now on. Intelligent inting. Is that how you characterize Sweet and Sour playstyle?
I think so.
Okay.
And I think
they'd be okay with that. I actually think they'd be okay with that.
Just a case of whether Valiant's okay with how this playstyle is going. The showstopper for Defo, I think, is the one that's going to be used, and it's trying to push out Ticey, but he's still staying. He's still there.
Oh, tempo isn't. Oh, but Ticey is getting things done. He is surrounded, but doesn't even matter. He wants to take as many players down with him as he drops to his grave. 2 versus 2, and Valiant is out of that fight. No, don't want any business with that B site.
Got a Viper's Pit though, and if Nescas gets to plant an orbital strike, 2 big ultimates, and really Sweet and Sour can't let this go down.
Oh, good reposition from Nescas to avoid the initial bullets. He is seized in place, so it could be an opportunity here for Sweet and Sour to close up the pressure, but Nescas needs to look to find a way to move out of dodge, because that orbital strike could be the guarantee to the round, while Jesse is the one being sneaky. Holding still, awaiting for anyone to approach. That's the first Creamy is there for the trade, but has to get right back on track because he's low on health. He knows the orbital strike is available for his opponent, so is going to leave the spike proximity, but that also allows Nescas to circumnavigate over the short, and he'll be there for the cross, and Creamy does not anticipate leaving Valiant on 9 rounds, getting ever closer to their opponents to score.
And Nescas has had an absolute wild map here. The impact in itself, but the clutches won. Sweet and Sour, they were the ones that were starting off to do like bits of damage. Surprising Valiant to an extent, but so many of these 1v1s coming down the Valiant's favor. Ticey does so much here, but it's also nice to see Valiant almost fighting fire with fire. You saw a player backside fighting those defenders that were all trying to waterfall out. Valiant not giving any respect here. It's turned into a bit of a bloodbath, and the Thrash might make it even worse onto tempo.
Oh dear, good Thrash though to not respect Sweet and Sour's push. It is traded though, and if Sweet and Sour can gain guns off of these trades, it could put them in the fight, but for now Valiant are favored.
There.
That's cheeky.
Yeah, Creamy might bait a little bit of attention here so that Ticey doesn't get cleared. And there's no Skydog.
They've pinged
there's obviously
it.
no Prowlers.
They're absolutely going to check it. The fact that Creamy does it another time, it just sells the fact. No, they're not going to check it, and allows Ticey to get 1 kill. Creamy to trade the other, and Sweet and Sour all of a sudden are favored in numbers.
Once forcing Sakake to just tuck in. They've seen him though. The Prowler's going to be used to clear out some of the space on showers and maybe get gun upgrades. It's really half-beat. He only is a sheriff here. He has to go so careful.
And he's not going to move or budge, wait for his team to arrive, make sure the site is clear, knowing that the push from Rank will come through. All he does is get a chunk down of Sakake and runs away. The Thrash is thrown in to clear out lamps. They know they've got their opponents on the chase. Right here. One is caught, but he's on the other side of the TP, so he can't be traded. They're not going to move in fear of Sakake being there defending his teammate. The wingman is on the spike plant pursuit. It's a 3v2. Sweet and Sour, can they do this?
He can't pick up the Thrash again, right? Because it went for the TP. Or did it hit the player just before the TP, so he has it again? Yeah, he has it now. There's the second round of it. It's just a case now of whether Sakake gets the right timing here. Look at where he is. He just missed the C's.
Famsa might lose his life off the back of that. Never mind! Turns around, finds the headshot, and now it's Nescas on the clutch. At least he's got the incendiary to play around with, knowing that his opponents can't get onto the spike that easily, but 2 of the players are already low. Wingman on the case, though, that adds to the pressure. Still, Nescas doubles up, and now it's Creamy on the hot seat. Nescas, this might be the most brilliant clutch we've seen all day already. Creamy is so down low, and 1 bullet will solidify the deal!
What a clutch. 1 versus 3. Even just the timing of the molly gets it perfect. Sweet and Sour You could argue that they maybe should have had the wingman on the spike a little bit earlier. There was no other utility to help with. And even the clutches that don't seem even, Valiant are starting to win now. This is just the first map of the first series of 2 that these teams have to play in order to get the final spot in tomorrow to make top 4 for play-ins.
It's a brawl. It's a blood fight. You've said it before, Ryan. You can tell that both of these teams are not here for pleasure. They're here for business. With one goal on their mind, making it into Ascension. This is just a stepping stone to where they want to get to.
Another giant for Sweet and Sour to kill, realistically. No timeout taken either. They do have a bye. I'm clearing out some of this space. You see a lot more pressure going into fight showers because of Valiant having the sky. That reach of the flash is really good for those spots, but actually Ambi's went to walk towards showers. Not going too deep because you have the Viper wall that cuts through the TP that's going to isolate him. He's used the Skydog, got some pressure out. The Prowler's going to be used to reclear the spot. It is to just keep that rotation, keep those free plays towards A, whilst Valiant try to head towards B.
It's not like Famzam in his position to trade tempo, but tempo, does he really need trading? Yes, he does. Defo, that's a great opener. What do they do with this? If this was Sweet and Sour, they'd be on the B site already. The Valiant are a little bit more diligent than that.
Saw a really good retake on the pistol, but that seems like an eternity ago with how this is playing. Famzam having good control of elbow, but that's really all it is. If they can fight and take hookah. Now it's like Valiant, if they do lose hookah and they don't have elbow, they're going to be backed into a corner.
Yeah, they've lost hookah, but they're fighting for elbow. Famzam is stuck between a rock and a hard place here, but at least he's got soft padding at the backside. Halfbeat there to help him out, and they move in from main. Jesse will be the first casualty, but Ambi is holding his line perfectly. Heartbeat. It was a Brimstone clutch, but it was Nescas before. Can it be Heartbeat this time? No. The very wide swing from Sakake is everything and more for Valiant as they find themselves the lead for the second time this series.
Yeah, Valiant got going now. Not keeping any prisoners. And Sweet and Sour, yeah, the timing out. Really what I wanted to see. You don't really have maybe the anti-strat there necessarily. Maybe not even a motivational speak, but just a bit of a break to think about how this is going. But it feels like Valiant, at this rate, you got the attack up. It's like they've started to really pay attention to how Sweet and Sour want to be playing this map and started to sort of copy that style a little bit. Give the little kids a taste of their own medicine, right? That's the general play style. But that timeout from Bromas a little bit earlier in this half just made all the difference.
Sweet and Sour just scared they might have been figured out here, or they're getting on their own head in their own heads. We know for young teams when the pressure is on, closing out maps is not easy. Sweet and Sour haven't had much trouble with that during the regular season, but cracks may start to show when competition gets most fierce.
One of the scary sides is you look at the no ults available for either side, but look at Valiant, how it's all in measure, right? Everything's going to be online if it does go pretty much to the full 24 rounds. The money too for Valiant, that's the saving grace. Sweet and Sour pick up this round, it's 11-11. Valiant don't necessarily have a good economy to keep fighting for this. But it is an eco for Sweet and Sour, that's the problem.
It is. It's not going to mean that they're not going down without a fight. So they were lingering that left-hand side. They think better of it. Make sure they funnel some extra orbs onto Dicey.
Rotation's in the right spot though. 3 people.
Yeah. Even
a smoke deep in short, so that might just get disrespected. Defo, all he's doing is that attack up. Finding these little angles. Sweet Sour need to go very careful.
Oh, Defo, the reaction timing on that one. He knew Famzam would have gone for another jump there. Defo knows to reposition to go a little bit further back, knowing that Sweet and Sour aren't a team to hold back. Their whole motto is push, push, push.
Spike planted.
And that's exactly what they've been doing, and Valiant finally able to read it. Sakaki, not only that, has found a sixth sense and sees through smokes. Tempo's moments in this round are numbered, but at least he brings some down with him. Not that the economy will be too much of an issue here for Valiant. They're not too far off of getting to that 13th round. Defo making sure his stats this game are impressive. A quadra for him this round, and Valiant on map points for Bind.
As the showstopper now too. Great way to finish this off. Ultimate-wise, Halfbeat's not too far away from an orbital strike. Ticey's working the way towards the showstopper in 2. The only one that they have ready and available now is Creamy's Nightfall. Sakaki having a thrash. Nescas not too far away from another potential clutch-winning orbital strike at this rate. As Defo and Ticey were equal pretty much going into the half. Only one of them's pulling away now.
Thrash out early. Clears out Hookah for his team. Valiant have got an idea of the B site hit, and it's Tempo to open things up. Tempo keeps on getting caught in that position, and Ticey doesn't have time to get his crosshair out. Fam's under the back of site, manages to make things work together with his Mosh. His little creatures are doing work, but are they really enough? Halfbeat bringing things to his own hands. What on earth are you doing? Pushing through smokes here. Creamy with his knife out, pushing out through smokes as well. This is getting a bit too chaotic for anyone's liking, but Halfbeat is the one in the most difficult seat of them all. That's the first shot. This could keep Sweet and Sour alive. Defo has just made a step, giving Halfbeat the indication of where Defo is swinging, and Sweet and Sour are staying alive in this game, giving them another chance to get into OT.
It's the Brimstones just clutching out like crazy here. Halfbeat in a 1 versus 2. The orbital strike not getting a kill, but just buying enough time. And here, like, one thing I wanted to say too is that, you remember Requiem, that series where they played on Haven? And Sweet and Sour ended up losing that map because they were like trying to push and make these little like cheeky plays between Ticey and somebody else. Saw it happening here again, that there's this like give and take between, I think it's Tempo and Ticey. Both of them are trying to play off of each other, but they end up just both going down early. They can't quite get the timings down, and teams like Valiant not going to let those plays slide.
Uh-oh. Operator reoperated the poison cloud! Oh! They interrupted this head-to-head. The clash of the Goliaths.
It's a thrash.
Drop could have been heard. Tice is not going to peek this again, surely not. It would be unwise to do so. But maybe Famzam will, but this is a wide corner. Famzam won't be spotting this anytime soon. Dizzy out, Defo hides. The swing is there, and Ticey reads it. Wings the battle of the Razors, but still there's more battles to ensue. The A side is imminently going to be hit, and Sweet and Sour only got
Creamy.
2 defenders nearby. Ambi getting to the backline of Creamy, but the fact that he recalibrates, finds a better position, leaves Sweet and Sour still in charge. Spike being planted, Valiant still in the game, and with Jesse looking behind him, it could be a good read onto Tempo. Still, the fight into Lamps leaves Sakaki in the grave, and it looks like Jesse's left the fight. And an opportunity for Tempo to lurk around, be the backstop in this endeavor, and that's exactly what happens. Jesse hitting himself after that one. Overtime on the cards. The picture we can all see painted. Paint at him, hot lead to his face, and that will be the initialization of overtime.
Sweet and Sour, terrific work from them. It really does point to that Ambi fight. He has to get that kill. He has to win that fight. You've got an isolated Fade alone. This one as well, Ticey gets a kill, but this is just Creamy's 1 HP. You'd expect the panic and some of the cohesion to drop off for Sweet and Sour, but Ambi, he's been around for so long. He's 9 and 20, and that doesn't really bode well when you look at the stats, and if Sweet and Sour actually do turn around and win this one.
I mean, Ambi has won a Challenger League before. He's made it to, then the tournament was called VRL Finals. He's done it in Spain with Case. He's in a position where he could find himself to an Ascension-like tournament again. But this is not the performance he would like in moments like this. Still, overtime here, anything can happen. This tempo has been going to and fro.
Yeah.
It's anyone's game.
To be fair, in that instance you just mentioned, imagine how Defo feels. Champs finalist, Masters winner.
Yeah.
A group of Irish kids are slogging against you, but Nescas's position is great, but Ticey still somehow is able to get the trade and the plan.
It's sort of paired when you talk about Defo and he drops dead first. Or maybe a horror story, depending which view you want to look at it. Ooh,
oh my god.
The timing on that one. These fights are sharp and fickle at the same time. Tempo holding that position is just so brutal. He's got the shorty out. There's no way anyone can win that fight against him. 3 survivors by the end of that one, but does it even matter? Sweet and Sour are the ones on match point instead now.
And like you mentioned, halfway in the map have lost. These teams, especially Sweet and Sour, are streaky. And if they can just make that streak another 4th round in a row, they'll be able to steal Valiant's map pick. One that, going into Ascension, they look pretty strong on. Not necessarily perfect, losing in the grand final of Revolution, for example. Both teams getting an extra timeout. And let's be honest, Bromas with these timeouts has saved Valiant. The difference in how they play and how they look, they've started each of the halves fairly slow in both instances. Is it 4 or 5 rounds in a row at the start, or 5 rounds in a row on the defensive side in the second half of Sweet and Sour?
Yeah, Bromas was quite energetic with his calls yesterday. This time I sense a little bit of more Zen vibes from him, you know. It's a calming voice. Sort of saying, you guys are good. You know what to do. Play your game and you'll win. That's the sort of vibe I'm getting from him.
It ended with him saying, let's go. Wasn't super motivational, high energy. It's just clinical in these instances.
Just ground your team. Yeah, that's the art of a coach as well. It's not just having the right plays, but putting your players in the right mindset. Say the right few words. Enough to get them the right edge.
One of the things that Valiant working well with their attack was the attack operator. They've not opted for it now because naturally you don't have much money. But Ticey, however, one flash used wants to just bait out as much utility as possible, or at the very least, scare and force Valiant away from the A site into the 3 defenders that are on site, playing towards showers.
Yeah. Valiant, to no knowledge of theirs, they've avoided the glass cannon of Ticey. But they've also walked into the most heavily defended side of Sweet and Sour. Mosh looking to clear the back of the site. Again, Tempo caught into the corner. Famzam are there to assist. They're still holding on. They're not going to back out. Sweet and Sour are going to continue playing the game style they know how to play, but Valiant still go out on top one from that duel. And it's only half beat. Il Capitano at the back of the side and hold it down by himself. Good first shot. Tried to hide within the smoke, but it's not enough time for his team to arrive. Valiant don't want to let go of this game just yet, but Ticey's given an opportunity to clutch. There's a Vandal in front of him, but the fact that Nescas is there to the side, the moment a bullet is shot, he will be peeking or not, giving him the opportunity to cross. No, Nescas does shine through in the end, and we are still going in this first map.
Yeah, one of those instances where Sweet and Sour's aggression costs them, I think. Like, they had the read, they had the right players on the site. That initial bit of utility that was used, I don't think you need to go for this fight because you have the spike and people in hookah. There's no control, like you can't go for the TP and go fast A. They have to go B and you've just boxed them in. But you give them that freedom to execute at that point.
Safety's off.
Sweet and Sour doing damage, happy holding onto the site. It's a very close and unlucky trade that came in on him.
Well, Valiant seem to want to give Sweet and Sour a taste of her own medicine, and this time it's actually worked out to perfection. The perfect moment to do it, with a spike dropped, and Sweet and Sour with half the amount of players alive than Valiant do.
This disciplined side, though, starts to shine for Valiant up until Defo takes the peak. Don't want to be risking that. Sakake is only 36 HP too. Valiant now
Let's go.
pushing to go take space. It's a 2v2 effectively.
Oh, dear me. Well, there you go. Valiant had the better read, they had the early numbers, but it's that early aggression that's allowed them to gain that advantage.
Sweet and Sour now taking the time out themselves. Hasn't necessarily been like the read or adjustment. I think it's just a bit of retaking your composure. To be fair, after the timeout last time, they were able to bring this to OT. It really was a question of like who's going to be winning these defensive sides. Has been 6-all in both halves, so it's not as if it's leaning, attacking, or defending in a particular way. Now, a great position and question to pose for Sweet and Sour on how they want to deal with this now on their defense. Because really for them, I think it's just a case of like, you're getting the right reads, you're putting in the right pressure, you're scaring Valiant in the right ways. Just don't overcommit. Especially when time gets low, the pressure should be on Valiant, not you.
Valiant would love to have their own map, and being ahead of it's not have a opponents to pick on. Oh, the same could be said about having her off them already, and now having delicate this round. It's difficult, but again, Valiant one away from the first in this.
Tempo
stays is welcome. He's been caught a few too many times, and it's cut issue.
Like he threw his gun as well. I'm not quite sure what the hell happened there. I think he might have just got caught on that corner.
Saw you, Mosh.
Power back of sight, still replayed. So that's a good duration.
Molly.
That quickly threw it over.
Still one player of Nescas who's just going to take this fight, and Sweet and Sour starting to just fall apart individually. Dog does get the stun. I think it's more just a case of the
Spike planted.
him being out of sync for the time being, but half beat 1 versus 3 has it all to do, and the post plant unbreakable for Valiant.
Half beat 2 here. A 1-3. Captain that has joined mid through the season.
Molly.
Trying to make it work. On one end, no, this is just too tough. 3 players are there to overwhelm. Valiant takes home at the first map.
Yeah, a bit touch and go. It's another close loss for Sweet and Sour, but Valiant, their map pick just naturally goes their way. The play individually was spectacular in the right places. Individual clutches won out. And good calls as well from Bromas, the coach. Really important stuff. And so, yeah, it's tricky for Sweet and Sour. They do have that map pick coming up, but just having series like that end up close. We saw it from Diamant yesterday up on their map pick on Icebox, where it went super close in the end. They just lose out, and how much they fell off in that second map when they played Bind then. So Sweet and Sour, they need to be able to bounce back quickly. Otherwise, Bind could absolutely run away and Lotus if they're not careful.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, they've shown that they can do that before. So that's an imminent threat that Sweet and Sour need to take care of. It was such an epic fight. I think one of the best maps we've seen so far this season. And I hope this pace continues because it's just that epic. Stay tuned. After the short break, we'll be back quite soon.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves. searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and
You love me. Come, you love me. You love me. Come, you love me.
A fairly strong start to the defensive half from SNS, but the pressure from Valiant forced them to make one too many mistakes, and Valiant win out their map pick and the first game of today. Milan, talk us through your thoughts on that game.
I mean, you described it well already, right? It was very much a back and forth game. It seemed like it was going all the distance, they did, and then Valiant in overtime just pushed SNS over the edge. I think a few too many mistakes that SNS made. Valiant over the course of the entire map just punished them too often and led to this result.
There were definitely rounds though where we're like, oh my god, okay, SNS are actually surprising us. We were like, because usually SNS have a particular playstyle, right? Fairly aggressive. You kind of can't read them very easily. And a couple of rounds we're like, okay, this is kind of smart. It's something different that we're seeing from them. But it does, at the end of the day, look like Valiant ended up reading them. And a couple of Bromas's timeouts, I think Milan was kind of vital, right?
Yeah, I think this was a game of streaks, right? I think there was only one round where a team won a singular round in succession, but everything else was 2 or more rounds in a row, and that kind of painted the picture, and both of the timeouts from both sides had much impact on that, right? And I think that that's something we should definitely highlight, but I think also the calling from both IGLs, you know, really being able to play around the opponent's setups and understanding what they are doing made all the difference. And I think Sasaka in this case deserves a special shout out, because this constant aggression from SNS, they were constantly throwing, taking these 50-50. They did such a great job in punishing it today.
Yeah, I think as well we were all talking about, you know, Ticey and that outlaw kind of in the second half of the game, and then suddenly Defo brings out the op, and then that's kind of like our subject that we're talking about. You know, I think Defo with the op in hand was a lot better today than maybe what we previously saw yesterday when he played Jet on Icebox, which, you know, is really funny, because to say that he's kind of doing better with Raze on Bind with that op in hand, he's definitely a lot more warmed up today. Kind of comparing the two duelists, Marcus, what would you say was kind of like the different factors other than that op and outlaw?
I feel like the pace from sometimes between Ticey and Defo was different. Like, I know Ryan mentioned Defo and the way he was playing on the desk, but I kind of feel like Ticey is still a lot more aggressive than Defo, but Defo does like to clear so many angles and so many different angles with the operator, and I think that was one of their win conditions, was Defo trying to come online with that operator. And again, you mentioned it perfectly. It's a bit different when you have Defo, who's a very strong operator player, versus Ticey, who is a very strong rifle player.
Yeah, I think something definitely to touch on with Defo specifically is it's the amount of success that he was getting in these opening duels, right? On the course of this game, 10-3, gaining 7 significant round advantages for his team. That is massively impactful, right? And you touched on it already, Meg, as well. Like, the difference between him yesterday and today made all the difference for Valiant, I think.
Definitely. And I know, Milan, as well, there's a specific round that you wanted to talk about, and I think that was round 4. So take us through that one.
I think round 4, we're talking about the retake on the A side of the map. SNS has planted the bomb, and they decide to play in lamps, right? Doubling up in lamps, which allows Valiant to get onto the side for relatively free. And Sasaka immediately decides to just put the wingman on the bomb, and SNS has no counter to this. They have to dedicate so much utility in order to get these first people off the side. And if we look at how ridiculously close this retake is...
Look at it. Oh my god.
It's like a pixel off, right? And it's just because I think SNS was not setting themselves up properly for this post plant. And imagine rounds like this, they swing the other way. I think we could have had a much different series on our hands.
Yeah, I think we spent about 5 minutes trying to decide whether those 2 short players died and if it was the pinch, because it all kind of happened so fast. And even after the replay, we were like, we still need to go back and watch that round. But Marcus, there was another standout round for you as well.
It was, yeah, it was round 20, and it was, I want to highlight the use of the thrash as well. From Famzam, this is more towards sweet and sour. I'm pretty sure the round doesn't go sweet and sour's way, but Famzam detaining someone in the teleporter, right, is so important, right? Watch this. He detains someone, but the discipline here, they don't go through to try and find the kill, because obviously they know that Sakake could be there defending him. They just group up, they go towards CT, and they just play a 3 versus 2 retake, knowing that they have Thrash back online. And I'm pretty sure Famzam instantly pops the Thrash, and It's smart from Sakake here though, because he does try and get the timing, and it's a beautiful shot from Famzan. I don't think anyone expected this, right? We did not expect Famzan to pull his weapon out and instantly get the kill. And then we have the highlight round, which is Nescas. I don't really know if you can you fault SNS in this situation, Milan, or do you have to give the kudos to Nescas in this situation?
I mean, obviously this 1v3 is exceptionally well played, right? In the moment, there's so many things going on that make it hard for you to make the proper play. This is not the only clutch Nescas did that game, right? I think they had 4 clutches, I think, in total over the course of the first map. And if you're feeling it like that, you know, there's not that much you can stop.
Well, I mean, with Bind, we did expect that to go Valiant's way, but I don't think we expected it to be as close, although not shocking, seeing SNS's performance yesterday. And there were definitely a few rounds that were sort of, as I would like to describe, squeaky bum time. Very, very close rounds, a lot of stress. And I wonder if that's going to impact any players kind of going into that Lotus game, because it was an exhausting game for both sides. And although Valiant come out on top, this is SNS's map pick. So, Milan, I'm going to hand this one over to you. Talk to us a little bit about how you think Lotus is going to pan out.
I mean, I think the first thing that you ask is like, how does this affect players going into the second map, right? Obviously, getting a close game on the opponent's map pick gives you confidence, but then you also have the idea that perhaps you should not have lost that map because there was a couple rounds, like you said, squeaky bum time that maybe could have gone the other way. And if you win those, you're certainly in a completely different position. And for me, it's really about how SNS decides to use that, like use their feelings, how they comfort those emotions, and if they're able to overcome this, then I'm sure that they'll be good for the second map.
I also think experience is a very key word to use in this situation, because like you said, both scenarios, like you just mentioned, could happen. But I think when it's the side of SNS that might be going into this potentially not demotivated, but thinking that they should have won that game, because the experience behind all of those players isn't as much in comparison to Valiant, that may have an effect on the way they play, because Valiant would be able to bounce back in situations like that. But then you have to look at Sweeter and Sour and think, could they bounce back?
Yeah, I think the last thing kind of to touch on Lotus specifically as well, right? We talked about this is a map that up until yesterday, Valiant was on a 5-0 win streak, right? So it's a very interesting pick from the side of SNS to pick something that, you know, your opponent has looked historically pretty strong on. I know they won against R8 yesterday. I was there to watch it, but I'm still very curious to see why they picked this map rather than some of the other options that they had.
Because you mentioned as well earlier, Milan, that although they did win it out against R8 were playing with a sub. So maybe it just gave them a bit of confidence to come in and give Lotus another go off the back of them, you know, doing quite well despite, you know, obviously R8 maybe not having their usual team. So I wonder how it will kind of be, because of course Valiant before yesterday were very strong on Lotus, and they are starting out Lotus on their preferred side, and I think it will be really, really interesting to see how they get on. And I think it's going to be very important for Lotus the first few rounds, the momentum. I think we spoke about it yesterday quite a lot, how similarly to Bind, I think both teams struggled to build up any momentum. It was a lot of back and forth rounds. Do you think that we'll see Valiant kind of coming in and making an impact in those first sort of 4-5 rounds, Marcus, or do you think it will be similar to Bind where it's a lot of back and forth?
I actually think there's going to be a lot of back and forth early on. But then I feel like one of the teams will most likely get in their stride and try and get 6 or 7 rounds in a row. Like maybe we're going to be seeing a 9-3 half potentially from one of them. I do think it's going to be a different scenario this game. I don't know how you feel about it, Milan, but I'm not going to expect a similar game from what we just watched.
I mean, I think purely from the history of both of these teams, I think that they're the 2 fastest teams in play-ins, right?
Yeah.
And it's very weird because when we watched the game that we just saw, Valiant looks like a fairly standard default heavy slow place team. When, you know, on any other map against any other opposition, you get a completely different impression from them. And I'm very curious to see if we get, I mean, I think it's interesting, the question that you asked, like, hey, are we going to say the same thing? I think Lotus on itself leans itself much more to like surprising plays, right? Doing some faster executes here and there and seeing kind of how that translates to other things.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about, oh, sorry. I was just going to say, talking about that bonus specifically in the third round of Bind, you know, we saw Valiant doing the thing that we saw them also do yesterday, which was taking that space, walking as 3 men, and it is quite chaotic. But Marcus, I'm going to get you to start us off with Agent Select, which has now come through.
It's Deadlock. This is something that I want to see, something that maybe is going to slow them down a little bit, or do you think it will speed them up, Milan? Because you talk about both teams being super fast-paced. Of course, Sweet and Sour, they bring out the Breach, the Fade, the Raze, very heavy-hitting comps. But when you look at Valiant, we spoke about Deadlock quite a lot on stream yesterday. Do you think this pick is going to change their tempo or not?
I mean, with the lack of any initiator or like lurking utility, they kind of have to go for these faster plays, right? Getting onto the site is going to be the hardest thing for Valiant. And that's the sheer like objective for SNS. If they can deny those side takes, they will win the game. Once Valiant is onto sides with a Deadlock, with a Cypher, it's going to be very hard for them to confirm to the rounds.
Well, I mean, it will be very fun to watch, and it's not long until we find out how Deadlock pans out on Lotus, and I'm sure, again, we're going to see some really fun plays. But to take you through those plays, we do have 2 amazing casters on the other end. I think I keep calling them amazing. I'm like proper gassing them up today. I'm their biggest fan. Let me think of another word. Sensational, beautiful, fabulous.
Coming. Two more.
Nice.
Glamorous and educated.
Perfect.
Do we like those?
Wonderful.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure that they are ready on the other end to take you through the next map, which is Lotus. Over to you, Ryan and Pavlos.
I'm glad they added educated in the end there, because for a moment there I thought I was being judged by my looks. Ryan?
I would
know
have
all of them.
Shite, to be honest. That's sort of as encompassing. But I can tell you what isn't shite, this series, this map especially, you've got Valiant going back to a comp that they've been messing around with. This isn't like the first time that they've been running Deadlock. It's just intermittently through the Revolution Challengers League. They played it against Cicadas Gaming and won, and Acroma Gaming and won. So this is something that they've sort of thrown out, a bit of an ace up their sleeve. Sweet and Sour, similar to Bind, right? Trying to find that comp for them to work.
Sorry, I just saw a camera upside down.
I did as well. I was trying to think of a pun. Nescat's just turning the game upside down with some of those coaches.
No, Nescat's just went to Australia. In an hour. Sure. Alright, Sweet and Sour and Valiant taking on each other for the second map this series. Lotus being Sweet and Sour's pick, and they've got no other choice than winning it if they want to remain alive. Not only in this tournament, well, not only in this game, but this tournament as well. It will decrease their chances losing this match already. And we know how ties can go, how difficult they can be in judging, and Valiant are witnesses of that from their group yesterday.
Pretty much winning 2-0 might matter a lot for Valiant if they're not careful. Sweet and Sour, at least picking up another map, might be able to bring them to play another day. Hard work though, Sweet and Sour on the defense. This Valiant comp is going to be incredibly strong if they can get the plant down in these post-plant positions. That's if they can get there in the first place.
Well, already we've seen both teams sort of stabilize. You won't expect anything too early from them. The deepest we see any Sweet and Sour players half beat out on A, who will be confronted by a plethora of players who just jump spotted and will have to drop back, and so will Valiant off the back of a stun.
This is where Sweet and Sour, maybe those mistakes start to come out a little bit more if they over-dedicate fights, but the reads and the rotates have been pretty much stellar each and every time. 4 players at least leaning towards the A site, and Ticey forcing out an early fight. Gives a lot of space for Nescas at this point.
And Sweet and Sour know they've got to dedicate an extra player to the defense of the B site, and Famzam has been left all by himself. Calls for reinforcements as the tree door opens, but this has been all a ruse by Valiant. They just wanted to lure players onto A so they can safely navigate their way into B. Sarcake, I have been calling him Sakake. We've realized that is wrong. We apologize. It's Sarcake. And Tempo on the other end, he's all by himself, so finding a kill would be fruitful, to say the least, but He's not up against one. It's Defo to join the show, and Sakek wins his trade on the other side of the map. And there you go, Valiant, a very clean round to get things going.
Teammates, flawless, perfect, and Sweet and Sour, especially after Ticey dies, just all the air just deflates out of them. What are these individual fights that they sometimes might be able to do? Just every single one of them not going away of Sweet and Sour.
Here.
Just like I said, this rotation was right, but Ticey just aggressive on the angle. Can't quite connect. And when that structure goes down, it just opens up a lot of space for Valiant to use an exploit.
Yeah, Valiant are just going to play the safe. Ticey somehow finds a shot through the box. For a moment there, I thought it was just going to be a simple cleanup from Valiant, but it never is with these two teams, is it? Very close across the board. We've got Tempo being a bit sneaky, but he's already chunked down. And I don't think Valiant will go without checking this, although saying that now,
We said that
I
last
think
time.
I want to take it back. Yeah, they haven't checked it. That's the one kill, at least. So, Sweet and Sour have traded favorably, or well, equally, but Valiant still have the guns.
Not much of an upgrade for Halfbeat to get over here.
Nah.
He doesn't have a TP to actually get over the trip either if he wants to keep pushing, so he has to break it. At least it's good conditions show that Sweet and Sour are going to do that. And Valiant just push towards CT and get a nice kill.
That's true.
Cage triggered.
So Valiant just grouped up together, know they can find their strength in numbers here, knowing there's nothing really Sweet and Sour can do. No advantage can be found over them. And a nice escape point as well, given the trip was broken over on long. And that maybe stack has been created there to stop them. And they would have moved into their opposing side spawn if need be, but no, that's just taking precaution as we are 2-0 in lead of the French Challenger second place team.
Really just little chips of damage. The adjustments for Valiant are just nice, like they're well versed in how they want to play an approach. Obviously, it's a comp that they've not really got a lot of experience on, but experience nonetheless. Now they've got that bonus. Really just looks like a full buy with a few half armor here. The Sweet and Sour need to go careful, and realistically, I'm looking at Ticey. A lot of the fights that he's taken so far in like Lotus, granted it's only been a couple, he's been alone.
It's a crazy strong bonus from Valiant. It barely can be called a bonus. It's just if you exchange a Bulldog for an Odin for the other side of Sweet and Sour. Early stun. Nescas able to find escape. And with Ticey aggressing a bit too far forward, the spray of all of the Valiant players comes off with a kill.
They were trying to isolate the Cypher there alone, but Valiant in there just spraying through the cyber cage that was thrown down, managed to catch Ticey. Just sort of shows what's been going wrong for Sweet and Sour. They're trying to like make plays to find pockets of aggression, catch Valiant by surprise. This attacking default, people can just rotate so quickly to help out any players that are struggling, and also just in the rotations like this. It's a cake just using all this utility over towards C. It's pulled 3 defenders over. You can already see that the Breach and the Omen heading back. They've realized it's a fake.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but still Valiant just a step ahead so far. Not only with the early kill, but now with positioning into the A site. Even if Sweet and Sour position on time to the back of site, Valiant might have already found their way into it to begin with. The door opening, make sure that Sakake doesn't have a second position to take on. So the adaptation of Valiant is to move into the A site. 4v4, still anyone's game.
Spike planted.
And Sweet and Sour look to set up.
Just literally just full armor versus half armor. That's the difference. But now that the Deadlock can set up the stall with this wall, it's going to buy even more time. The retakes have been pretty decent on Sweet and Sour for bind. You have to be really good here because this setup is hard for Valiant.
Yeah, Jesse has dropped back so far, and so has the rest of the team. The closest player is Ambi, but the long distances seem to be favoring more than the shorter ones for this Valiant side. Sweet and Sour have found space, but can they control this line of fire? The most crucial one, which has got to do with the defusal of this spike. Only down halfway, as Heartbeat and Tempo are pretty down though already. Heartbeat can't hold on for his life for any longer, and Valiant have won their bonus.
Sweet and Sour just couldn't really get it together, right? It was just they had a 4 versus 4. Good movement from Jesse to sort of sneak around. Even finding it a little bit of a brief kill. Halfbeat wanted to try and flank around, but couldn't quite get on good enough angle. Jesse doing similar plays, who hasn't died yet, neither is Defo. Into the money for Sweet and Sour. Back to being pretty low. And this would have been a good opportunity for Sweet and Sour. I understand why they picked this map. When you see the likes of Valiant losing it yesterday against Galacticos and losing it hard. But here, it seems that they've like adjusted quite a lot. Sweet and Sour not able to show that same sort of structured aggression.
Sure. Well, Gravnet shortly caught Halfbeat earlier, but uses Hobbit to escape. And he's got teammates galore in that direction. Dicey solo defender. Now, Sweet and Sour, short distances, could find some damage here. And there'd be no strangers to them, given that they've got sheriffs as well. Little hand cannons. Parano misses the mark on Defo though, and it could have been a bit of a waste. It also indicates that Sweet and Sour are ready to pounce if it's an A hit. So Valiant, recalibrate.
We've got a whiff that there's a majority players over towards A. One of the things for both sides that might suit them is on Bind you have to be a lot more intentional with where you're taking space, where you're taking lurks and timing. But Valiant have not been afraid to spread out here. They're putting that pressure towards C. The only thing that's over here to check is the camera and then seeing if this trip gets broken. Spike is staying towards A actually. Valiant hoping that it might be able to pull the rotation, but Sweet and Sour with a low buy. They've gambled on A and they're gambling right.
Oh, I think Phantom got spotted. There's that attempt. Valiant to move in. They also know that Jesse is nearby. They hear the judge, so they think it might not be the best idea. A warning shot comes out from Halfbeat, but it's Temper to find the first shot here from Sweet and Sour. Ticey closes up the gap, but Valiant have found their way to safety. Can a gun be upgraded to? A Bulldog, is it enough? A Vandal instead might be even better. Ticey to lead the charge, but Creamy wasn't quite ready for him. Tried to set up his teammate with a flash, but wasn't there on time. And Valiant are starting to create quite the streak.
Sweet and Sour, they bring it close. Time was low. Prowler was actually one of the most impactful things that came out of Cake, actually. Throws the Prowler into secret, it connects onto one. Just because of the low buy that Sweet and Sour on, he's like, okay, yeah, there's probably a judge or a shorty around this corner. They wait and get this done. Trying to peek out. And then just here, just the weapons upgraded shove for Sweet and Sour at this point, but just individually taking fights one at a time. Now there's a full buy. It could be 5 for Valiant. Sweet and Sour not careful. Immediately Valiant grouping up and fighting B.
There they are, definitely the charge. Showstopper finds its mark. Creamy tries to play the waiting game, and it is for good measure.
How do you not kill
Ali
him?
moves out of the smoke with it. Shotgun. It's incredible. The fact that Valiant have just taken what Sweet and Sour had been doing the previous map and doing it themselves. Sweet and Sour want to fight back, and Ticey has found a showstopper with Ambi's name on it.
No Theft is going to give a good amount of information, but Valiant not over-dedicating to either side. In fact, right in the middle, and choose C or A or even re-hit B at this point. Empo's still just holding the line, has a bit of support, and Ticey immediately taking all of A main control.
So Cake will pivot now towards C. There is a cam there.
He's only seen one though.
Takes a picture. The tripwires might be tricky to navigate, and Tempo having the Odin there can simply spray as soon as they enter his proximity.
Nice.
It couldn't be better for Tempo, and it's the way that Sweet and Sour use to get onto the score sheet.
Finally on the board, chaotic fight to say the least. Could have easily gone humongously wrong for Sweet and Sour, especially with, I think, who was it? The Famsam that was taking this fight here? No, Creamy.
30 seconds left.
Just all taking the brunt of the shots that were in on that corner, but Defo not quite clearing that position.
Yes, this should do.
Still, however, the money is great for Valiant.
Flash goes there.
Now they have a good idea on what the Odin play is going to be as well towards C with a Cypher.
And they're building more and more ultimates, and the instance they have to use it from the shadows from Jesse to gain information, or even as a fake, seems to have been brought out straight away. Sweet and Sour aggress themselves towards that right-hand side. It's a lot of information, but they've opened up a room for Nescas to move into B. It doesn't really mean that Valiant are moving into B. Instead, they'll have an extra angle of attack to C. and take over the back line, maybe even spawn. Tempo needs to be careful here. He can read that something is not clear, so he's able to shake things up a little bit himself. Elisa Cake is holding down the back line for now, and Sweet and Sour don't seem to be able to gain a real grasp of this round just yet. Tempo waiting to move out of the smoke. He knows where Ambi is, and with the aftershock, he could be funneled into his position. Gravnet drops. The TP is a fake again by Jesse. But Valiant know the right moment to pounce, and they'll rip Tempo and Creamy's faces to pieces as they'll continue being in their winning ways.
Such a good round from Valiant. Just having that Omen fake TP over towards A, it pulls those B players over to Prowler, check backside, make sure the Omen hasn't stuck it. And in that brief moment, Nescas is able to lurk and find that space on B to cut through. Here it's just pandemonium. Defenders and attackers seeming to flip spawns, but when you have all of that deadlock utility on site and any stuff from Cypher as well if they're still alive, you're just buying time on this post plant.
Yeah, and offering a word to Sweet and Sour here, trying to cool them down a little bit. Things don't seem to be under their control. They have been proactive in instances, trying to make this map their own, but Valiant seem to be a step ahead, and it's getting frustrating, you can tell. They're a map behind as well. This is their own map pick. Losing this will likely mean their end in Ascension play-ins.
And pretty much when you have like a play-in stage like this, round robin, a 2-0 loss pretty much seals the deal. You got Novo waiting in the wings, maybe scared of both these teams at this rate because both of them are antagonistic.
Sure.
Sweet and Sour having the timeout, but they're on a bonus. Their fights on B, well read. Valiant have mostly been coming out on top. Granted, they've lost a couple of players.
An opportunity for Valiant to increase this lead. Not much left in the arsenal of Sweet and Sour. Although they might have a decent setup for this. A Guardian in place for Ticey, spotted out by a Prowler. I think it was the Stinger that shot it though, so the element of a Guardian still not present in Valiant's minds.
I've been seeing some action, smokes come in and people actually rotating away. Icy's just trying to look for a fight, but I think he's been in a position where Valiant have avoided him for the most part. Can't find those opportunities and find that impact, right?
True, and you can say the same for Postplants, right? He's never really been in a position where he can find the impact. He's usually one of the first to die. So he hasn't had a chance to be impactful for the clutch. The stun, as well as isolating Sircake, is enough for Tice to find an early kill.
On him.
Yeah, goodbye. That's Tice's life. Cocooned, and instead of turning into a beautiful butterfly, he'll drop into the ground.
Gifted a neural theft too, right to the doorstep.
Wow. Step by step, Valiant are finding themselves further and further ahead. The two remaining players, they've only got pistols. You've got to balance the importance of not handing over orbs to your opposing team, but also trying to take care of their weapons, get rid of their economy. So if they can do a bit of both by putting pressure onto the spike diffuser, that's what they're going to do. But Nescas is there to clear it all up himself. Getting to that neural theft a second time around a little bit quicker by getting 2 kills this round. And a 6-1 lead for the French side.
It's a great kind of momentum for Valiant to be taking into the next series too, as they're the ones playing next, I believe, right? Against Novo. Sweet and Sour playing a little bit later today. It could be done by the time that we get to that third series if Valiant do 2-0 Novo there too.
This goes here.
Echo 10-1 as the attack up again, and it was a nightmare for Sweet and Sour to deal with. A team that love to attack up themselves.
Even though Valiant won the previous map, I feel like Ticey was the star of the show when it comes to the duelist fights. He was the one that usually won those, and Defo is definitely getting the chance this time, but not for long, as Heartbeat is able to deal with 2 by himself. Not quite sure if there was assistance of any utility there, but
Oh dear.
Dicey gets dealt with on the other end. Valiant creating openings even under pressure, not giving up, whatever the instance. But Teppo has got the best gun he could hope for. Tripwise yet to be broken. Although he'd love the same thing to happen as it did a couple of rounds ago. The trip at the back of the site has been broken and the spike can be planted.
Ooh. Nice adjustment for the trip, actually, to see the Valiant trying to counter this as much as possible. A lot of damage was taken from Jesse, but not fatal.
Well, Sweet and Sour at least have the numbers and are looking to amp up the pressure here. Sakei, perfect position to deal with tempo as he tries to crouch peek Rolling Thunder, though. It's going to complicate the affair. Did Sakei get caught by it? I think Ambi did, but he doesn't care because he's got a Gravnet of his own, and now he's right back in good position to deal with his clutch. Creamy looking to close up the gap, and Ambi not only anticipates it, but he pre-buys it. Creamy is a dead man, and so is this round for Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, we had our problems, I suppose, with Ambi on bind. Very little impact kill-wise, and some fights that he probably should have won. But here, 8 and 4 so far, 8 and 3, sorry, on kills, and winning a nice clutch and doing it with a good amount of panache too. Didn't seem to be too threatened. 7-1 scoreline in favor of Valiant, and Sweet and Sour, the bad boys of Northern Europe, have really not posed a threat on their map pick so far. They're on an eco yet again.
Being the IGL, you don't really often have attention turned towards you. But Sakei this round did everything to save it for Valiant.
It's a 3v5.
They'll continue that pressure. Yeah, it was a brilliant job. I think he might be the oldest in Ascension players. I might need someone to fact check it, but he's at 29 years old. I think he might have that from now. Oh dear, the turnaround from Sweet and Sour.
Senile, he's that old.
Yeah. Oh dear, Creamy doubling up with a Sheriff, and that's the full topsy-turvy. That's Sweet and Sour wanted. Nesca's trying to turn it right back around, but Defo's the only player alive for Valiant to try and deal by himself.
With Outlaw 2 trying to punish the half-armors. Heading over to the A site, but it seems that Ticey might cut him off. But this fight, Ticey can't get traded. It's a 1v1.
And Ticey has got that line covered. Good headshot position of that crossfire. And there you go. Sweet and Sour are never out of the party. Whatever guns they have, they're never going to be done.
But that's what you need to see, right? Just some sort of fight back from Sweet and Sour on rounds that they maybe shouldn't win. Especially when you lose a round where you have the advantage. Halfbeat finding 2 kills and still losing. There's Sweet and Sour on a low buy, able to turn it around with good fights.
I'll tell you what, Ryan, this could be an opportunity for Sweet and Sour to get a few in a row here. They built up a good ult economy, built up their cash flow. This might be their moment to bring things back.
Yeah, if they don't get it though, Valiant get to 8 and it's another eco required for Sweet and Sour. The money is just good enough for Valiant to keep working with for the time being. They do have the showstopper for Defo, and he's just going in.
Oh, and Dicey with a corner position will bring back a showstopper of his own. A great comeback, great anticipation of Valiant's play, but it's not just over just yet. A 2v3 is definitely not over. Great paranoia and repositioning from the TP. The double up kill, the spray transfer from Jesse might have just saved the day. Halfbeat from behind, Jesse nearly reads it, but the crosshair position by Halfbeat was enough to secure the round for Sweet and Sour.
Really good effort though from Jesse. They sort of see with that fight, that smoke dropping, that there's 2 players on the left-hand side cubby of C. Exactly where Ticey was playing from just then. So the paranoia comes through, he TPs to a nice corner, and they just don't expect it or don't read it fast enough. Luckily, Halfbeat with the flank all the way around. It's the least expected play for Jesse in that instance. And now we're starting to see Sweet and Sour win some of these clutches again.
And we're seeing energy back in their camp, you know, shouting. That's what we know them to do out in Challengers North. They've always been the enthusiastic and energetic bunch, but they've been quiet so far this first game. Now, maybe get that energy back.
Gotta pace themselves, that's why. I see trying to take a fight with the operator, not overextending a little bit, but you do have some support from the breach. Chipping away as much as they possibly can, and the ultimate's 4 available for Valiant, but the money is getting incredibly tight.
Well, Jesse, I have no idea how he did that. He was faced up against 3 and still gets away with 1 and his life. Not too bad, exactly what Valiant need. Tempo, Vo to the back of the site is called to action. Uh-oh. He's been caught. Heartbeat is trying to save his teammate's life. In the meantime, holding the site, which he's able to do neither. And Sweet and Sour are in dire straits this round as Defo looks to clean up himself. And Valiant aren't going to allow Sweet and Sour to get too many rounds in a row.
That was a lovely round, though. You used the Nightfall to connect onto the one player on site with Tempo. You follow the Prowler, you see where the Prowler hits, and that's where you yeet the Annihilation to catch him. There's just one player with those ultimates, and then you have the Neural Theft used as his corpse sort of lands right by the feet. It's like chain, this tether, the Prowl onto the Annihilation, onto the Neural Theft to finish it. Lovely, like, little team play. There's all just from Sweet and Sour putting a lot of pressure on B and C, leaving the Cypher on A to just try and be a meat grinder. But he was the one that ended up getting caught.
Sweet and Sour might be in the best possible position, given that Valiant are throwing all of their players to this A site hit. And it's Sweet and Sour that are coming out on top. Not again! Not another Thrifty! Ticey just moves into their faces with a stinger. And there's absolutely nothing Valiant can do. They were blind, they were deafened, and they are all now in the dirt. At least they've got the lead by the halftime, but Sweet and Sour end on a high note.
Luckily, yeah. But Valiant, just the money was constantly in their favor. Not really punished enough, and it was just a couple of like wild-ditch attempts towards the end for Sweet and Sour to bring it to a relatively even half. Attacking side is where you want to be doing the majority of the damage. It was the side that Valiant chose to do first on the map choices, Sweet and Sour. So 8-4 might not be enough necessarily for Valiant to hold out hope for, but it's like if they win this pistol, Sweet and Sour squad that has to win this map and the next of Ascent sort of comes down to that. But they had a really good chance to bounce back yesterday against R8. They were map down, losing 13-11, similar to today, very close towards the end. But reverse sweep, they have to do the same here.
That they do. Valiant looking to move together. Sort of have a wide approach, but with a strong center. Waits to see if Tempo crosses them. He does. Takes a lot of damage. But Sweet and Sour use that information to take over A.
Not ready yet.
3 players flanking all the way around. And Tempo's just on another side of the map completely with the utilities just might slow him down too. It's late.
He's in a different universe.
He has to hurry up. That's the main thing.
Not on an island, he's in a different galaxy. Heartbeat faced up against the Valiant defenders. They peek together, they both take damage, but they get the kill done and dusted with. Sweet and Sour, though, are finding some returning kills, but the fact that Ambi and Defo are still alive, it means they've got the numbers. Again, they're low, and the Paint Shawls are very well positioned, allowing for the halftime defusal. They line up, but Defo is damn accurate with that ghost, and is allowed to get the defusal to put Valiant on 9.
Oh, just that little small combo in the end for Valiant was nice too. The nade and the grab net right into drop. Like Tempo, it took a while for him to get onto site with that late lurk, and it seemed that once he got the kill on Heaven that I might be able to lock it in. But just the rest of Sweet and Sour, they had played back site, they weren't playing towards where the spike was planted anymore. They lost a lot of that space because of those 3 or 4 players that flanked all the way around on this defense. Just comes down to individual fights, but that flick from Defo, I'd love to see it from his POV. Very close, both on time and on kills.
Thing is, still a while ago, 4 rounds required, and 4 by Sweet and Sour to catch up. They have gotten thrifties. It's the buy rounds, it's the full buy versus buy rounds that the Sweet and Sour have mostly struggled with. Valiant seem to have their opponents read. Ambi forcing away, baiting Defo. But instead it's Ambi that gets the first kill from that exchange. They leave that fight knowing they've handed over a rifle, a Vandal. Best rifle they could have given, actually. And Sweet and Sour trading equally still might just give them a chance.
Most players from Valiant switching over to be playing on A. You got the double trips on C, but outside of that, there's not really too much in. It's going to get one of them, and then the other one's just broken. Question is how Nescas, how impactful he can be, because he's flanking all the way around too. But each of the Valiant players coming from different positions gives 1v1s for Sweet and Sour.
And Dicey is going to look for those one-on-ones. Not let Valiant get too far forwards and group up in time. Everybody from Sweet and Sour wins their fight. And again, it's a Thrifty to put them on the board.
It's major, isn't it? That's the only rounds that Sweet and Sour have been winning, realistically, have been free low buys. Hoping to do some real focus here. And it's again when you got Valiant actually finding the first 2 kills. Briefly, it was a 5v3 in their favor. Now Ticey's starting to come back online, 16 and 10, right behind Defo. And I think one of the big sort of adjustments that Sweet and Sour made in those instances is Creamy is always with him. The duo is going to do a lot together.
Tempo does get away from the Seize and Shell combo. Neska sticks onto the side. That's greedy. Does get the first shot connect. But, of course, he will end up dropping. Ticey is all too familiar playing this angle. Trying to catch anyone looking to push past him. Valiant are always falling victims to that position. Might be something you want to read upon. But I think Sweet and Sour, with the past couple of rounds, have come in with a statement. They're not here to mess around. That Lotus is still their own map pick. And on attack, they'll want to be in control.
At this point, Valiant don't want to give full obs away too much, especially for Ticey, who's not too far away. Peeking and taking the fights. Jesse is able to get a couple before he's eventually traded, so it does mean that Valiant doing some damage.
Maybe some more? Why not?
He's going to have his
There's no time to defuse. Ambi will run away with the Vandal. Does he get away? Yes, he does.
He's fine. Just denying Sweet and Sour anything more. Saves a little bit of money, which is nice when you don't really get a bonus. You don't get a chance to have a round ahead, right, where you can keep money tight. Here, though, it's kind of like Sweet and Sour actually running a bonus themselves. Just rifles, they have the Outlaw. Good read because it's pretty much half armor across the board for Valiant.
Yes, this should do.
Gotta watch out for Defo Showstopper. He's used them very early on and he's heading towards B.
You're right. That's the scary part. Stun straight off the bat. Although Sweet and Sour don't do much with his mound space apart from putting the Showstopper in Ticey's hands. Still early doors, but both Sentinels from Valiant have posted up on C.
Just a good read, right? Showstopper, it's one of the best sites you want to be hitting with. Brute forcing your approach, and speaking of brute force, Rolling Thunder not too far away for Creamy either. That might come online if they can get to a post plant. A couple of kills. The read is right yet again. 4 players looking to just jump on this A site and bunker up as much as possible. It's just scary when you've got a deadlock a part of that pack too.
What's it about these buy rounds and Valiant having the right read? It's like they're living in Sweet and Sour's heads and know exactly what is going on. It's the perfect hold, and they're happy to keep the utility that they have over on C to be enough to hold their opponents back for now.
30 seconds.
And look how paranoid Sweet and Sour are. They want to make sure every corner is being taken.
They don't know where the raise is. That Showstopper could just come out at any given moment. And it's whether Tempo clears this corner. He spots him, but he misses. Showstopper's going to go out onto the C side, but it's empty.
Yeah, good read for Sweet and Sour to move into the C site. Valiant looking to move in together. Ticey not putting that Showstopper where he would have liked onto an opponent's body. As it's a two-sided approach for this retake. Sweet and Sour taking the fight to them, though, into Waterfall. This could be explosive. Valiant are expecting it. They anticipate it. They read Sweet and Sour once again, but does that matter? Sweet and Sour throw themselves into the fight, but the Showstopper is what Valiant need to end this fight altogether.
I see.
There you go.
Down. Yeah. I mean, what for like Sweet and Sour, it's just them being over aggressive. They were so low on time, they were so low on space and information. They had to go and try and take something, but it was just a more poised, passive approach for Valiant. Not needing a timeout at all on this map. Ramas has just been sitting pretty, and Jesse has just been this stonewall approach. And I do quite like the way that the Annihilation's been used from the Deadlock too, just to confirm situations that they don't want to get out of hand. Sweet and Sour still have a buy. Rolling Thunder now. Might just head straight towards C instead of leaving it late like last time.
They found my wire. Cage triggered.
Throwing nets.
Flash out. Sweet and Sour are going to be giving the space, but it's a false sense of security as Ambi is close by, and he does get one while avoiding any contact himself. So Cake is smart to hold down this position. The Prowler comes in just on time to alert him of Tempo's presence. Tyson on one end wins his fight, and so Cake controls B for himself, jumping over any obstacle he needs to make sure that C is still under their domain.
Yeah, this wall now becomes a problem for the defenders, that they have to clear their own Deadlock wall. Yes, he's going to be pushing through. He has the paranoia, but look at where the breach is positioned.
And that breach will be catching Jesse off guard. It's exactly what Sweet and Sour need. B with the numbers advantage as they hold down from Mound. Ticey still being a menace on side makes that Valiant need to isolate these fights one by one. And Defo doesn't have much time to do both, which will leave him with a bullet between the eyes as Creamy finds that shot expertly well. And Sweet and Sour make sure that they are within arm's reach of Valiant.
Yeah, Creamy's just been that rock now. He started to have a huge amount of impact. And Ticey, you'd almost see and expect him to really shy away from going for some of those fights, to start panicking and to feel like he's losing a lot of those first duels instead of winning them. You had Milan talking about Defo, like 10 and 3 on first kills, first deaths. Ticey just trying to catch up and almost being the problem for Sweet and Sour in some of those cases. But no, here he's doubling down and he's finding success again.
Oh, Valiant are looking to take their turn in aggressing, taking up early A main space. But the camera in charge of holding down C, there's enough information for them to be comfortable in holding this angle. Will Sweet and Sour still come out on top in the fight? Have they spotted out Jesse though? Look, it's a pistol round. You don't expect much from them. So they were forced to get in a gamble stack going. But the cleaner the better for Sweet and Sour. If they don't lose any guns, they'll start to build an impenetrable economy. That's exactly what they're looking to do.
Ooh.
Only one kill goes their way here for Valiant. And Sweet and Sour maintain their precedence on this attacking side.
Charges.
I don't know if we're seeing Valiant start to panic a little bit with this comeback.
There.
I guess it's just still surprising now. They've lost 4 out of the last 6 rounds, and just as I mentioned it, just wondering when we would see the first timeout for Valiant at this point. And these were massively impactful over on Bind. This last round, it was just an eco, but now that you're going into a timeout for Bromas, full buy here. You can see what ultimates Sweet and Sour have available. It also gives Sweet and Sour a chance to look at, okay, there's a Neural Theft, there's an Omen ultimate. So Cake is 1 away from having the Nightfall. Where has he been playing? Is he going to fight for a certain orb? Should we try and deal with that? Should we try and avoid it? Maybe there's just something that we need to do a little bit more. We're over-dedicating towards C too early, for example. Let's fight for A main a bit more too.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your perspective on this, Ryan. Having been in coaching shoes before, interesting to see. You know, every coach has a different way of navigating situations like this. But Bromas seems calm. He seems composed. They still have a map under their shoulder, as well as a bit of a lead here. Yes, they haven't been as successful as Sweet and Sour on the attacking side so far, as on their defending side rather now. But they can definitely rebound here.
It's like you're letting Sweet and Sour ramp up by just taking first engagements early. So one of the main things is just faking some pressure, at least on C. Seeing if Sweet and Sour dedicate a lot of utility to try and retake it. If they haven't, you kind of know that they're heading towards A at least. The thing about A is, it is a nightmare setup. But the trips, we're having a good look at it so far with the trips, but the Execute's going to try and come through all of it.
You can have as many traps as you want, but if there's no one there to punish you by hitting them, then it doesn't really matter. Sweet and Sour have entered with no one to stop them. And Valiant, yeah, they've grouped up, but they've already lost their player. Ambi finally being able to find a trade. Jesse is able to catch them by surprise. Pants down by Sweet and Sour. Showstopper to change up the tempo. But Jesse is just superior, tripling up and putting Valiant back into winning ways.
He could do no wrong. He's like walking on water, or Showstoppers at least. And just Valiant, it was all about the setup, right? Everything was in a position to work with, and it comes down to another 1v1 for Valiant to win. Just fighting in on backside, fighting as the execute comes through. Sweet and Sour, just their plan from that timeout was to just execute hard on A. Valiant were just in the perfect positions to deal with it. Ambi top fragging as well now for his team on this deadlock. Totally different look for him in comparison to what he was doing on Bind.
Well, Sweet and Sour know how to play aggressive. They've amped up the pressure, now moving very quickly into the A site. Nightfall's already dropped. And in the meantime, Abby doubles up in the process. Somehow, Spike has been dropped. Valiant seem to be fully under control, and now Jesse is in the fight. As we've been watching his point of view since the start of this round.
Yeah.
And tempo now will end up dropping as well. Yeah. Jesse didn't need to do much in that endeavor, if that's the story we're painting. 12-8 here for Valiant, one away from securing the series.
Yeah, it happens. I've seen that happen for a while, to be fair, but yeah, Ambi now just confirming a position, confirming match point, and potentially their place in the top 4. All they'd have to do is beat Novo, and doing it with good fashion. There's always a chance for Sweet and Sour to make it back, but it pretty much comes down to round differential, modern maps. They have to hope that Novo 2-0 Valiant, and then Sweet and Sour 2-0 Novo later on. I feel like we've very rarely seen Sweet and Sour look this nervous, really.
I mean, it's one round and the whole season is over, right? And it makes sense to be nervous. They've fought teeth and nails this entire year. They started up with nothing. They started out with just being newcomers to this league. Yeah, okay, some of them had more experience than the others, but never really made it to a stage. Then, okay, they've had some issues in the middle with their roster, so Halfbeat's been brought on. He had more experience and more to offer in the captain slot. But they've grown along the way, made friends and foes. But the moral of the story is they've reached further than anybody expected them from the start. And they still want to remain in this fight. They don't want it to be over. Who blames them? One round and it could be it, but Valiant are standing strong.
There's that aggression back, and already Jesse just taking the fight headlong and able to get out as well without being traded. The thread's starting to pull apart a little bit for Sweet and Sour.
Sweet and Sour, with one player down, have got to find an opening somewhere. You know what I said about traps and there being players and there not being players? Well, there are definitely 2 of them here now, and a ton more traps where that came from. The Gravnet holds Famzam down for a bit, but he's got the assistance of his team. 50 seconds, by the way. You can tell Sweet and Sour getting antsy.
Avoiding the site with the majority of Sentinel utility. It's again whether Jesse gets cleared on this corner. Tempo's been mostly winning out or finding those bits of spaces, but with 35 seconds left, he's just holding the angle, hoping for something, and Valiant aren't quite sure what's going on either.
Well, Defo ends up dropping. Jesse is there to trade. Sweet and Sour can't afford this round to be just mere trades as they're already down in players. Ambi is there. Sakake won't survive long, but it's Famzam in the clutch seat. He's had a couple of moments this series, some brilliant moments, but the paranoia ensures he is blind as a bat as he ends up falling slap into the ground. And it's Valiant to start off the day with an amazing 2-0 to get them ahead in the final chance group.
Yeah, no need to be rubbing your eyes. You've got another series on after this up against Novo. But winning this one 2-0, it puts you in a grand position no matter what. Novo having to do a lot, not only having to beat Sweet and Sour 2-0 later, as well as win this series that's upcoming, but to do it on round differential, which is the only thing that Sweet and Sour are kind of hoping could go their way here. The chances of them making top 4 now for Ascension play-ins are so slim, but there's always still a chance.
Yeah, I think the only way Sweet and Sour can qualify is by them winning their next match 2-0, and the rest of and Valiant losing their match 2-0. I think that's the only way.
And
that's
losing
the
it
only
hard as
possible
well.
way.
Like losing the first map of Bind in OT favors them a little bit at least.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here, everybody, but let's have a look how things go. Make sure you stay tuned. This is still an ongoing fight. Make sure you're back for it.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will take it.
Listen vibração chama pra dançar! La moitié en principe, on est en train de le faire, les Valiants qui vont aller chercher la victoire.
Valiant showing us why Lotus is one of their strongest maps, taking on SNS with a deadlock and a dream, and they are one step closer to playing KPI tomorrow with their 2-0 series win. Milan, what were your highlights from Lotus?
I think going into the map, doing a compositional switch on the side of Valiant, and for it to pan out so well must feel amazing, right? I think we all expected a close map based on the first one, but I mean, even though the score doesn't reflect it, for me it felt like Valiant was in control basically the whole game.
It definitely felt dominant, 100%. And I mean, I feel like at the start of this series, or at the start of this game, sorry, I did say that we might see a 9-3 half. I wasn't too far off because it was 8-4. But like you said, it did feel super, super dominant from the side of Valiant. Sweet and Sour, they did have some good rounds. And again, Ticey, one of the people I told you to keep your eye on, had a fantastic game. Yes, they lost. Famzan struggling a little bit down there, but look, that's the initiator life, I feel like sometimes, right, Meg?
Yeah, I think SNS just took a little while to find their feet. We saw them kind of really coming into find themselves when they were taking that early aggression, starting off with Halfbeat in A main where he finds 2. You know, he's taking that on his own and just is an aim demon and finds those 2. But from then on, we see, you know, Creamy alongside his gang taking B and finding 3 with his Deagle, Sheriff, oops. And yeah, I think, you know, that was kind of when they started to come back in the game a bit more. But it was just a bit too late, unfortunately. You know, Valiant were looking strong and they carried on that way all the way until the very end. So it was a great performance from them. But it's not over for Sweet and Sour because they will be heading into their next game, which we won't be seeing on broadcast, but will be happening. No, we will.
We will be
no,
seeing
we
it.
literally. I was still in the mindset of yesterday, where like there were so many games we didn't have the privilege of seeing, but we will. That's happening after the next one, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, they're on the 3rd series.
They are. Okay, amazing. Well, anyway, I'm going to stop getting everything wrong and waffling, as we do have Sakake on the other end to talk about today's games. We've got him in now. Hello, how are you, Sakake? Welcome.
Hello.
How
doing
are
good,
you feeling after that amazing win?
Feeling good, you know. Back to our normal.
Yeah, it was so amazing to watch, honestly. You had some amazing moments, but I want to talk a little bit more about Bind, because Sweet and Sour did push you to your limit and take you to overtime. So I just wanted to know, how do you keep yourself kind of focused during those sort of more tense moments like overtime?
Honestly, it's just round by round, you know. And if some round doesn't work out, we have saying now, Roger Federer, you know, that you forget about the last round, you know, and you focus on the next one, and that's all you can do, you know. And that's exactly what overtime is about, you know. If you lose the first round, you will win in the next one, and you will just win the next round of the overtime, you know. And that's what we did.
I feel like that's exactly how every team takes it, right, round by round, especially at this stage of the game, right? Because it's a tense part of your season, right? This is like the the do or die kind of moments. Literally. I just want to talk to you about the deadlock pick as well, because you've used this against a Chroma before, and I just wondered if it was something that now you are super comfortable with.
Honestly, on the Lotus, when it comes to switching the breach and deadlock, is just how we feel about the opponents, what we feel like they're doing, what will counter them the most. And it's honestly, in the end, it's Ambit's decision, honestly. He picks what he wants to play during the week that we are preparing, or during the day, you know. Today we kind of forced him into the deadlock just because we knew he's going to perform on it, you know. And he did an amazing job as always. But as I said, Lotus for us is we can play both comps solidly, you know. And we are not afraid to play both of them.
Yeah, because sometimes you obviously float the Killjoy as well instead of the Cypher, which is always interesting. My last question about Deadlock as an agent. Is Deadlock making a mark on Valorant now as a whole? Are more teams starting to use Deadlock on different maps?
I would say so. It's definitely Lotus, I think, is one of the best maps for it. Abyss, you might see it as well. We'll see, you know. We tried to do it on Split as well. There, it up and down, you know, instead of the Sage. I don't know, it's interesting agent, you know, and you definitely need to have game plan around it, you know. It can be just okay, we will replace this agent with this agent, you know? It doesn't work like that. You have to, the team needs to play around it, your gameplay needs to be around it. On Lotus, I think we do a good job.
Yeah, no, I mean, a fantastic job. Not a good job, it was a fantastic job. Ambi played super, super well. I mean, you all did.
Yeah.
You all came together and played well. I don't want to keep you too long because obviously you are going to be playing the next series. Busy day for you guys. You're up against Novo. Haven't got the longest break, so I want to just ask you, how are you going to be using these kind of next few minutes, like 10, 20 minutes? Are you just going to go chill, or are you going to stay on the computer and focus more?
I think usually we take like 10 minutes break, you know, but then we talk about the map pool and what maps are we playing, and then we talk about what we know about the current map that we will play first, you know. The next maps we don't care, honestly. We just take it map by map. So we will just talk about the first map that we will play against them, you know, what info we have on them, stuff like that.
Round by round, map by map. Love
Exactly.
it. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate
Series by
it.
series, one more.
Yeah, literally one more. And good luck on your next game. Well, it'll be great to watch you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we slide back in with Milan. Do you know what? That whole like transition kind of like scared me a little bit. I got too excited and then I also got a little bit scared because I didn't know when Milan was leaving and Sakake was coming in. But we do
got a
have
little dizzy from it.
Yeah, motion sick. But we do have Milan back to talk a little bit more about Lotus. And I am literally going to throw it straight to you, Milan, because I know that there is somebody that you want to talk about in a few specific rounds. So take it away.
I think that, I want to highlight Ambi, right? Switching from the breach into the deadlock and playing such a great map, right? Not only top fragging, but also the amount of impact that he was having with his utility and everything. I think it deserves a shout out. So I think we'll have some B-roll that we're cutting right into. But the amount of utility or the amount of value that he was finding both on the attack and defense by getting his walls down, placing the sensors in order to clear positions and stuff like that. I think he just did a fantastic job playing this agent specifically, and it was a very big difference switching from, you know, a Sky or a Breach or a much more supportive agent than something like a Deadlock, you know, where he was almost playing it like a supportive agent, even though the kit doesn't necessarily lean that way, or you should lean that way. And I think that's something that I was personally very impressed with.
Yeah, I think it's sorry.
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I was just gonna say.
Go on, you go. No, you go.
No, you go.
Ah, she's let me go. I want to just follow on from the Ambi conversation and just say that yesterday when we spoke to him, he did say about how when he's vocal, he kind of feels more in his flow, right? So I feel like him being on Deadlock, being able to also help with the IGLing and with some of the calling, I think both of them just go hand in hand, and he had a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I was just literally going to say about Sakake and how he literally said Ambi plays kind of who he wants to play. And I think it's really interesting, like you said, about those kind of role switches and him taking on that Deadlock and then doing so well. I definitely think it suits him very, very, very well. Did we talk about round 19 already, Milan?
No, we need
there was another round I wanted to highlight where he was... I think when you specifically talk about the Deadlock, right, a lot of people don't value the sonic sensors as much. And I think Ambi, this game had a super cool play, which I'm sure we'll see on the screen in a second, where in order to get the most value out of this kit, they're playing post plant on C, right? The enemy, Creamy, is about to get his Breach ultimate online in a second. And normally in any round, you're kind of screwed, right? There's not that much you can do. You're getting overrun, you're getting Breach ulted, the bomb is down. There's not that much you can do, but in this moment, and this is where I think Ambi gets such great value out of the kit. So we're gonna see the Breach will get online right now, and instantly Ambi realizes he's about to get overrun. He places the sonic sensor, which tags Famsan. Ambi then peeks into Famsan, understanding that they're both going to be stunned, taking the 50-50. Meanwhile, his teammates get eliminated by Creamy, and Ambi just has a final 1v1 that he needs to win in order to convert the round. And I think it's these small little plays that I want to highlight, and I think that there's such, you know, small little things that we don't really see from people because this Deadlock is not as commonly played, right? And additionally to that, the stats from this game, from this guy, absolutely amazing. Nearly 300 ACS, a 2.5 KDA, 0 first stats, by the way, while still getting the opening kills. cannot give enough props for him for this game.
Definitely. And Marcus, I know that there are a couple of other people that you would like to talk about. You wanted to kind of go into that Raze versus Raze matchup that we've seen today. So take us through that.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to pop up for you guys to actually have a look at, but I did want to highlight that Ticey versus Defo on that final map was phenomenal, right? We speak about both of these quite a lot, but in that game, it felt like we were mentioning them behind the scenes so much. It was Ticey, great utility. Defo, great utility. It was so similar, and the main thing I want to highlight there is how we talk about Ticey in this sense, and we're comparing him to a previous world champion. And that's something you guys have to understand. This guy is young, and then he's going up against a world champion on the same role and holding his own. And I know, Milan, you might want to say a couple of words about Ticey, but like the Raze versus Raze, it was a pleasure to watch.
I mean, I think Ticey's just... I mean, when we're looking at new young talent, right, up-and-coming talent players who haven't been around for that long, and the contrast between that and a player such as Devo, one of the most medal players that we have, at least in that regard, that is awesome to see that they can go head-to-head, and it just shows the future of Valorant, and especially Iris Valorant, of course.
Yeah. For sure. And although we're not seeing Ryan and Pavlos anymore today, I think, I just want to hone in on something they said yesterday. And, even if teams kind of aren't progressing and making their way further in Ascension, a lot of what we're discovering over the next few days is these amazing talents and these amazing players. And you see last year and how many players got picked up and are now competing in the tier 1 scene. And these are definitely players that I can imagine potentially might make their way into the tier 1 scene next year too. Do we have any final thoughts on the series? I'm going to leave this one open.
Round 19. We need to see round 19.
Oh,
round 19.
Have we not spoken about it?
No, we've not spoken about round 19. Round 19 is backside A, and we hopefully have got a replay of that one, because Milan, you spoke about this, how it was all about the shrouded step, right? Breaking the tether.
Yeah, I think that this is another one of those super cool micro plays that I saw Valiant make, right? So they're being overrun here towards the side, and then as Jesse gets tethered, right, he fakes TP, pretends that he's out of drop, 2 people, they don't even care about him anymore, and then he just peeks into them, right? And I think that this is like small little micro plays that they were doing so well. I mean, dodging the Raze ult is like a cherry on top, right? But the fact that he gets tethered, 2 people look at him because they can see the line on the ground. He fakes TP to get out of the tether and then immediately peeks into it. I think it's
We all audibly gasped, didn't we? We were like, like it was something out of a theatrical film or movie. Well, we've done round 19 now, right, guys? We've cleared all the rounds. There was too many rounds. Okay, well, now do we have any sort of final thoughts on the series from today? I'm going to leave it open. Whoever jumps in first.
No. Said on my thoughts.
I think it's
all done, mate.
I think it's up to you, Marcus. You get free reign.
Look, no, it was a fantastic series, and as much as Sweet and Sour are still in this, they put up a very, very good performance against Valiant. And when we get to watch their series, which is the 3rd series of the broadcast today and the final one, hopefully we can see them try and secure a win to see who actually does end up on top, kind of Valiant or Sweet and Sour in the standings.
Well, we will be heading into our next game very shortly, which will be Valiant versus Novo. But before then, we're going to take a bit of a break whilst the teams get ready and prepped for their next games. See you in a bit.
On est en train de le faire, les Valiants qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des oppositions ont tout donné.
line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sleepy heel, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sleepy heel, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friend. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling.
Welcome back, everybody. Are we ready for game number 2? So we are going to be heading into our next series of the day, which will be Valiant versus Novo Esports. Marcus, what you thinking about this one?
I mean, we've obviously just seen Valiant play, and they're looking in good form. Bit different to yesterday when we watched them on broadcast. They're looking a lot stronger, whereas Novo, we only got to watch one of their games on broadcast yesterday, and they gave us Abyss, so we know that they're not afraid to kind of throw it out there a little bit. But the Novo players, they have what they take. They have what it takes. They have what it takes to beat Valiant. The players individually have a lot of experience, and I'm sure when you talk about the experience, Milan, a couple of these players you've probably seen playing for quite a while.
Yeah, I think some of these guys have been around the block, right? Heber, Stark, names that I'm very familiar with. I think something that you mentioned or touched on kind of is that, yes, sure, they lost against CGN 2-0 yesterday, but in both of those maps, they got 10 rounds, right? So we know that they can take close series against teams who are good. So I don't want to count them out any way, shape, or form. And I think that with some of the experience they have, the fact that they run some of these, they have these like little gimmicky things, picking an Abyss here and there, they might be able to upset Valiant at this point.
Well, let's talk about the team that we've literally just seen play, Valiant first, because of course they got off to a phenomenal start, winning out against SNS 2-0, and I think we just had Hazard JC say something about how this first map is very important for Valiant. So Milan, I'm going to take this one over to you first.
Yeah, just basically based on the results of this series, it determines how the rest of the day goes, right? If Novo is able to take one map during the series, whether that's a 2-1 loss or a 1-2 win, right? They are automatically eliminate SNS from play-ins, right? SNS are out.
It's tough.
And if Valiant wins this whole series, then basically they qualify through the next stage of the play-ins, and we will not see any of the other teams back.
And I'm sure that they know that, so they're definitely going to be coming into this series all guns blazing. But Marcus, it must be a bit of an advantage, right, for Valiant coming into this kind of already warmed up whilst Novo have been sat there just watching.
Yes, super warmed up, and also it wasn't a game they lost, right? I feel like that would have definitely turned the tables a little bit, but they won it fairly clearly against Sweet and Sour, especially that second one. It was super dominant against Sweet and Sour, when we know that Lotus is a decent map for them. So yeah, kind of I wouldn't say it was expected, and you kind of feel for the Sweet and Sour boys, but yeah, Valiant, they are looking strong, and I think it's very funny to think how Ambi kind of had a slow start in that first game, right? He had a super slow start and ended fairly slow, even though they won. But then in that second one, Ambi came in all guns blazing, brought out the deadlock, and it was a really super fun match to watch.
Yeah, and I think it's important to talk about how a performance like that, Milan, is definitely going to put you on top form potentially going into your next games, because you do have that confidence. Are there any other players of Valiant that you sort of want to talk about heading into their next matchup?
I mean, I think Jesse was phenomenal, right? We expected him to play well going into the series, kind of been carrying them a little bit here and there on those off carry roles, and I think he delivered, right? Same way, playing a wonderful Omen on the second map. First map he also played very good, so a lot of the Valiant players just delivered kind of what we expected from them. And then we had some players like Defo, who we might not have expected to have a monster performance, but I think he also dropped above 300 ACS over 2 maps, right? So it's these little things where I think if a team is feeling it, Mac, and I think you described it already, right? If a team's feeling it and that they have the momentum, give them another series back to back. Those guys like, oh, that second map was easy, we're gonna go for another 2, and I think that's kind of how the Valiant boys feel right now.
Well, speaking of momentum, let's sort of move on to Novo, because the game that we watched yesterday on broadcast against CGN, I think that was something that Novo struggled with a little bit, was kind of gaining that momentum, building up a few rounds in a row, but they still sort of took CGN and they did challenge them a lot, and they sort of took about 10 rounds on each map. So Marcus, talk to me a little bit about what we saw yesterday from Novo and what you're expecting today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, they were up against CGN in that second game, the one that we watched. Yes, Novo just came back off of a game. It was 2-1 against PPP. That series was an interesting one though, because you think PPP, an unsigned team, right? And that went all the way. That went Lotus 13-9. Then Haven, Novo was super dominant, so potentially we'll see a Haven come out, maybe. And then Sunset went 16-14, Milan. So I mean, Novo, they're they're showing us how good they are. Like Meg mentioned, they struggled to get momentum against CGN, but CGN is such a good team.
I mean, I think the thing that I would like to highlight is the fact that on Abyss they went 10-4 down, right? And then they crawled back all the way to a 13-10. So I think when you're looking at momentum and mental resilience, this team, you cannot count them out. I think they're definitely able to claw their way back into series, into maps. And that's why I think that compared, like, especially if we look at the sort of the experienced players, also some of the names who are a little bit, how I at least am a little bit more less familiar with, right? I think that this could be a team that can definitely cause an upset.
Yeah, and I do think it was really, really unfortunate that kind of Anguist ended the game yesterday with that ace and a couple of rounds before. I think otherwise we see Novo maybe taking that all the way to overtime and potentially winning out Lotus. I just think, you know, CGN again, they've got those big aimers, those big guns, and they definitely found their feet off the back of Novo's pressure that they applied once CGN started finding their frags and their picks a little bit more. Marcus, I know that you are a big fan of Anguist as well. How can you sort of talk about what it must be like coming back into today's matchup after losing out Lotus with an ace like that against Anguist?
Well, I feel like teams at this stage need to be able to have what it takes to fight back and to kind of have that mental resilience. I'll be honest with you, I feel like if that round is going to kind of tilt you as such, I think that's partly a team error, because I think the point of a team is not only to be together in the server, but it's also to be together out the server as well. So when that game is finished, they need to keep their heads high. I know the coach was super passionate about that game. You saw so many reactions on his face, but hopefully after that game they kind of regrouped together. They got into a call before they got some beauty sleep and they said, look guys, it happens, right? Anguist, he's a good guy, but we probably should not have lost that round, but it's fine, we can work on it. We go into the next series, we still have to play the last chance kind of stage for Ascension, so let's just go in confident and positive.
Yeah, I guess it's not like us. If that happened to us in a ranked game, we definitely would need a 2-day break before playing again.
2-day. 3 or 4, I think.
Maybe a week, who knows? A very long break. Marcus, I wanted to talk to you a little bit as well about Ambi and Hyber, because I know that this is a really interesting kind of matchup on those flash agents. So talk to me about those.
Yeah, I mean, Ambi and Hyber are two people across Ascension play-ins already who we've seen have some shaky games, but we've also seen have some decent games, right? And even coming off of Ambi having such a good game previously, what we just saw in the broadcast, throughout the whole of Split 2, he's been fairly consistent, I would say, especially after we spoke about the role swaps that he's been on, but now he's on the more comfortable initiator. Both around 200 ACS, Hyber having, of course, a little bit more, and the stats are probably a little bit better, I would say. But also, when you look at the win rate attack percentage, Hyber seems to be a lot more impactful, maybe, as that initiator. I'm not too sure if you agree on that one, Milan.
Yeah, I think the difference in attacking win rate is obvious, right? But another thing that you didn't really mention is that both of these players came from similar backgrounds, right? They were historically duelist players who are now playing those flasher agents, and it's something we can kind of feed back to that Ambi talked about before, is that, you know, when you have experience as a duelist, you know what you're looking for. You know what kind of flashes work for you, and that's something that very often works in the advantage of these, you know, supportive players in towards the end of different agents, I should say.
And before we head into map veto, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about Abyss, because we know that Novo aren't afraid to play Abyss, but pretty sure that was Valiant's insta-ban, right? Or were they Haven? But I'm going to hand this one over to you, Milan, because you spoke a little bit about this earlier.
I mean, I don't think we'll see an Abyss today. Valiant banned it in the series earlier today against SNS, and they also banned it one time yesterday. So I'm fairly confident that we will not see it today. But it's also good always to be able to create that little bit of pressure in these map vetoes, right? Like if you want to steer a map veto one way, having a map that you know you are able to pick if your opponent doesn't ban it kind of forces you to be able to pick any other map of your choice, right? And I think that it's those little advantages that if Novo play this veto outright, they can get them, you know, that can get them this first step.
Marcus, before we head into map vetoes real quick, are there any expectations you're sort of, any maps you're expecting to see come out in this matchup?
Yeah, Milan, before I kind of looked at the stats, Milan kind of shocked me with Novo's stats on Icebox. So it was 22 games played throughout Split 2, right? And
yeah, they played it 22 times.
Yeah.
They played 22 maps.
22 maps. 13 of them were Icebox. And we always talk about how in Polaris, Icebox is always in the best of 3. We always see teams play it, even Hookahs who are no longer in Polaris. And they've got 13 reps on this map. So potentially, is that going to kind of force Valiant into banning Icebox? Or do you think they're going to be comfortable going up against that?
Well, let's find out as we head into map vetoes. We'll see if Valiant ban Abyss or Icebox.
Look at the background. It's Icebox.
I know.
Icebox. Is that a...
There we are. Wait.
No,
Wait,
Novo
banned it
themselves.
Wait,
so the king... I mean, this is something they did before, right? They banned it previously. They banned it in the series against PPP already. So we cannot be like completely shocked by it. Right now, we should see an Abyss ban, right? Just purely based on the history that both of these teams have. And yeah, there it goes. And I don't know. I'm kind of expecting maybe like a Lotus pick here from Ascension, like against.
I guess maybe with Novo as well. Have they run their course with Icebox? Are they over it? They're like, we've put in the work, we've put in the time. Let's spice it up. Let's add a Haven in.
No, it wasn't an instant ban against PPP. It wasn't. They banned Icebox last. Like Novo banned Icebox. It was the final veto of that series yesterday. So
They're
it's
clearly
not as if
feeling
they
it today in the sunshine.
Yeah.
It's too cold out there for
But
them.
Haven, we love to see a Haven pick, don't we? Love to see a Haven pick.
And I'm guessing we're not shocked at all by Valiant coming in with that bind pick after we've seen 2 really strong wins, especially with Jesse on that Viper. And they've warmed up. They've played it against SNS and they're very ready to play it again against Novo. What will the final decider map be here? And will we even see it today?
I'm even shocked from the Haven though. Like, I'm sorry.
It's also kind of where I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for Novo, right? All 3 of these maps, Lotus, Sunset, and Ascend, are not maps that are historically good for them.
Yep.
So I think with this, coming into this veto, we kind of talked about, hey, maybe Novo is able to, get this first step, are able to win this veto out. But I feel like with this Icebox ban, they kind of, threw a little bit of dirt in their own foot already.
Yeah,
They were really teasing us with that final pick. But they do go with Ascent as their deciding map. I mean, Marcus, what do you think of this trio?
I'm actually confused. I'll be honest, because when you look at Novo's reps on Haven, they've played it twice and once in Ascension, and they won it. So obviously they won yesterday. Great, but that was their second game across the whole of Split 2, if you can really even call this like as well as, I don't know if we can combine Ascension as Split 2, right? But then when you then look at Valiant, they've only played it twice as well. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what comps come out. I'm hoping we see Breach from both teams because I love a Haven with a Breach. I feel like there's so much you can do. I feel like it's the perfect width to stun the whole of C and A long. I feel like it's like the perfect piece of util.
I think one thing that I would like to point out from this veto specifically is that I think according to my data, Novo has only won 1 of those maps. And they played these 4 maps. They played these 3 maps 4 times in total and only won 1 of them.
Yeah, this is weird. This is a weird veto.
This is a super weird veto for them. So I'm curious if they're going to cook. I know that they played some off-meta comps on some of these maps, so they have to repeat that.
They must have something in their pocket, because also knowing how kind of important this series is and the first map is, I definitely think they must be cooking something up that we don't know about. And maybe they've been saving it all for this moment right here, right now. Marcus, you spoke a little about wanting to see the Breach come out on Haven. Milan, are there any sort of agents that you kind of think Haven has to have played for an effective comp?
I mean, I really like to play forward in this game, so I think Breach is a perfect addition to that, right? Being able to take a lobby control, being able to re-clear zones fairly effectively. I think Breach is very strong on this map. Must picks obvious ones, right? Sova, I like Omen, but I think Astra's also not that bad. I really like some of the approaches that we've seen from Diamant as well, right? Double controller, having a raise in there. So I think that as long as you play the map properly, anything works.
What about Clove? Like, I feel like we have not spoken about Clove once the entire Ascension so far. It's not written down on any of my stats. It's not written anywhere. And I feel like Clove, we saw Nixon pull them out. This is back in Polaris during this split. And I messaged Nixon, I said, how come you've gone for Clove? And he went, they're just a comfort pick. I can just pick them and feel good on it. So potentially, considering how this veto has not gone in favor of Novo, I feel like we might get it.
No. As a theme that's been ongoing.
The answer is no.
With you,
Answer is mirror.
Everything that Marcus suggests might be a potential never ends up coming to fruition.
Not once.
But you do get those neons, Marcus, that you do love.
I feel like I can't remember if I don't know if my brain's not working, but did I say that I wanted to see a neon like 2 minutes ago, or did I not?
It was about a while ago, but
okay,
you're
was a while
finally
ago.
getting
It was a while
It
ago.
might have even been yesterday, to be honest. But everything's molding into one. But I'm super happy that we have got a neon. I mean, Milan, you spoke about enjoying more forward types of comps. You can't really get more forward than this.
You cannot get any more forward than this, right? We're gonna see stuns upon stuns, reguns, everything combined. So I think it's gonna be like a very explosive game. I'm all for it, man.
I actually just wanted to take a moment, as I have been giving Ryan and Pavlos a lot of love, and I feel like I've been bullying Cairo, who we do have coming up to cast the next map. So I actually have written a poem for him. So I'll quickly just give us that one before we hand it over to Hazard JC and Cairo. Cairo is a man of many talents. We love him oh so dearly. His accent is so silly. His casting is so dreamy. Charisma, uniqueness, talent and nerve. For Cairo, we always serve. A man of many words. A man we don't deserve. Thank you. Over to you, Hazard JC and Cairo.
Well, ChatGPT's been doing some heavy lifting. What do you think of that one, Cairo?
Do you know what, mate? I'll say this. Not many people have said poems to me. And I hope that never happens again. Good effort, Meg, but listen, let's focus on the Valorant.
Oh, to give credit to Meg, I think she probably did write that herself. So, you know, it was from the heart. I felt it. We all felt it. And Valiant are certainly feeling it. Oh, my lord. They are wired and ready to go. It's an important best of 3. No room for experimentation here. Simply put, they win this and they will be heading into the semi-finals, the playoff stage. Novo found themselves in a similar position yesterday against CGN, but couldn't pull out the win. It's 2 results that they have to pick up in these final 2 matches if they're to have any chance.
Yeah, exactly. And when you go into that last matchup as well for Novo, if they do win this, Sweet and Sour have nothing to lose, and that's a tough opponent. But it's even tougher going up against Valiant for me, Hazza. Any of those Group B teams could go into any other group and go top, in my opinion. They have so much quality, and Valiant finding themselves second, they can feel a little hard done by. Now moving in towards this group, the last chance group, they've got every opportunity to send themselves to playoffs.
I am right there with you. Like you say, Valiant, they survived the group of death. Now Sweet and Sour need Novo to be their guardian angel to defy the drop. A 2-0 required. If Haven goes the way of the French organisation, it's over. This long journey that we've been following for the last 7 months, packed up. The comps are mirrored. We all know what's going to go on here. It's going to be a very slow start to the round, and you can see just how reactive Novo are being. They're playing retake on both C and A.
It's a fact of how compact they are across the middle of the map and leaving the extremities so open. That's the thing about what Milan was saying, right? That these comps are extremely explosive, but Valiant so far, they're playing this default and trying to play the macro game. Finally, Novo, they've hit their initiation point, you know, the bit where they press go, and already starting to head down mid and start to mid-round.
Mental timing. Novo did win 13-5 against Pedro yesterday on this map. It was one of their highlights. Already, Nescas adding to his own personal reel. 2 kills, that's the man advantage. The spike planted on the vacant A site. And look, this is one of the risks that you take, I think, by playing in such a retake heavy setup with the Neon. You lose your breach, you lose your Neon. What have you got to go back in?
The good thing is though, Hazza, is it is still 3v3 and Defo has done so well to already get the first. Alan, a highlight of yesterday, it has to be said, Hazza. has already fallen. Stark at least gets one back and keeps it competitive, but time is ticking away and players on Novo need to get a move on. It is up to the player who's got the first pick for them, but it will not continue in their favour. Valiant has it, they get their attack off to a blinder.
It's what I was saying yesterday as well with Bippo and Hyber. They feel like two players which have gone different ways in terms of their own individual careers, but looking at Bippo throughout this year in Italy, in a league where he was previously overshadowed on GMT by Martin, who now we know to be one of the stars of VCT EMEA, hasn't been able to put out big performances which take maps into his own hands. The last time he dropped 25 kills or more on a singular map was in Split 1. And again, say what you will about the quality of these teams, I think it's just important to note that, you know, you're fighting for that playing spot. You always were.
Yeah. Exactly, I think like that's the thing, like when it comes into the crunch time, right, you need people to puff out their chest and show a performance, show how good they actually are. Defo, he's already answered any critics that he may have had from the French split and towards play-ins. I mean, Bippo has for me, from yesterday, hasn't risen to this occasion yet.
Definitely going to be the focus of the Neon comp. Jesse here with the Marshall gets the first. Alan removed. Relieved of his duties, where yesterday he was working a double shift the whole afternoon. And be another through the wall onto Nice. Another A plant which they should be able to get without any real issues. But you can see what the game plan is here from Novo. Playing tight, playing compact yet again. The system yet to find results, and on this round you don't favour them to do so.
They've tried to get cheeky and go through mid, catch players on the rotating. Jesse already gets fought. Valiant playing, I think, to be honest, dictating the play style, right? They're controlling the map, they're faking out, and Novo are falling for it for the first two rounds. Hook, line and sinker. Whether that changes up on towards this next one. This next round and the rifle round is entirely different, right? Because sometimes eco rounds you play different from your game plan, try and test the limits of what Valiant want to do. For me, I want to see Novo actually try and take these fights. You've got a Neon for a reason. Let's be aggressive.
May not always be the answer, but already they've made a couple of attempts. Bippo up in a lobby and the rotation called. So I like this. A little bit of lane control early on. Fog of War created with the cage out of Nescast's pocket, though, has forced that drone to be reinvested towards sewers. Valiant scaling on the left-hand side, but not yet fully committed.
It's so passive from Novo, they're allowing the space to be taken, and Defo will get the entry. That's all the Cypher wires offline, and that's your passive control from Bippo on A long. Now you look towards the map, and it's mostly in Valiant's favour. Hyber looking to take things into his own hands, and well, unfortunately, he puts it right into Valiant's. C-site under control, the spec starting to head towards that side of the map.
Valiant looking so decisive in these early moments, Cairo, and that's got to be the scariest part.
Revealing area.
Again, Sweet and Sour's fate out of their own hands, and Valiant from that French league with so much depth. Another explosive top four, similarly to what we saw in DAC, I should say. You know, Zeron's cropping up with better performances. Valiant finally managing to beat Mandatory in the semi-final stage this time around, where they failed in the first split. And against Job Life in the final, they did look outmatched. But again, I see this roster as being one which is developing throughout the year, rather than one which we're expecting to immediately hit the ground running. Having more matches in the last chance group only allows them to build up more steam before we get into the knockouts.
I think the funny thing is, for me, looking at the two teams, is both of them have actually only played Haven twice since its introduction into the map pool, and both of them have a 50% win rate on it, right? So both have won one and lost one. Coming into this second matchup, like they were having a discussion on the desk about whether would you rather be Novo coming in absolutely clean, nothing like in terms of tiredness or anything, you've not played anything just yet, or Valiant, who are already warmed up and good to go after after a decisive first series. I mean, Novo have no more excuses like they did yesterday, where they played a long best of 3. They have to perform now. And so far, first 3 rounds, Valiant, they're the ones who are dominating.
Go, go, go!
One-way traffic up until this point. Bonus converted for Valiant. Getting off to strong starts in both of the series that we saw them end up winning. Versus Diamant, 2-0, Sweet and Sour. Defo has the Outlaw out, looking to see if he can make some kind of a punish here on what we know to be just the one saved rifle in the hands of Nice. Supported by Bippo in lobby, could pose to be a threat. But again, Alan, going down so early...
I know exactly where you are.
You have to raise a question to what exactly the idea was there. Missed shots means that it is the sniper given away, but nothing more.
I mean, that's it. Somehow it works out in Novo's favour, even though you're starting to see Valiant get the extra information. But look at the extra control they've got on A lane. And on top of that, they know the players are on A.
It's exactly what I was saying.
Go, go, go.
So decisive in terms of the space taking, and then the counterplay already set up. Stun back through, Nice, nowhere to go. Bippo does find the return, but A lobby, A link I should say, fully under their control. And Sakake doing work in the site. Numbers for Valiant.
One enemy remaining.
They will continue to move on that path forwards towards playoffs. Number 4 is locked in without any real trouble.
I always think after the 4th round is usually when we see a timeout come through. I think he even might be a little bit different, Hazza, just due to the sheer bias that you get on a attacker side. But this is different. This is a lot more dominant. I mean, it seems as if there's been no answer back from Novo, and I imagine that's probably why we see here the coach is going to be timing out.
Interesting that we do get it at this point and not after the gun round. I guess the idea is that they're just not happy with the setup and that something does need to change. It's that pressing, as you say. For Valiant, finding their openings, and Novo giving them to them, playing quite heavily into these extremities. You saw it there, Alan trying to walk up. Yeah, it's an eco and he's got a sheriff. You understand the reasons behind it. When you get your spy cam as a free piece of utility on a round where you need extra information though, it does slightly pose the question, you know, is he not just trying to use that and be a little more passive? Hard to pick apart. You're seeing the same thing happen on A round though, Bippo and Sakake.
Yeah, I agree. Like they are
Nice,
taking the extremity control, but like in the grand scheme of things, they're not like exploding and being aggressive with it, right, and catching players off guard. It's all like contacting up, and that's not really upsetting the default of Valiant. In fact, if anything, it's actually aiding it, because you watch Valiant right now. Look at how slow they're playing. They're waiting to see what information they can grab. A lot of it has been through garage and mid, which we're seeing where the majority of the players are sat, and they're taking their time with what they're looking for. Essentially, Novo right now are playing into Valiant's game plan.
B execute is the one that we get. Jesse TPing in, spike plant, and should be able to move away from the aftershock. No, Hyber clips at his heels. And Novo will have the numbers back in, but in terms of space, Bippo still passive on C, holding the garage angle. Is he in the server? I don't even know. That the retake has begun and he's still holding on.
I mean, to be fair, it's understandable just in case someone comes in late, right? In case Valiant have placed someone to try and win out. But instead, Valiant just hold the spike, the smoke not on it, and that's a bad protocol, Hazza. That's where Novo should be immediately pressing their smokes. Nice is trying to get something back. But already, it looks as if it is going to go Valiant's way. Time is ticking away. Sakake maybe not have the util to deny, but he certainly has the time to do so. And he gets away with his life, as well as a clutch.
Big clutch. 5 rounds in a row. The Novo machination broken. How much more resolve do they have here for us? When does it start? We need that first round still. And I don't want to be overly critical of Bippo holding on to garage there. Like you say, it's important space to have. One of the big issues with Valiant in their race for the title against Job Life is that when rounds got chaotic, when they needed to group up and play off of one another, people were finding themselves isolated. With the mechanical ability that Dutch mix has, you do get punished. So definitely something they would have worked on. With the individuals that Novo possess, they've not been in the positions right now to make the most out of that.
I think this is probably the quickest that we've seen Valiant move up towards the site. They know that the Cypher is here after seeing the camp. And again, Novo willing to play for the retake and not trying to play to hold any sites.
Yeah.
This will allow Valiant Hazard to probably set up as much as they want in terms of their the post plan.
You've got a Rolling Thunder as well, so in terms of abilities to come back in, full belt for Bippo and Hyber. Other than that, you can immediately try and offset this initial push.
I mean, the fact that Ambi's sitting under Heaven, it's the prime position for a breach to be in, right? The utility's coming through, but still Novo aren't anywhere near the site. They're still trying to get picks, and Defo has done God's work. Novo eventually shut him down. A jump out through Heaven. Now it's up to Ambi. One of the players low, but Stark, the low player on 5 HP, will get him. As Bippo had taken his focus away. It will be the first round for Novo, eventually, after what has been 6.
As much as I was speaking about that Rolling Thunder, it felt Ambi was a little hesitant to actually end up using it. There are a couple of gaps. I think it went down to a 5v3 in favor of Novo before we actually saw some resistance. That was Devo, as you see here. Again, we know of his quality. Came in to replace Polvi as he spread his wings and flew the nest to franchising. The core of this team has remained the same for the last year or so, though. The Czech combination with Nescas, the sole Frenchman.
Slow and methodical. As always, again, towards mid is where the default goes. Beginning to poke and prod. I mean, Garage has been a real weakness for Novo.
Cage triggered.
Realistically, we've not got much control of C at all. Like all the Cypher traps are towards the A side of the map.
Ooh. Alan's been spotted out of position here as well in C-Link. They should have a rough idea of what's going on, or maybe just not certain on where the setup is. You can see Novo gearing in to recommit to this space. Nice kill onto Nescas. The follow-up from Alan is there as well. It's a double from him, and Stark does the rest. Hyber adding the finishing touches. A team performance from Novo on the C site shutdown.
Yeah, it just seems to click into place, right? That's 2 rounds in a row that they're strung together. I think even as well, Hazza, when you look at the defensive sides, can always be so tough. You can always struggle, and it's about like a war of attrition, right? How many can you get off your opponents before the switch of the half? And I mean, the interesting thing when you look at Novo's Haven is that they actually have a 67% win rate on defense.
It's definitely a strong suit.
One enemy remaining.
Bippo caught, combination util, stun doesn't land, movement just about enough. Half of the health gone, in fact, down to 45. Money's still not completely stabilized for Novo. That's the reason you're on light shields here. But the op is in play. That's a premium. Positioning rescinded. Oh, players hung out to dry. It's Nice and Hyber who are still here. The overdrive is recommitted back through the wall, but so is Nescas. Bodies on the line for Valiant. Swiftly they fall. Hyber at the double. Now making for a 2v2, and Nice is still hanging around, still causing issues. Jesse to clutch it, and he will. He's done it so many times before. We saw it in the French final, and it happens again to maintain their lead.
Cold-blooded killer has a... I mean, what more could you see? But ice in the veins, doesn't even move, doesn't panic. Lets the player swing him. It's so easy. It's just as simple as that. And after Novo, for the first time, actually deciding to fight for the site, on A.
This is a nice
They did well. They got themselves into a 2v1. It should be winnable. In fact, the odds are ever in your favour, as it's said. And they just peek out Jesse to Jesse 1v1. Defo's just bashed by Biffo. And that'll be the easiest kill of his entire life.
Put the wall up. It all happened behind closed doors, and they have no idea for Stark either.
Down, C.
This is a Novo round. Nothing else to be said about it, unless it comes from Nesca's mouth. You can already see Nice is holding on for it. Should be done. Sparing the 5v1 from Sakei. Really nice setup. Valiant starting to bang their head against the wall a little bit and play much more direct.
Yeah, but they're moving into like Novo's space, but like you saw there, they didn't even check plat. I don't know if I maybe missed an info dart or something, but like, yeah, it's a key piece of the site that you should always be checking that corner. Just so focused on Garage.
Crazy to think about. I was just getting ready to sort of drum up the praises of Jesse, and how much he did mechanically was one of the few highlights of Valiant's loss on Haven last time around. Again, part of the pool that they'll be looking to try and improve on came in the first couple of maps against Novo, a team which are used to playing their regular season in best of ones. So in terms of official repetitions, not as much.
I mean, that's the thing, playing best of ones throughout your regular season, your map pool is going to be so much weaker when you think of the officials prep and stuff.
Your scrim time's being spent differently as well because you're playing on maps that you don't get a chance to test. Either way, it's back to the retake setup this time. Valiant did find the weaker side of the map, if you will. Still all the Cypher utility there, or at least the cam. Alan can get a look in before the retake is guided.
I mean, there's a big ulti to come back in. It's the Rolling Thunder, and straight away they'll clear full sight. The rest of the players start to play from long. Stark is still up though, Hadza. The Omen, a big piece for this retake, and they need to make sure he stays up so they can get a smoke on the spike. Nestcast is doing so well. They're not going to be able to take the player off the spike, and Biffle's going to eliminate every single one left. Valiant, they allow everything to just go to Novo.
They diffused inside the one-way. It wasn't even Stark's smoke. He ran out of them. There was nothing left in his utility belt. It's Jesse's slightly misplaced utility, which has gifted the opportunity there. Fight back was nice. Taking the long-range duels, you know, protocols were correct.
I have a coke take. Like,
Okay,
it's the highest of coke
Yeah,
takes.
let's hear it, let's hear it.
If Novo win this 2-0, we move into the last series of the day with Sweet and Sour having a chance.
Mate, they're 2 rounds behind, let alone 2 maps.
Just saying, there's always a chance. Always a chance.
Okay.
Valid. Yeah, the thing for me, while Novo are starting to ramp up their defence when they move on to attack, is the weaker side for them. I guess at the same time, Valiant's weaker side is the defence as well, but I think that's to be expected with Haven trends, etc. Loving that top, by the way. It's very retro, like kind of 80s football look for Novo. Yeah.
Conversation straying a little bit away from the subject matter, I think it's fair to say.
Sorry,
the group isn't decided yet. Novo can still win this. They're starting to find the rounds to do it as well. 4 from the last 5. Bromas has said his piece, joined the team back in April of last year. So this is his project. He's been involved in getting it up and running. And to the level that should be now for Valiant. In comes the execute. Defo at the front of it. His entry work has been superb so far, but there's just nothing to go off. It's a non-starter. Hyber and Stark have the B site locked down in this mixed investment.
The read is spot on. I mean, like, I know for the most part, right, the buy isn't great, and Novo have been playing ever so slightly more towards the middle of the map rather than the extremities, rather to play like retakes towards A and C. All in all, like, Valiant have just been so off the mark considering how well their default worked in the early half. fall this round. Novo really starting to gain confidence. And I mean, this is something that happened against CGN. Towards the second part of the first half, Novo would start to win out. They'd get the momentum to take into the second half, and then it was where the ecos really fell.
Yeah, that's where it started to slow up a little bit. Winning rounds like this important. Keep the head screwed on.
Right there.
Valiant, as I said before, seem to have the right read, but Novo have brought a little bit more discipline to the table, and a perfect storm executing into this now. Matters made worse. Drone invested beyond the dart. Looking for information.
Right there.
Plenty of utility expended to achieve that aim here, Cairo. Valiant aren't showing anything.
I mean, Novo are not really giving them much either. They're dropping off again. They're looking to play for the site take when it comes in. You can see them starting to delay them out. I don't know if this is a good idea. Ideally, you would want them to hit in towards A, because Valiant has as they leave, are leaving going into a more, like, I guess, weaker site on C.
Yeah, this is like second or third round that Nescas has just walked through B without any utility. You've got Sakake on an aggressive angle in A link. Can hear the steps of one of the rotates and then gets a fight onto the second. Nice will go down. Hyber's revealed, shot through the box, won't connect, but he's forced to backtrack, and it's opened the A site right back up. Nescas the one to find it. Twice the players for Valiant to work with in this final round.
30 seconds left.
Looking for a cops to get the ulti off, but at the same time, well, the information might be decent enough to use. You look at what you're having to go up against. Stampy still has a full belt of utility and one orb off the Rolling Thunder. Gets one pick, the last player is absolutely chopped.
That hat won't be coming off his head unless Alan's able to get something done here. Left out by himself, sailed down the river. Ambi and Defo combining the Neon Breach pairing, proving it for the French representatives. Slowing down the pace just a little bit towards the end there though, and it may just be enough to cost them.
I mean, that's the big thing. You look at the comps, the initiators have a lot of, I guess, pressure on them, a lot of stress on them, because they have to be able to support a very high octane duelist. It's not the same as like a Raze who is extreme, is divey, I'd say. Like, you look at the Euro and Neon, that's the next step up from your Jet and Raze, but having the utility on point and being there, being active for the duelist to capitalise upon.
Yeah.
So far, Ambi's just doing such a better job of Hyber, but Hyber is actually fragging out better.
Defo has been feast or famine on this Neon at times, where he's hard entering the attack side. It's much more of a team game here on the defense now. Once more, to give credit to the engagements which he picks and chooses. You look at the top 5 duelists in France, he has the lowest overall first blood, or death rate I should say, out of those performers. He will find you value. Not in this situation though. Hyber takes him right out. Nescas responds, the spike is down at their feet. Alan's backstab could be massive, and it will be. All on Jesse again. What can the mechanical man find in the clutch? He has the info. Watches over the spike.
I mean, a smoke onto beside it. But the thing is, though, is Jesse knows where both players are going. Knows he's in a 1v2. And that cage is going to have to force him to go forward. He'll know that the spike's gone, right? It's all about how he takes his opportunity. Actually, I think he just had the players drop on towards C there, Hazard, and he's actually been caught on this cam.
Oh, it's spot on. Jesse hitting a couple of shots onto Alan, down to 3 HP. Still doable, Sheriff in hand, but the shot through the smoke was cerebral. Stark had the mental timing down to a T, so with it, Novo find the second pistol of the game, which keeps them within only 1 round.
Yeah, I don't know. It got a little bit too close for comfort. Swinging with a pistol, they're forced to. Sakake and Nescas, they do so well. It's just unfortunate that you didn't consider Alan's luck. But that's the thing though, right? This is what we were saying about the momentum that Novo have. They're decent on their attack pistols. Now they continue forward. They just need to make sure they don't get ecoed again like they usually do.
It's the way that you say it. Oh, just make sure you don't lose, like, all good.
But let me look at this already. Like, this is something that will upset. Like, you're leaving Alan alone to hold on towards what is a 3-man push down C long. So
It's
much
a lot
pressure.
of work, and he does get taken out. Jesse finds it 4-on-4, but it's just the Ghost lost. All of the guns, the heavy purchases, the premiums placed on the A site.
That's true, but Bipple's also low. That's an opportunity to get a gun back if Bipple goes out on his own.
Look at these smokes as well. Rolling out the red carpet from spawn. Both initiators, other side of it, Recon comes through. And they group up for the brunt of the push. Harbor's stun is behind them. Nescas gets in front and lands another shot with the Sheriff. 3-on-3. Much credibility to be given to Valiant here. And if you can take a few more weapons away in the process, it could help you get back into this one on the defender's side. Both players have taken so much damage in the process though, and Bippo is hungry. Not hungry enough to snatch that one from Nice, but 7 apiece, that's the equaliser.
Yeah, and the only thing that you lose out is both pistols that were brought into this round, Kazza. Not a bad bonus, not a bad anti-equal at all. I was worried when I saw the 3 long push, whether they continued to roll that into an A as well, with Bipple being low. There was worrying signs here, but Novo did well to get that over the line. Now their bonus looks a little bit tasty. Rifles being invested in because players were on pistols. Valiant need to be careful.
Only got one player below 2k, and it's Alan on 1.8. This is where things can get out of hand. Valiant, of course, won their own bonus. It's an empty B site and a game of retake yet again.
Yeah, they've left their B and A side so weak. That's a nice lineup to get Ivor, and that'll be the entry.
It's the second time that's happened now, but Alan may be left uncleared here in the corner. Only one. Traded out, and plenty more flashes where that came from. Nice to isolate. Taken out of play by Defo, who is just so self-sufficient. Bippo needs a little bit of that. Needs it in leaps and bounds, in fact. Sakake on the other side, the IGL and his duelist. Given the time of day to put some space between the two of them, and still a stun left in his pocket. Does the Guardian gun barrel tuck around the corner? Maybe just about doing enough. Bippo buying the time. The stun will land. He sweeps and he serves up a clutch. 8-7, and Bippo keeps Novo in front.
We asked the question, Hazza, we asked the question. Bippo, can you give us more? The last series, in fact the last 2 series that Bippo gave us, it was underwhelming. A player with such experience, a player who has been in Valorant for so long, and Tier 2 was in play-ins. What a time to come out with a massive play. And I'll be honest, Hazza, he's towards the top of the leaderboard for the first time.
Look, as I said,
that's the biggest thing.
Map kill record in Split 2, 22 kills. It feels ridiculous for a duelist of his quality. Given the chance to shine, why can't he put Novo on his back a little bit more?
Oh, look at Nescas. Oh, you can see him teetering with the idea of going out garage door, and mid is completely open.
Thinking about it, but the lay of the land is just a half bite. They've bought up as much as they can. Again, this is where your Cypher player is given the freedom to explore a little bit more.
I mean, they're already starting to lock down here. Alan needs to be careful. He's all on his lonesome. He's got an idea about one.
It's a headshot from the Stinger, and now they're forced to push the Bucky. This isn't the set of circumstances that you'd want. In fact, it's a hotbed for Valiant's success. Still a 4v3, and it might just be another one of those ecos you were talking about, Cairo, not unless they can batten down the hatches.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to fight for space somewhere. They're going to need to try and get something to alleviate the pressure, and this retake cam is giving them so much information. I mean, only up to Nice. Hazza, it's happened again, mate. It has happened again after such a good round in the last.
I just don't know how they let them get away with it. It's crazy. Again, Alan is by himself, and sure he gets the one, but they just chase him down, and it's this snowball built up. Defo traded, but constantly chasing shadows.
But it all comes from Nescash jump spot in mid. Like, Novo haven't placed anything there to watch it at all, right? They've put all their chips in towards C. Allen's very deep, holding on to the flank that way. Like, the Valiant are so proactive in re-clearing that.
Given a lot of liberties. Now Novo need to put their foot down. It's against the buy round and the operator as well. This pack play. Defo with 3 players around the operator. Rotation finally called, but they're stacking up in the early round. They're waiting for these quick hits to come in, and when it doesn't, then they play retake. It's smart.
Oh, nice double swing though. All the passive information that you would have on to holding extremities is now gone.
Yeah. They're not hanging around in this space either. They take the fight and immediately reset to this strong side A.
I mean, Bippo is going to try his luck at going towards one of the links, taking B from himself. But again, Valiant are happy for this. They want to play retake on B, and actually getting rid of Stark is a late luck. This is going to be massive for them. Already the player advantages are there. Bippo trying to fight back, but the Rolling Thunder back in. There's players behind him. Sakake, for instance, trying to get something, trying to get the round done. Advantage for Valiant needs to be back in their hands, and you can see that they want to fight for it. But they allow the 2 players to have the B site and actually invite them to come in towards the legs. But whether that invite is a good idea is another question. The time is low and the spike needs to go down now.
Big kill from Hyber to give them the breathing room, weight off the back to set up in post. 2 ults and it's the Rolling Thunder you've got to be looking at. Defo is trying the back line, but it's an operator that flanks through. Overdrive invested, trying to stay light on his feet. Bippo has him cleared though, and now there's a real chance.
But they've invested the Rolling Thunder in early. Look at Nextcat.
Doesn't matter.
Bippo's massive, man. Thinking about maybe going through Garage, but no, goes back to the belt of utility that Hyper has, and that's going to be Sakake stunned up. A difficult task ahead, and he will not be able to take it for himself. Somehow Novo fight back from a 2v5.
Such a huge Rolling Thunder as well. It's just taken off that timing that if there is a flank coming through, then the main retake on the site will be boots on the ground at that point in time. So, like you say, it only hits 1 player, but Nescas was isolated, forced to swing to save the teammate. And even from that 2v1, because the spike was just planted around the corner, you saw that Hyber actually still was also holding on to the aftershock to delay even further. How on earth they recover that situation, I don't know, but this is what we should expect from Novo. Highest conversion of 4v5s in the whole of play-ins. Something else to mention as well is when they won against Pedro yesterday, they found 9 clutches in that series between them. The late round is where they excel. You can never write them off.
I mean, Novo just seem to be turning it on when it's necessary. That's the other thing about Valiant, Hazza, was they were able to make it all the way to the grand final, but weren't able to perform when it mattered, right? Is it a mentality issue? Is something that like we always have to bring forward? Is the occasion getting a bit too much for them because they're 1 series away from making playoffs or play-ins?
I mean, at the same time, you want to talk clutch factor. We saw Jesse do it a little bit here already. 6 of them on bind against Sweet and Sour. So many chaotic rounds which ended up with solo duels. Bippo is chomping down at the bit, spots 3 players on the execute, and Stark has already beheaded one of them. Jesse is gone. The paranoia is perfectly placed. Sakake responding, but the site given up.
This isn't like the Valiant that we saw play earlier, the efficient and well-disciplined team. It's just not happening. A 2v2 that is brought back to though. Stark wants that swing and he'll have it. I mean, players on Novo just keep finding multi-kill after multi-kill, and Valiant have no response whatsoever.
Every player taking their moment. Stark tied up on 17. First split in the IGL role, but still delivering so much in terms of what he can do as a player in the server.
That goes there.
Impact, a semi-finalist in the play-in stage last year, the furthest of the 4 names on the Novo side who made it. Defo has plenty of accolades of his own though, and now would be the time for him to take over the reins. Early sewer control, he is a deposit as the rest of his team. Trying to look elsewhere, it's another drone invested A in tandem. Nice, happy to match it. Oh, it's so smart.
Tags, yeah. Can't quite tag them together though, has it?
Ulting the common spot where you would re-clear from the drone there. One sober player to another, knowing the tricks of your opponent. Nescat's a little overzealous on taking that fight. Eager.
But he gets
doesn't have the information.
I was going to say, he does get all the information though, because he saw Alan and players behind him. Now he's certainly got everything as all the utilities been sent forward.
The question was how many players. He'd only spotted one at that point in time.
True.
They do drop back. Rotation call to match it. These teams just trying to work an opening on one another, see if they can get the jump. But it's Jesse instead taking fights ahead of the curve. Hyber through the smoke, back to C again. What is that?
Big reveal though, at the same time. It feels as if there's just scrap after scrap happening, has it? Again, we're down to crunch time. Spike needs to go down. And just look at Alan. He's probably going to be the win condition here for Novo.
Wagering a lot of space in the Italian squad's direction. Out in middle though, and nowhere to go. Deserted. That Hunter's Fury you want for post is being forced to fight forwards into spawn to the crosshairs of Jesse. Nice can win it, and now Stark has his smoke to play around with. He reigns supreme once more. The TP behind is audacious, but ultimately not enough. Nescat's had his chance. Nice snatches it away. A 4v2 to keep Novo going.
Hazza, how many chances are Valiant going to give to Novo to win rounds? Look at this. 6 rounds they've won out of 7. Valiant should have had more than this. They should have had at least 3 I can count off the top of my head, and maybe even more with the amount that they've swung to give 1v1s. Novo are just eating it up. The disrespect that Valiant are showing to the Italian team is being punished at every opportunity.
Running in, Bippo being allowed to exhibit his flair on this Neon selection. The analysts were saying it, this meta does certainly favour his style of play, and you're starting to see it now. A favour for the former teammate Heartbeat, perhaps. Defo wins out in that duel, though. The opposite number removed. It's another post plant from Long, and this time the ult will have its effectiveness.
Again, Alan trying to sneak his way through into a spot where he can punish and catch players off guard. Nearly does it there. Big Hunter's Fury, the fact that it's got through, and you can see Nescatch trying to get to work on the spike. The spam is good, and the smokes have gone. Jesse up against it once again, and Novo, they'll find map point.
We're really going there. Novo taking 12. Valiant denied the opportunity to win the map, which would have sent Sweet and Sour home prematurely. If we go into the final series of the afternoon with it all on the table, then what a spectacle that would be.
Here.
The fact that Sweet and Sour could still have a chance is crazy. The fact that Valiant are giving it all up as well. I mean, Novo, I imagine they're trying to bring themselves together, right? Speak about what's going on. I think, for instance, that last round, a big clutch and pushing them towards that eluded map point. Maybe there's a read there, but I think at the same time you've got to be thinking about Valiant's coaching staff, the ability that they're going to have to talk to their players and rally them to at least have something to come back into.
Gregor is so hands-on with these timeouts as well. He is a coach which comes from a playing career of his own. Coming into Valorant, he was on a team with Heartbeat right at the start of their career. Yeah. He was the duelist. And here he is, calling the shots to his. Another player bedded in the Italian scene.
This goes here.
Yeah. I mean,
who knows where this one goes?
Who knows indeed. I mean, on GMT last season, so he knows all these players well. Team for almost 2 years now. I guess the trust must be so massive.
Oh.
And, I mean, the newest addition on the GMT side has a Hyber gets a kill. The entry on towards Jesse, who's a massive player for Valiant.
You can see why. Hyber helping out. 4v4. Novo with the advantage. They were always going to come into the round with it. That's in terms of Arsenal at least. B is the option. Hyber is only a couple away from getting his ult here. That kill has put him within striking distance. And as soon as this plant comes in, it's a rolling thunder to be worried about.
Yeah, I've been trying to spam a wave. In terms of the map, you can see Nescaz flirting with the idea of walking out garage, but it's not good enough. Hazard doesn't want to go for it. Now you have the rolling thunder in post.
How exactly are they going to use it? Because you've got a crossfire up close right in the doorway. If Hyber comes through garage, maybe he can get the line that he wants. There it is, thrown right on top to compound the pressure of the comeback story and be left alone. He'll find the first, but perhaps nothing more. The one way is in his face. The peaks are coming through. There's nothing left to be done. 13-8. Novo really make it happen in map number 1. It's the map of their choosing, and they'll take it.
Yeah, but Hazard, it is only step 1 and a long step journey towards the playoffs. Winning the last chance group of play-ins. It's massive, right? Great storyline. But at the same time, you're moving on towards Valiant's bind. And I think for Novo, who seem to all be on boot camp, Hazard, they need to reset, right, and not let this get too far ahead of themselves.
Yeah, it's a couple of the players that we see there from the player foundation that they've got the boot camp to have a couple in the same room. What kind of debrief they'll be giving over a cup of coffee, I'm not too sure. But to tailor this more to Novo and less sweet and sour, as long as they win this series, they come into the final with a chance, and that's the most important. They put themselves one to the good. There's a little bit of breathing room now. They've got 2 more maps to go at the very most. What can they offer for us here? Because already they've turned that streaky mentality that they had yesterday into something a little bit more consistent. Valiant might just have ran out in the pivotal hours and moments where they needed to. We're going to have to see how much further this one goes. We'll find out after the break.
can't, boy. Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you, now I'm prettier than ever.
Distribui pra cima pra dançar! C'est la moitié, on est en train de ski, on est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Novo qui auront tout donné. Tucker in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking from the infinity card.
Valiant did indeed go into Haven, all guns blazing, knowing they had the upper hand, but Novo just needed a few rounds to warm up and found their feet, keeping SNS in the game for now and starting off this series with a strong win. Milan, what were your thoughts on Haven?
I mean, we were talking about it, right? They went 5-0 up. We thought, oh, damn, they are really carrying this momentum. They are going to take it all the way. And then suddenly Novo just turned on and they had an almost flawless second half. So from going to us kind of thinking, oh, Novo might be out, to them, taking the second half in this fashion, great turnaround, honestly.
We ate our words. We really did eat our words, because we were talking about, I mean, obviously the series isn't over, right? We were talking about how this map veto has really not gone in Novo's favor, especially when we saw that Icebox ban. But look, Haven was fantastic for them. Shaky start, they found their footing like you both mentioned, and they've come out on top. Bippo though was fantastic. We'll talk about him a little bit later on, but from a duelist standpoint, he was incredible. Either with the support as well, but also Stark being the MVP of the team. Stark had so many fantastic smokes, and I'll talk about them later on, but some of them seriously turned around.
Yeah, I feel like we have so much to talk about and so much to kind of pick apart from that game. You know, I think as well, they must have had something click when they played it yesterday to kind of come into this, especially off the back, as you say, of a 5-0 start towards Valiant. You know, they really definitely sort of kicked in at one point, and they didn't take their foot off the gear. Marcus, I know there are a couple of highlights that you want to talk about as well for you.
Yeah, so let's run round 15 back, because this one is actually very interesting. It kind of starts to show the dominance from the side of Novo, even though Valiant were 5-4 down. In players, sorry, I should, no, up. I meant up, sorry. I really butchered that, didn't I? But look, even on the disadvantage, Alan manages to find one. They're not ready for him. Nice does go down, and Defo finding some lovely kills here, especially with the use of the stun. And then we have a 3 versus 1 for a moment. Defo, of course, finds Stark, and then Bippo finds Nescas, so we do have a 2v1, and Bippo plays this so nicely. He can hear the Neon run on, and of course, Valiant, they're going to play this together, right? You only play 2v1s together. Bippo positions himself beautifully on site, and he knows he has a stun and a dash, and look, he saves it, he stuns off the wall, he knows he's fully stunned, and he knows he has to stick it. And I think in that situation, it's so important that Bippo kind of knows exactly what util he has, and he uses it perfectly at the exact time.
I think something very small to highlight there is you're pointing out, right, utility. In the most recent change, Neon actually went from having 2 stuns to only 1, and it causes a small change in playstyle, right? You have to be a little bit more conservative when it comes to these stuns, and I think Bippo just did fantastic by keeping onto it, holding on for it as long as possible, making sure that he got 100% value off the one utility they had.
Yeah, and then obviously round 19 as well is one I wanted to talk about as well. It's, again, only a little thing, but it's how Stark uses his smokes to force the enemies to walk out the perfect... Look at this. I'm pretty sure this is Stark's smoke. He forces them to walk out into the gap, finds 2, the TP's beautiful, can't find the kill, but I think it's just the principle of that play was perfect. Using his smokes to kind of mold the enemies, make them play their hand first, and pretty much funnel them into a position where it's easy kills for Stark, and he makes very, very clean work of it.
Yeah, I think we see this a lot on Haven at the moment, how kind of important those Omen smokes are. Like, gone are the days of just kind of smoking off entry points. Smokes are now kind of used, as you said, to kind of isolate those jewels, make people play around them, because we're now in an era where they're not scared to just dry walk out of a smoke and catch you unexpectedly. So it's definitely a really good point to pick up on. And I think as well, another player that we've already spoken about from round 15 is Bippo. So let's kind of talk about him a little bit more and take you through those stats, because Bippo had a very, very good performance on that Neon. Marcus, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we highlighted a key round, which is round 15, which we've already looked at, but when you just look at his stats overall, 2.3 KDA, 230 ACS, he was getting more than a kill every single round. When you look at the damage, clutch percentage was 100, of course. You know, he may have only had 1 or 2 clutches. I'll have to get the exact stats for that one, but he was clean, and him and Hyber together. Milan, you mentioned this, right? This was a forward composition, and they played forward.
Yeah, I think really capitalizing off their utility, right? Synergizing the breach with the Neon, having the Sova to reveal and slide into angles. I think they did fantastic. Something you maybe touched on very slightly is also the fact that I think we're starting to see some of these like tiredness kicking in, right? A little bit of over peaking from both of these sides. On the side of Novo, you've been anxiously waiting to finally play a game, right? On the side of Valiant, this is your 3rd map that you're playing back to back. So we're seeing some of these over peaks as well. I think you were mauling a little bit here and there during that while we were watching that game, but I think this is kind of right now where we're heading into this 4th map, and it's something that we talked about as well, where I'm curious now where the momentum shifts, right? So Valiant was feeling super good going into this last series, right? They win 2-0. They have a map that we felt like was going to be pretty comfortable for them, and now they lose it, and now they have to go to their map pick, but having played 3 maps already, with Novo only having played 1.
Yeah, I think we have to talk about as well that Bind, you know, it's so far been a very strong map pick for them, but SNS did take them to overtime on Bind, and, you know, we're talking about how Novo are coming into this a lot more refreshed. They haven't just played 2 games, and 2 pretty close games, especially on Bind. So I wonder again, is that going to be the slight upper hand Novo coming into this, alongside getting to decide which side they're starting on?
I mean, I do feel like the amount of time these guys have been playing in recent times is 100% going to affect how they play. But I also think it's going to be very important to work out what composition we're going to see from Novo, because potentially we might see some crazy comp, because we don't have that many stats, Milan, on Bind from Novo.
No, I think they only played it 1 time, right, in recent history anyway. It's a map that even during Ascension, they've permabanned it twice. So we don't really know what to expect from this team. But if Haven gives us any idea of what these guys are able to pull off, even when it looks like they might not have the upper hand, then I think we're up for a good series.
Yeah, I think as well, Novo definitely probably very likely watched the game that they played earlier against Sweet and Sour on Bind, so I know that they have enough knowledge coming into this to know how they're gonna play this Bind map. Whether they decide to change up their comps that they have played before, albeit once, to kind of counter the way that Jesse has been taking so many frags and so much space on that Viper, if they're going to do anything to kind of come into this with that shock factor and that surprise factor, and kind of take Valiant by storm.
That's such an advantage, though. Like being able to see. Of course, this is the whole point about VOD reviewing, and you can do it prior to game day. But being able to see how Valiant have played on this map already, I feel like we might be in for a shock here. You were talking about the shock factor, and right now, Sweet and Sour is sitting at home like, please,
Well, you think
Novo, play well.
They have the kind of holy trio right now. Not only have they watched the games that Valiant have been playing on Bind, not only are they coming into this not fatigued from 2 games before, they also... What was my other point? I knew I'd forget it if I didn't say it. Wait, hold on.
Duo. Quick.
Interrupt us
No,
next
I
time.
literally had it. Wait, so what did we do? We did watching them play.
Yeah.
I got it. Not having played 2 games before, also winning the first map.
Yeah,
they can come into this with so much confidence. The holy, so I definitely think they're going to come into this and be very, very confident with their kind of gameplay. But we might eat our words again.
I feel like I've eaten my words nearly every single time, right? But look, Gecko should be coming in here. Now, this is what I'm excited for, because the one time we have seen Novo, not seen, but from statistics, we've been able to know that they've been playing the Yoru Gecko, and this is exciting to me because I love watching a Yoru. I'll always remember the one time, I believe it was it Forsaken Milan, when he kind of was the first person to start playing it on Bind, maybe 2 years ago, or a year ago?
Honestly, they were crazy enough to do that stuff. They played everything on Bind, right? Oh, actually, you're right. Against G2, no, you are right. This was in Iceland back in 2022. Yeah. No, I think that this composition. I mean, both of them. It's the same as last game, right? Only one agent difference: a Euro versus a race. You kind of trade off having a little bit more flashes, being able to create a little bit more question marks versus some literally damage that you're able to deal a little bit easier. So I'm curious to see how this will fare.
I really like this Yoru pick. I think it's going to be very, very exciting, especially going off the back of the way that Bippo just performed, and it's going to spice up Bind for us all. So listen, that's enough from us. I'm going to hand you over to our casters, Hazard JC and Cairo.
If it's spice you're looking for, you're in the right place. Got this bundle of joy, Cairo, on my right-hand side, I suppose. And we're ready to go into Bind. Look, it's a Yoru comp. Again, something funny, a little bit off-piste. It's nothing that these guys aren't used to playing, though. Back when Martin was on the original GMT team, which splintered off and became Novo, they were running Yoru here. Bippo was on the Sky. Now it's his chance to fill the shoes that walked in front of him. And already doing a damn good job. A map to the good against Valiant. Favourites for the group, but maybe falling short.
Yeah, it looks like that could be the case, and I checked in on our Northern European friends, Hazard, and I know they're certainly having a lot of copium and hopium right now, because if Novo can get this map over the line, then that means Sweet and Sour are in with a shout.
They certainly are. Favours given by friends of old. Those friendships could very soon be torn apart in the following series. Plenty of Valorant action to come. We're only just getting started this afternoon. Pissed around, kicking off on Bind. Valiant on the attack side, looking to bring the fight to Novo. For the second map in a row, of course, they won the pistol on the previous. They went 5 maps up. And all of a sudden, everything went wrong. Can they find the same kind of beginning here to finish what they started?
I mean, Bind has been a stalwart of Valiant's map pool. I mean, you've seen it 3 times what they've played it in play-ins alone. You look at Novo, Hazard, they've played it once and they've lost it.
Win versus Sweet and Sour still fresh on their minds. Beat Diamant there as well. Both down within 2 rounds, both long affairs. Well, no, actually, the Diamant one a little more clear cut, I should say. But point stands. This Novo push is trying to find the only way out through long right now. Nescas guarding Ambi's dog. Gets that in time to find their second. So a 4v2 for Valiant in the pistol. Very well dealt with.
Oh yeah. The thing is though, Hazzy, you actually, in the back of your head think, Novo should have won that. They took both players on long by surprise. Just the shooting didn't hit where they wanted to.
No. Combining both ends of the push, the hookah control, just contacting into them.
Toxin screen down.
Novo, we know, can be such a reactive defensive team, and there's not much left for them to do here. The work is cut out for them. Simply put, they are pushed to the walls by Valiant. They have their way with things for yet another pistol round on the attack side.
I mean, the thing is, though, the last time that they played Bind, Hazza, they actually won something like 9 rounds on their defense, and they've only, like, that's the one and only time that they had played Bind. It was their attack where they were only able to win like 1 or 2 rounds, which is incredible to think about.
Already off to a decent start here. It was Novo that were getting eco'd before. That was an element removed from Haven that we just saw. Okay, sure, it still happened like once, but improvement's improvement.
Ended.
Any little helps? Nice
shot,
team that
Ambi.
help, I guess, yeah.
It's nice work indeed. Taking the space towards long, still just holding this default, waiting for the over-aggression. This was something they were able to punish a lot on Haven, and I mean a lot. It was that first 5 rounds where we saw Novo constantly testing the extremities, getting explorative, and getting caught out. Once they made that adaptation with a little bit more discipline, it seemed to work for them.
Yeah.
I can hear you umming and ahhing, and it's because there is no information from that dog. 3 players still concealed in hookah.
But it's not that though, Hazza. This is a strategy that teams have used before. They send one player out of B or A site just to try and like almost fake that there's nobody there. This is completely taken Valiant by surprise, but the issue is that so many players were ready to go on long to hit the TP, because Jesse in the meantime was scaling up A. They knew that something was up, and well, they don't have lamps control where Stark is sitting, but they have plenty of sight control.
The same way they hadn't cleared hookah, lamps needs to be dealt with now. Stark is spotted. Click of the Classic lands at least 1 headshot, so damage dealt, but Stark has so many angles to fight. And no smokes to dice up those duels this time around. 5v3, it is still just classics. Any kills here are positive signs for Novo at this point. Should be round done and over with.
I think as well, like Valiant, they'll be wanting to send players to go and try and see if they can get ulti points. I mean, Jesse only on a ghost, you'd respect the reason why he would want to be the one to go and do it, but he is facing up against 2. Now give Bippo 1 ultimate odd back in his pocket. Players need to go to the spike because of the economy. They also want to try and suffocate those ultimate points that Valiant were looking for in the latter stages of the round there. And then we head on towards what is Novo's rifle round.
Especially when you consider the impact of the Yoru ult, for example. We know Valiant are a team which rely on a lot of set strategy at time. So Novo, the inverse of that, will want to try and create some trap plays, some counter executes to take space of their own. Already you're seeing the fake Yoru clone through the TP outside of B, conditioning the possibility of presence, building up an image in Valiant's mind of what this defensive setup looks like so they can exploit it later down the line.
One less.
Oh, nice shot. Cold nice is always an interesting one when you see that, but it's still that Steppo off the board.
That's just what he's doing. So comfortable to take these fights time after time, and actually inviting the rest of the team to have a go. Nescas hasn't been cleared from the corner, and that is ultimately the oversight which loses them control of exactly that, the site.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice play, but the guns again just aren't hitting for Novo in this second map of this first series for them. And they just keep peeking out. Yeah. The break hasn't done them well in between maps, has it?
Not for now. Hard to judge inside those first 3 rounds. You want to see this combination utility as well. You have 3 agents who can flash. The Sky, the Gecko, and Bippo, the last player out of the round. You want to find ways to pair it. You see there the blind side hitting the ground, you get the guiding light through it. I want to see Hyber a little bit more involved in this as well though, because Marcus will be sat there on the desk rubbing his hands together right now. He's going to say it, he's going to say it. Gecko Tech. Yeah, when you throw the Dizzy out, obviously you have to look at it to break it. So
yeah,
if you're looking away from one or staring at the Dizzy, chances are you'll get caught by some collateral if we're throwing multiple flashes out at once. Those are the kind of plays you want to see. Plan creation hasn't been an issue for Novo so far. It's the execution, which has been a little bit lacking.
100%. I think you've got it spot on. Like, Novo's plans and proactivity so far, like the defensive side, it's been impressive. The plan creation, like, has been spot on. Like, when they go to take long there, they've been proactive. And I like the ideas. Again, as you say, it's the execution, it's the gunfights, it's, again, not checking the corner for where players are sitting. I mean, the fact that Nescast gets to sit in that corner for so long before even anybody notices it is a bit tough. I think at the end of the day, though, Novo just need to shoot up what they want to do, like in terms of like hitting the heads. It could be as simple as that, and I think they'll be as right as rain.
Into an eco. Gives us a little bit more time to wax lyrical over the top about Novo, really, because they already had an opportunity to make playoffs. You'd like to see an Italian team make it there. Never happened before in inter-regional competition, as Bippo's the first out of this one. Save my question just for a moment, because Alan has found one walking out into sand. But what I'm trying to get to is, do we think that Italy are looking stronger right now? Is Portugal perhaps looking weaker? I think it's been a little hard to say, but if they were to beat Valiant here, would that give you the confirmation that you needed?
I think so, 100%. Considering how strong France is as a region, I think though overall Tier 2 is probably a lot weaker considering last year, but I think that's probably because money across the board is down. Another thing that's down, Hazard, will be that spike, so keep forced to go and get it down themselves. And in the meantime, Novo will peek out and allow Valiant to get the kills that they were looking for.
Nice shots from Defo. Locks down the A site and locks in a fourth. I wonder if he can get the quad here for himself. Stark toying with the idea of peeking through spawn. Missed flurry of bullets means that they'll have to wait a moment for a second chance. But I agree with what you're saying. We've got to be considering Italy and Portugal both as regions coming into challenges in 2023, having a couple of years to establish themselves before we merge back with Spain again for 2025. And my hopes between them are resting on Desire, I think, when we get to the main stage. Yeah. And then what you have to wonder is how much of that has brushed off onto this Novo team. Because when you actually consider the head-to-head, Lotus, they lost 11-13, Ascent 10-13, Sunset again by only 2 rounds. And I mean, if we're considering them to be a real competitor, then surely Novo have to stay in that conversation.
I think the thing is, though, Hans, that you think of those eco rounds in which Novo lost yesterday.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, here is the long push.
Yeah.
It was that combination with the Dizzy like I was speaking about, but no one was there to greet it. Everyone was market. Now they're reacting A.
And it's not only that, though, the worst player to actually stay alive after the end of that would probably be nice, because they've already used up 2 of their flashes, right? You'd want to keep Hyper or Bippo up, because they still had flashes and around the utility that you could mid-round with.
The regenerative aspect of Hyper is so important. And, well, look, I don't care what you said about Nice, because he's a human turret! Forget the utility belt, it's all in the gun.
I'm out of stuff.
A triple which may just have won them the round. And, well, for the first time, this event at least, you're the one eating your words, not me.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. sometimes clickhead go funny, right?
That's certainly one way to put it.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Thing is though, it's a 1v3. There's a double up on elbow on B. There's always a chance, right? 2 flashes in Ambi's pocket. 20 seconds remaining though.
What can the Sky on the other side of the server do? Ambi, one of the newer inclusions to the team, came from DAC last year. Now on the Valiant roster, trying to make his mark, but won't. Not here, not now. First round on the board for Novo. And just as I was saying before that I wish that I had Jesse's gun, it's Nice's instead, which lands the triple.
Yeah, I mean, that's now Novo starting to get themselves on board. And do you know what, Hazza? There's a reminiscence about this from Haven, because it was 4 rounds in a row in which Novo actually lost before we saw the coach timeout. It was until the 7th round, and then when we saw Novo actually win their first on defense. So maybe there's something similar here as we start to get in towards what is the ultimate cycle, right? This is the important part of the game, and one in which ultimately decides who will probably come out the better of this first half.
We're also talking about individual heroics being the win condition on the previous. Sure. It's not stable. Stark, Hybert, yet to register. And here comes the Thrash that you were talking about. Nice bait and switch. Bippo gets out. No trouble. This one is recollected for one more go. If Cake wants it.
There's no point trying to use it to go further into the site and maybe catch one. You'd lose the Thrash. And look at the protocols from Novo. They know that Long's been taken, so they go to what they think is the weaker side of the push and try to break that arm of it.
They're squishing through the center of the map because you've got 2 players coming out showers at the same time. They could be in to find Jesse. The Thrash is recommitted towards B and will detain Bippo in elbow. It's a showstopper right at his feet. Overkill, to say the least, because they've lost out the key jewels on the site entry itself. Alan allowed to reposition. Still holding things down. Jesse's in towards Spawn. This round is a mess.
Yeah, but look at Nice. Nice is still in lamps. That's just totally topsy-turvy. Spike's been committed, and Nice is going to be able to peek out tonight. This is not peeked.
Just playing a little bit more discipline. Ambi knows that he could be here. And you've got Defo on the cross coming into showers. Nice still trying to read ahead of the play and condemn these post-plant positions, but it slipped through their fingers. Stark doesn't even know. He flicks for it though. And now it's a 1v2. Split up on a couple different angles. Molly comes out, like you say, there's no smoke. The utility can maybe buy him a fight onto at least Jesse. Sticks it to half, committing this one. No way! And no chance, thankfully. Jesse takes that one from him, and Valiant extend their advantage.
Nice not peeking the spike, I think, is a defining moment for that round. I mean, it was like literally a mirror image on both sides, but like the opposite, right? You had 2 players on Valiant's side with only 1 on site for Novo on B, and then it was the opposite on A. The issue being is that if Nice checks that spike, kills the planter before it goes down, time is already low. It becomes a scramble and a 2v2, which Valiant will ultimately be forced to be in the less favourable positions.
It's the scramble in the mid-round where Valiant failed to succeed. That was one of the main takeaways against Job Life, and has always been a factor of how they've played. The set executes, but into Nice could be outweighed. He does get one. The lineup was there for Alan, but again, just the single kill. Bippo following suit, but the op is a problem. One which is mitigated by the smoke and the wingman on the plant.
I mean, the spike will go down, and Nescas now has an opportunity to do something. They've got the molly used up early with a tap of the spike, and while the wingman goes, Nescas, I mean, he might be next. Low on HP, forced to almost peek out of the smoke, and he knows the molly's close by. Actually trying to create a tunnel to move through on the smokes, but there's a player working on the spike, and that will be enough for Valiant, or for Novo, sorry, as Valiant lose that round. I mean, Hazard, at the end of the day, the issue for Valiant was he didn't account for the angles which Novo could peek from.
Everyone got their one. That's the bottom line. Like I was building into on the round, if you can make things messy and react in the right ways, which Novo have showed they have the capability to do, then Valiant are gonna sweat. And it's the reason why you saw them in round number 6 taking so many timings, just limit testing, waiting to spot out where that execute was happening. This time, it's a much more direct approach. Bippo straight to the chest of Defo, wins out in the duelist head-to-head, and allows the team to set up this defensive line. Hyper's gone walking. That is a restoration of the even odds.
Though you see that, it's the ultimate sort of the big aspect to it. Bippo's jumped out of heaven and descended into hell. Spike down, advantage towards Valiant Hazard.
It's the wingman that planted as well, so Stark hesitant to involve the Rolling Thunder. A couple players towards Lamps that are yet to cross as this Trailblazer tries to check them. Like you say, there are pieces to work with here for Novo, but they're running out of time in the right place to implement them.
I mean, Valiant, they're right all the way back. I mean, Novo are forced to actually march forward. The wingman, though, is actually moving on towards the spike and has got it half. Start getting caught out by the molly, trying to peek through in towards Showers, and Nescad has got rid of Alan. A beautiful flash, and Ambi flicking onto the head of the jumping Nice will grant them their 6th and at least be even on the next half.
And the wingman was actually gone. Wingman's certainly grown a little bit. Stark was running to get that one done themselves. It's an early advantage which is so quickly lost, and similar to the last round, players taking a kill but nothing more. Not really much need for that kind of proactivity from Hyber there.
No.
At least unsupported, and they're going right back at it into the saddle. Short is the name of the game.
I mean, you may as well make players uncomfortable, and Sakika actually has the spike. If this is successful, this could be a disaster. Everyone's flashed up, and somehow Valiant come out the better. Make that 4 better. Has a flash in the pan, and Novo have given up the round unless Allen can clutch a 1v5 ace.
Counter utility. That's it. Simple stuff from Valiant. Novo doing the right things with the Dizzy, with the Sky Flash. Like I said, you even had Bippo with the blind side over the back of it. It was a triple threat. They just respond with a flash of their own, and it seems to work out. Allen has his first. This attempt is a write-off, though. There's a backstab from Devo, swiftly arriving. And just too many targets to try and take. This is a knife. Oh no, it was supposed to be! Allen turned his head in time. Reeled in a wild defo. No chance to get his slice of the pie. 7 rounds, that's the advantage.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Novo, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. People will be sitting there and be like, why are they trolling? Why are they trolling, right? There's nothing troll about that. They've tried something proactive. In fact, they've even got everybody flashed up and good to go. The only issue is they actually flashed themselves at the same time. Yeah. So therefore, it all fell apart.
It's the same again, but this time it is combined with B presence, a crunch through sand, Bippo inserted to market. TP's away.
Oh, I like this.
Valiant not giving up absolutely anything. They've dropped all the way back to spawn. They're waiting for Novo to retreat, and even if they don't, you're going to find Allen here solo. Whether you win that fight or not, that's a different question entirely. He's the one that comes out on top.
It's not even that though, like Valiant are forced now to use utility and check everything either by face or by utility. It's wasting things, wasting players, giving chances to Novo, and they've set themselves up right. That's a 2-player advantage for them now.
It was literally just the Thrash committed as well. After conditioning the short presence, they move into the Gecko ultimate. Under the pressure, they start panicking. You're seeing these peaks taken solo. Both Showers and outside of Fountain. Now the regroup is away from the spike. Bodies on the site. Allen second guessing, but right on the money in the end. Bivo can flash over the top and claim what's rightfully his, or perhaps just set up for the rest of his team because they still have the numbers. It's a 4v2.
Knows the Geckos in Puka, knows that Ambi is looking to play towards long, and it's just actually just giving the information back to his team, right? You're actually using the ulti to push Ambi out of long. Haza, what is that?
No way! The Ambi ace! That one wasn't on the bingo card. And Novo have scratched off almost every opportunity. 3 ults invested. He stands in defiance of the orbital strike and retaliates with the full force of 5 kills himself. I don't think you're going to see a bigger round tossed away today, or maybe for the rest of this tournament.
I'm actually just in awe. Haza, what do you say? Straight back into what is now so much in Valiant's favour.
The Viper's pit thrown. Another ult in the wishing well. It's going to hold down short. Stark is super passive towards showers though. You have taken fountain control. That's about the extent of it.
Yeah, it's not even that though. After the last round, Novo have used 3 of their ultimates off the back of that. I mean, now there's so much for Valiant to use, they don't need to worry about wasting any because they'll have the advantage and there'll be no retort from Novo.
Valiant giving Novo a quick bit of education on how to combine your ultimate abilities. Seekers and Thrash closing in the walls of Alan's Viper's pit. Spike now just going down. This one is already wrapped up by Valiant. They've got players that can peak, and Ambi high on confidence is a serious threat to be worried about. They fall back into the pit. Jesse instead decides to go forwards. It's still a 3 versus 1. Nice may just want to save this ult, of which they have none, into our final round. There's no money either though. I guess he does just kind of have to go for it, right? Like, what can you do? Your hands are tied.
Pick up a Vandal apparently and just go for the save. It's respectable. I mean, you've got to have something to work with. All in has it. Valiant will find 9. The defense, which I was already talking about in terms of it being a highlight for Novo, has been an absolute disaster. I think there's been moments in which they've had the right ideas, the guns haven't hit. There's been flashes that haven't went their way, like for instance accidentally flashing themselves. I understand that all these things can happen in Valorant, and sure, it's a bit heartbreaking to lose that second map. But sometimes in Valorant, things just don't go your way, and so far, it's not been Novo's map.
It looks a little bit like that, but it also reminds me of the Split 1 Grand Final in Italy when they took their only map from Desire. That was the opener. The following 3, all losses, and pretty big losses as well, on maps they looked capable on. That's it. You can get a little too ahead of yourself at times. There's still so much to be played. As I mentioned, not done yet. Getting close to finishing out Bind though, or at least the first half with Valiant. Possibility of double digits. I love the fact that they send the dog through the TP, opens the door, forces Bippo to take that fight. Now they can execute onto the left-hand side with a little bit more comfortability.
Yeah, the fact that no one was watching the dog as well. Spike going to go down easy enough with the site taken, and well, they're actually actively fighting any flank that comes through. Alan gets very lucky with a spam. Well, I guess you could say an accurate spam. I don't know what the phrase is, but at the end of the day, it's starting to work out, and Valiant look to get 10.
Nesgas filling the gaps brilliantly. Filling his opponents with lead. Indiscriminate. Everyone getting a bit. 3 kills for him on the round. It is double digits inside the first 12 for Valiant. They're in prime position to take their selection of Bind and move us to a 1 map shootout for this series. and to send Sweet and Sour home inside the next 3 rounds.
I mean, that's it. Sweet and Sour's hopes depend upon a Novo comeback. Depend upon Novo being able to get this one over the line. If not, and it does go to the third map, even if Novo win it, Sweet and Sour, man, they have no chance.
The plot armor thickens. Do Valiant have much left, or is it brittle on this defense? They've got to hold strong, and they certainly do. In the first engagements, which they take, Novo go a couple of players down. It's Hyber and Bippo inside the opening fight once again. Cairo, not the first time that this pair of players has been dispensed of inside the first few moments.
I mean, you think about the last map, Hyber and Bippo were the highlight as well, has it? Again, we talk about it at War of Attrition, like live by the sword, die by the sword, a lot of phrases that we've used. That's Hyber and Bippo. They have not hit the mark that they did in the last map, and right now Novo are really feeling the pain because of that.
It's always something I said about Hyber. We both share this sentiment that he's when he was on the duel list, it was hot and cold. He either performed unbelievably well or severely struggled at times, where Bippo has this slightly higher floor. Maybe his ceiling doesn't reach the same, and it's a blend on this map at least, which hasn't delivered the goods. Alan stepping up again. The Italian hopes, and moreover Sweet and Sour's relying on the work of an 18-year-old in their breakout season. Sounds all too familiar, doesn't it? Very much cut from the same cloth as their own. Oh, gotta try and shut down this anti-eco with some guns of their own. 3 marshals invested.
I mean, at the same time, Alan finding plenty of space on the A side. We're going up against a judge, a shotgun at close range. Hello, Alan still wins that out.
Yeah.
I doubt that's anything that will be anything of sustenance for Novo, but at least it's something back in their favour.
The Italian prodigal son likes his chances.
There.
Novo may still give themselves credit here, but it's all in the hands of Devo, you feel. That paint shells. 3 players low. Nice without the regrowth. Start goes down, and one by one they hit the deck. Valiant present on site.
Portal closed.
Now Bippo needs his moment, but it's cut short by Sakake. 12 for Valiant. Novo's story hasn't ended just yet, but Sweet and Sour's is only 1 away.
10 chances of winning bind. It's a perfect opportunity to get it over the line. I mean, it is going to be the rightful round, so maybe it doesn't happen in this one. But the sequential rounds, you certainly think that it could be Valiant's choice to end it right here for Sweet and Sour. But not for this series. Novo will still have a chance moving into the last map. A lot riding on this.
Individual talents on show. 5 players from the play-ins last year making it to VCT EMEA, and 3 of them from the last chance group. So even if we are to bid farewell to Sweet and Sour, they fought diligently against the Dark Horses. Might just be Valiant's turn to make it to the playoffs now, though. The group of death continuing to provide exactly that. Novo buried 1 at a time. 2 players down, but with the spike at their feet.
Toxins going up.
That's it. Everybody's ready to go. Bippo isn't known about either. The players are walking by without even noticing. It's as easy as that, has it. Every single player will send themselves forward and send Sweet and Sour home. They've not got a chance. They've not got any hope for that last series yet to play. Valiant have knocked out the Northern European representatives for play-ins.
Tough to say as it is, but Valiant have been the better team today. This series isn't over. It's an equalizing map which sends us to the decider. The fate of both hanging on it. Whether we end up heading to game 3 with anything left to play for or not is yet to be seen. However, Valiant have shown a brilliant response here in mentally resetting from map to map. 13-2, 1 point. Ambi only had a couple of deaths and was putting up 20 plus kills. Not even the highlight name that you look at when you isolate this roster. So much quality coming from France, or from East, if we're being brutally honest. Let's see how much more work they can get done, Cairo. We're going into the final map. Are we holding out hope for Novo here?
I think it will, but the only thing I will say though, Hazza, they've played Ascent, Novo, and they've never won it. So that's something to think about going into the last map.
Certainly is. We're going to head to a break and a breakdown from the analysts. We'll see you on the other side for what could be the final map in this series. What is the final map in this series?
Valiant reading all of Novo's plays, countering their aggression, continuing their bind win streak, keeping them in the game, and unfortunately for Sweet and Sour, ending their run in Ascension. Marcus, tell us a little bit about bind. I mean, it was a stomp, so there's not much, but talk to us a little bit about it.
It kind of reminds me about Polaris, I'll be honest. Split 1, a team that some of you may have heard called Apex. It felt very much like an Apex game. They were dominant. I feel like the game that they played earlier on Bind must have warmed them up. It had to have done. Novo really couldn't find their footing. But look, you have to understand that it's only one match. They still have it all to play for in the next one, but 13-2 and Ambi having a performance, Milan.
Yeah, I mean, 425 ACS, 25 in 3. Also, 5-0 for opening those ridiculous stats, right? I think this is one of those things where it's kind of similar to the first series, right? Having a slow start on the first map, and then for the second one, he just wakes up and destroys. So yeah, very good start from him.
Yeah, I know we're probably all absolutely itching to talk about that round with the Ambi 4K, but I think before we get into that, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about how Valiant was so good at countering Novo's aggression, and also, I guess, Novo's commitment to being aggressive despite that. So I know there's a round that you want to talk about, Milan, that showcases that quite well.
Yeah, I think Novo started off very well by understanding that Valiant was playing a little bit too passive and they were going very aggressive. And then I think at some point we get a timeout. And from that point onwards, I think one of the coaches must have said something about, hey, just chill, let them come to us. Because with Novo constantly on their defense, constantly pushing for these extremities and constantly taking these regroups, risky regroups, and just dry pushing, all Valiant really had to do was just sit. And I think the round that we're going to showcase right now is a wonderful example of that, right? So I think it's it was on a short, right? There's a 4-man aggression coming up with a Sky Flash and a Gecko Flash, and all Valiant really has to do is just sit, counter flash, and wait for the 4 Novo players to pick. And they're all blinded. Look at the amount of assists that Sakake is getting purely off of using this one flash properly, right? And it's this round is one example, but there were so many more rounds of Valiant reading into the aggression that Novo was constantly doing at them, and it felt like they really didn't have another solution this game other than to just push forward and look for kills.
Even he was blind though. Did you see it? Sakake, he was blind as well. Like I'm pretty sure the Gecko Flash had come down, hit his opponents, and 2 of his opponents had actually ran behind him while he killed one of them, which makes the whole thing a little bit more humorous, but it just goes to show how much was actually going on, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, Hazza and Kairos spoke about it a little bit. There was one particular round where Jesse had walked all the way into our spawn, you know, doing what Jesse does best, taking that space on that Viper. And I think it was Hazza who was like, these rounds are so chaotic. You almost don't know who's attacking, who's defending, because everybody was everywhere at some points. And I think Valiant did so well to kind of read those aggressive pushes, but then also sit back and take that space too. Okay, let's talk about the Ambi 4K, because that round was insane. A 4v2. They had all the information. Marcus, talk us through this one.
I think it's important to note that Bippo tries to get as much information as possible, right? And I think the smart thing from Ambi here is to make it known that it looks like he's running towards long. You see this? It looks like he's running towards long. He hears the Yoru come out, and Ambi just slides out the other way. Dodges everything in his path, apart from the 4 enemies running at spawn, who he does deal with perfectly.
I think it's also hilarious because this is the second map in a row of this series that we are eating our words again. You know, we kind of went into that kind of gassing Novo up a little bit because they had every kind of element to go into that and finally knock Valiant off their bind podium. But they do take this one and keep themselves in this series, which means we are heading to Ascent. Are we excited for this? Because I'm pretty sure this is the first Ascent game that is being played on broadcast. Is that right?
I mean, on the main broadcast, that is,
yeah,
right? I had one Ascent game yesterday. I mean, it was wonderful, spectacular. I think we're seeing I think funnily enough, they played Deadlock Cypher as well, right? Which, according to whatever data we have, we know Novo's only played this map one time, but they played Deadlock Cypher the last time they played the map as well. So
Actually,
I'm very curious to see. Yeah. I came back.
I remember.
And I do want to talk as well a tiny bit more about how Sweet and Sour now are unfortunately eliminated. I know that's going to make a lot of people very, very sad because Sweet and Sour are Polaris boys. You know, we were kind of secretly, no bias, gunning for them. So Marcus, how sad are you to see Sweet and Sour sort of out of this?
Look, it's sad, but the potential of this team is phenomenal, right? And we're hopefully going to see them stick together unless any of them get picked up. That's always the hardest thing, right? When you're an unsigned team, I mean, even some signed teams, right? You're an unsigned team and you've got some standout players like Ticey, right? What is Ticey gonna have to like do to stick with the team if he gets like another offer? Do you know what I mean? It's a very difficult decision, but I do think with the right backing, if this core stays together, if these five stay together, Milan, I think they could work wonders.
I mean, they showed some really good things, right? The fact that they've taken so many great teams to close series. I mean, even this first series, right? It could have gone any other way. We saw how many close rounds there were, and I mean, they beat Apex. They narrowly lost to KPI again, who I think are probably one of the stronger teams in Ascension as well. So this team has a lot of potential right now, and these guys work hard, and I'm sure that if they keep that up, then they'll get there eventually.
Well, let's move on from something sad to something very exciting. An Ascent game, a map we all love so very dearly. You know, there's absolutely no opinions about Ascent. We all love it, right? But I am actually very, very much looking forward to seeing this. And I don't know if either of you have any insight or statistics into how both of these teams play on Ascent. Milan, I'll start with you.
I mean, I think the most important one is that we don't really have that much data on Novo, right? They only played it one time in the second split. They lost it. But there's been such a, I think it was, I'd have to double check, but I think it was a game we played a while ago as well. So we don't really know what to expect from them coming into the game right now. They might have cooked up some weird comp. They might rock the same thing. And it also gives Valiant an opportunity to, not have as much tape on an enemy, right? You don't know what to expect. And some teams perform better, some teams perform worse when that happens. And I'm very curious to see how that's going to translate in this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not going to be long until we kind of find out how everything goes and what comps that they are going to choose for today. But Marcus, are there any kind of like comps that they've played before that you're kind of expecting to see them bring into Ascent today? I mean, Ascent's almost not Ascent without a Sova, right?
Yeah, I mean, every team runs a Sova unless you're in my rank game where I will go solo Gecko and probably get very angry. But no, from kind of the information we've got, and I don't know if it was the game we were talking about yesterday. It was Novo that picked. No, it wasn't because they didn't play it. But from what I can see, they have ran Cypher Deadlock on Ascent. That was the one they lost. So
yeah.
I feel like there's going to be a way they've got to play this for it to actually work if they stick with this comp.
I mean, I think on the side of Valiant, right, you have the more default comp. So it's the Killjoy, KO, Sova, the one that everyone's very bored of, everyone's familiar with, we all know how it plays. And I think that one of the biggest win conditions for Valiant is to kind of like play around this deadlock, right? You really actively have to deny, if we see the deadlock, that is, you will actively have to deny these chokes, make sure that that whenever a Novo enters sites, they have to, use a lot of resources to do so. Because once they get onto the site, it's the same thing that we've seen on Lotus before, right? You put your utility down, Cypher trips, deadlock wires and sensors, and the wall, and essentially it's going to be impossible for you to retake. So I'm very curious to see how that translates.
Well, no need to ponder any longer as we do have Agent Select, and that deadlock Cypher combo will be played by Novo today. What are we thinking, lads?
Defense first, though. Defense first when you have the Cypher deadlock. Is this not automatically kind of an advantage, would you say, Milan? I know Valiant, of course, have the default comp, which can be played both aggressively and passively, but like you were talking about how to deal with Novo's comp, I feel like it's going to be difficult for them.
unironically, this comp, like Deadlock Cypher, traditionally just performs better on the attack, right? Because getting into the sites is pretty straightforward if you know how to do it properly, and then holding sites is very simple with this comp. Defense, however, is the tricky part, right? Once this wall is down, you kind of need to make sure that you are not able to, like, for the attacker side, on the side of Valiant right now, I expect them to do a lot of long defaults, make sure that they find out where's Deadlock playing, where's Cypher playing, are we able to get this Deadlock wall out of them? And if they do so successfully, I think they have a good chance at winning.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to know some other opinions about Deadlock, particularly our casters, Hazard JC and Cairo.
I love Deadlock me. Don't know about you, Cairo.
I mean, I think it's the worst agent in the game. You're at polar opposites with that one.
Interesting. Okay, well that was actually very brief. To
Yeah,
add on to
exactly.
what Milan was saying, it is traditionally the attack which actually suits best for this type of composition. And we've seen it from Novo before. They've only played it once. It was against Desire in the grand final, a 13-10 defeat, but the opening half, 7 on their attack side. That's where they got the advantage. They fell short in the second when they were forced to defend. Are they able to put up the kind of numbers that they need to see this one home and still give themselves half a chance of making it out of this last chance group?
Yeah, I mean, Valiant only have a 33% win rate on this map, Hazza, but they've only played it 3 times. There's a lot that you can realistically go off of in that front, a lot of conversation points. Novo are well within their rights to have a go at Valiant now because they've tested them, they've won out Haven. Hey, listen, Bind might have not been it. Let's not have a repeat of the split one Italian Grand Finals, and let's see Novo get this one over the line.
There was a point in time where this same comp, against the default, with the Deadlock, was unbeaten in VCT. Is that the kind of form that we need from Novo here? I'd imagine so. It's a net at Devo's feet that Alan reaps the rewards of. Paranoia in support, and he gets out.
Big entry. You take off and blunt the spear.
Crazy how they just fight that immediately though, and Alan's done it a couple of times. It was on the Cypher on Haven as well, where he just decided to go have a look and take a duel.
So the thing as well about this Deadlock comp, right, it's so good on pistol rounds because there's not a lot of damage to destroy the like the orbs that are sitting on the edges of the wall.
It has held them back and put Sakate in a spot where he was unable to dodge the bullets. Couple of kills picked up by Novo. It's a handful now as they fall one by one. Start keeping control of the backside. Jesse removes it. A ghost behind him, an upgrade perhaps, but the classic preferred at this kind of range. And Hyber taking the fights on his own terms and conditions. Another pistol round for Novo. They take the lead on the decider.
Hey, listen, it's meant to be more defensive-sided, in terms of how the sights fall, right? Generally, we expect a 7-5, 8-4.5 in favour of the defence. And Novo get off to a brilliant start. All comes from that, I guess, peak from Alan.
That goes there. Fly.
It's exactly what they needed as well, because they lost both pistols on Haven. Around here or there, but other than that, 13-2 says it all.
Oh, they won the attacking side pistol. It was both pistols they lost on Bind.
Bind. Wrong map. But yeah, they lost both pistols on the last map. Okay, cool. Anyway.
See ya.
The one under scrutiny here is Nescas. Outlaw finds that, and the cross is kept, maintained at least by adding another player to the tally. They have made it out of market though, but still walking into the setup.
Yeah, players tagged up, and while the shock dart doesn't get the kill, they certainly will. Lovely flex. And a third to add to his collection. All in all, Rifles get through into the next round. That's exactly what they would have wanted. And again, another nasty bonus, similar to what happened on Haven.
Because they're running a double Sentinel here as well, it's one of the few maps that you're actually going to see nice on the Cypher. The other would be Sunset if they're running this deadlock comp, because Novo have presented and brought so many different ideas to the table in terms of the looks that they give, their player profile. A whole host of different maps where they've experimented. Most recently, Abyss that we saw yesterday. Oh, Vipo's Outlaw gets nothing this time. Defo at the double makes this one a done deal.
Crocodile done deal. I mean, that's the thing. The other aspect to it, Hazza, is that while it's nice to see Novo try and push the boundaries and test Valiant's mid setup.
Goodbye.
All in all, it's similar to what happened on Bind, so they need to be careful with what's happening. A nice check in the cam,
okay.
and a lovely shot. This is well in their rights, Novo.
I was talking about signing on the dotted line, that the paperwork was complete, but maybe a sentence or two not to the liking of Novo. Nice offered opportunities to take fights, one through main, one through his cam, and they still don't know where Stark is. The retake is coming in from both ends, and we have to see a few more of those if this is to be a possibility.
The revisions coming through from Novo. A jump spot will note nice. Stark again still to introduce themselves. A lovely entry, and that's going to be a big ultimate. The neural network going to be able to identify players. Just need to get rid of them. There we go.
Way.
An ace on for nice. The spam of the Odin will do it. Spike half! And Stark half as well. That will be Valiant's round, but not before losing almost everything in the process.
A stake in the heart of Novo. I got it correct in the end. The round did go their way, but my word, it was off the beaten track. Nice doing a brilliant job at cutting up these angles, the supportive smoke, the call to get it on the jump spotting Sakake in hell. Players split up, but he'll bring them home. Still not quite on dry land just yet if you look at it. Money for both teams, trying to stabilize. This is a huge swing round.
Odin just firing off in the background. The base of it. Apple playing with the idea.
Oh,
shot! I mean, he's been so good with the Outlaw. And Defo now has to get rid of the trap wire, so they know how far up they've continued in mid. Just a big question mark put over it about whether they go out to CT, and that's why Bipple's holding it. A trap wire holds the exit out of market.
Sometimes it's the standard play which works best, to be honest. Bippo's Jet in this competition so far has looked better than his off-meta picks. His Neon, his Yoru, that consistency, bringing the Outlaw into rounds such as this when you've got 3-4 players on light shields. That was a headshot, of course, so styling on him a little bit. And
30 seconds
this
left.
trap needs to be broken as Valiant are held back on their B execute for now. It's into Bippo's crosshairs again. That they go. Hyber with the recon, holding down the backside, but how much longer can he hold? Not long enough. It makes for a 3-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, the info dart then clears stairs and peeks out towards that side, gets caught off guard. 3-on-3 though is still decent enough, and Bipple's Outlaw has been doing the business. In terms of utility though, Hazza, Jesse still has his paranoia. Stark also has that piece of utility as well.
Commits it across the site and walks to the Nano Swarm instead. Allen on the trade, keeping themselves in this. Nesgas is aware of, or at least you would think, Bippo was holding. It's Allen again. The golden boy to give them another round. A clutch for the kid. It's Nesgas that he faces. The sole Frenchman in the French representative team. Valiant equal the score through that man exactly. Another 1v1 which he wins. And a big one at that in terms of this opening half.
It's so unfortunate, the Valorant timing that happens there. Tries to pop the cage after the trap wire's destroyed to stop Defo getting out of market, and then he gets swung On top of that, like you see there, Hyber swings towards stairs because his info dart didn't clear there, and already Defo was sitting waiting to collect his prey. Again, back towards mid for Valiant. Seem to have found something with that last setup there, but it's not the same one as what we saw previous. There's an adaptation, no trap wires down just yet. That's probably because of the lack of money on the side of Novo.
Yeah, no trap wires because they're still stuck in the buy menu, mate. There's just not enough cash to go around. That's the reason why we see this setup. Yeah. How much Valiant take away from it, I don't know, but it's a trap play. Cam trying to spot the legs, you've got the net prepared, the recon to follow it up. All of those pieces come out. Nescas is caught around the corner with the turret to keep them held back. A is open in the meantime. Stark has to do this one solo.
Yeah, Stark's already looking to take the main space away from Valiant. You can see him going here and doesn't win the duel against Jesse. That was the big 1v1. Defo's blade, here we go. A man who always seems to find at least multi-frags, and will only be two this time. It's still more than one and puts his team in a great spot. Bippo peeks out and Valiant, with so many players, will fire down range. Yeah, a good way to convert the anti-eco. It was expected, to be honest. For me, Hazza though, someone's got to break that drone.
I completely agree. I think you know that there's going to be someone rooted to the spot as long as the drone is in flight. They wanted to capitalize on the opportunity presented. These ecos, you're always going to be scrappy. In terms of the setup, again, presence from a Sentinel on either side of the map. If you're Novo right now, I would like to see them fight a little bit more heavy for A main control, because when Valiant are splitting the A site in the late round, you can see so often it's just one player left by themselves through Gelato into main. Chance to isolate perhaps. And in terms of where the spike is posturing, it's the exact same execute again.
Yeah, Stark gonna have to use the paranoia and stuck in the corner almost. Pushes the player back and gives a little bit time to reset. As you can see Bippo looking to move across. But look how much map control Valiant have gained all the way up towards mid-market.
Nescas is the canary in the coal mine, hearing all of the steps and tailoring the take towards A still. Instead it's a backstab. They move forward towards the crosshairs of the Yop, and the spike finally ferried elsewhere. The whole ship goes down, crashing down. Info for Alan. He can preserve his presence on the site and even brings out the ult. Oh, okay, yep. Captures Sakei. I don't know how necessary that was. And be the last one left. He's done for. So 3 apiece. Novo doing the right things, but not really tested too much on that round.
Yeah, bit overkill to be honest, Hazza, because when you look towards what's coming next, the lockdown's sitting there available, and to counter that, or at least come up with a plan, you need everything in your arsenal to try and deny it. Hyber is 2 rounds away from his Hunter's Fury, the direct counter.
Yeah.
So Valiant will have the perfect opportunity in the early round to get it off.
As I said before, Valiant love these pre-round calls. It would have been to split A, but they don't fully commit to it. This time, no mistake made, but no presence towards short. It is a little bit more one-dimensional. The lockdown is invested. There's still a big gap towards heaven, and Bippo will be happy to sit on the angle once this drone has concluded.
Oh, even before the drone's concluded, that's why the smoke's just got that little gap. Bippo's still wanting to try and go for it, but there's so much going against them, so much going in their way. Where does Stark come from? Where does this flank come from? Because Valiant haven't thought about it, and Spike's on the ground. The ulti to try and get it back, but Defo under pressure, under scrutiny. Is everything being sent back towards them? And Stark actually goes to take the CT space away from Valiant.
Hyber trying to get info. Not sure if he quite caught Defo there. One player under, one towards Gen. They group up and try to play together. Stark from elsewhere. He could be anywhere. If you're Valiant right now, you have no idea. They've simply got to hold the ground, which they've gained. Hellware both stand and make their final stand. The spike isn't planted for this position, so a swing in tandem required. Hyber on the angle, collecting Defo and making sure that Jesse can't get back through. He will. It's close. Stark has it covered though, and Novo take the lead back for themselves.
I mean, just not thinking about Stark on the flank, or anybody for that matter has it. I mean, the fact that it's the smokes that disguises themselves, passing through like an assassin and under the floorboards and up in the rafters of the ceiling. Valiant, they get backstabbed. Heartbreaking stuff.
I just want to see Novo isolate these lanes a little bit more, because you can see it there. I mean, sure, it's the round where everyone pushes through main, but short left open. And even when they were splitting, as I said, 4-1 either which way. There are ways that Novo can levy the numbers. And one advantage would be the firepower in Bippo's hands now. Op in mid, and you can see Hyber getting ready to use that drone. He does. It goes through the archway, collects info onto Ambi, but not Defo up close.
I mean, I think the big thing for me has about that last round is the fact that, like, Novo were able to get through it with actually all of the ults that Valiant used. So they come out the better of the two, and especially now Novo can start to really gain momentum. The only issue, Nestcast has got rid of Nice.
Not without a win on this round though, Cairo. Novo not out of the woods yet. Bippo needs to bring them there. But this op may just be inclined to save from this position. It's a 3v5. You need a kill now, and there's nobody in market to hand you one over the counter. So best chance lies in round number 9.
Time ticking away. At this point, surely it's just a save. Yeah, I think after that kill, it's all about holding for exits now.
Oh, I like
this. Already, they're trying to keep them stuck in. And if they come out towards Stark as well, Hazza, it gets worse. Allen continues forward. This is all about the orbs, the points that are on that X button. Because realistically, there's not going to be anything for a win.
Bippo has to be so careful recommitting to that fight on the same angle. You'd even expect the spam to catch him through the wall there, but it won't. And the operator can live to tell the tale, or more importantly, change the narrative of this next round. Because in terms of how the story went, it was a flat pack B execute with all of the right set utility to take it away from them. Nice gets caught out towards spawn, and that was it. They are strong-siding the map here, and if you find the Cypher solo, which he's often playing, then you have half a chance.
Again, you can hear the KG utility outside of B here, Hazza. So that's a little bit of information for Novo to react off of. Whether that is the fact that the luck is towards this side of the map, and the A side is stronger, they'll have their own read. And I mean, with players starting to move about, you can certainly see that they're adjusting their take or adjusting their setup to that. The KG goes down, no pressure towards B because of the Bippo hold, so now you can gamble on the A side.
Nice also wants to keep himself out of range of this KO ultimate as well, so the traps stay up. They both get broken. It just alerts positions though. It's a slow peek back through the smoke. Jesse has the trade, but at the cost of most of his HP. Still a player in front, Novo coming to this retake with utility and an ultimate to work with.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury's actually tagged up Defo as well. Now he's down to 80 HP, so Cakes Odin is doing what, but all that work is gone. Nice was distracting with the knife jumps. And in the end, Hazza, it's going to be Novo to again take that advantage.
This defender's side seems to grow into the game round on round. On this occasion, it's a little harder to place. not fair to say unforced errors for Valiant, but in terms of the site execution and then re-clearing the short space, not really much to do. Again, like I said, that they go through one lane or the other, and if they do, there's always a real weakness to it. Nescas on that occasion is full lurking through market as he has done before. Just gives them the info that there's areas that they can fill, you know, gaps to be made instead of a late punish on Tree where he could have been playing. Not to, you know, pick away at the details, but there are gaps to this attack side game.
100%. There's gaps in the defence though, and the big one of that is mid, because they're not actively holding it. The only thing realistically that's there is the cam to check it. Other than that, there's no players dedicated to it. It's more about holding the exits and allowing Valiant the space and making sure that they can't do anything with it.
Jesse outside of A late. Bippo into Wine, but the spike looking at B for now, with Market the other end of the push. Just waiting for an opening, or at least trying to fake this out a little bit with the rifles so that they can maybe find themselves a free site, and it's starting to work because Novo are moving away.
Wow.
30 seconds left.
Lovely shots. Players just walking in. Yep, it's like picking up spring chickens, has it. They're ready to pluck. What they have been. Well, the gun and the buys hasn't been the greatest. It feels so easy for Novo in the end. And that's exactly what it will be. A flawless round. Building back up as towards the second ultimate cycle.
It'll be the pre-round call that you were speaking about, testing the middle of the map a little bit more, but as they are limiting themselves, limit testing, a combination of both, it does divide the responsibility of Novo a little bit, and they have so many blue shirts in every lane. Bippo does it all by himself on A. That's not an issue. Bromas now made to say his piece, because it's one thing for Valiant to lose this series. I mean, it's another when the fate is completely out of your hands in that final game of the day if it gets to that point, because we know the attack for Novo here is good. This defense is just about raising the bar.
That's it. I mean,
hello.
It's about raising the bar. I mean, with a double, like, we're always saying, like, this comp is so much better on the attack. The one thing I worry about is when it does move on to it, Hazard, is the limited flashing capabilities that it has to break chokes.
Yeah. So it depends what Valiant want to try and do here, how they want to set up this defense when it gets around to it. We've still got 2 more to play before the side swap comes through, though. Ultimates to play around with. Annihilation for Alan. It's been very choice how he's chosen to use this before. I think it was yesterday that we saw players hard clearing corners with it. That was the Diamant game. Valiant all too used to it.
Ooh. Jesse taps the orb and gets caught in the animation. That could have been an easy kill for Alan if he'd pressed the left trigger.
They know that Alan's here now, though, and with the deadlock on A, it's the Cypher setup B.
Is that the case, though? Because you know that deadlock utility is global.
But when you've looked the deadlock player right in the eyes, you know where they are.
True.
I think that expectation is always that Novo will be splitting up their 2 Sentinels, not playing them together. We've only seen that be the case on the Eco. Continuing to move towards B. That's a big reveal. The Odin not giving him a preferable angle to find the fight, though. The info going both ways, and a double tag from the ult might have been enough. Hyber is going down with the ship inside the fragment. Stark holding the line for the rest of his team. 3-on-3. Flash onto Ambi. Can't get anything done. Stark still going. They peek together, and Bippo is the one that takes him down.
It's up to Sakate once again. Time
10
is low,
seconds left.
10
and it is
seconds.
a 1v1. Doesn't know about where the deadlock could be, was the A player, and it's called to him now. Comes off the spike at the worst moment possible. And that moment is too late. Advantage taken for the next half, Hazza. And traditionally we said it's a 7-5 or 8-4 half. That is well within the margins right now.
Another clutch for Alan. Keeps Novo going. The advantage is where it's sat against Desire.
This goes here.
But this time, from the defender's side, they find 7 rounds.
My intel.
A chance
is
to
their
give us one
obstacle.
more.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
In terms of ults to do it with, you've got to be looking maybe at building Nescas into a lockdown here. If he can get the B main control, the issue is, it's that player I was just talking about, Alan, who's constantly there, ready to go off the back of some utility. That's why they navigate it in a different direction.
Yeah, Biffle getting moved back further and further.
So quick.
Players are, if they do move up towards this, especially if they hit the trap, that is going to give honestly a notification for Hyper to get the Odin towards the right spots. Right now, though, you can see Valiant has either been delayed and delayed about where they want to go, and they walk so slow with trepidation in their minds about where possibly the rest of the Novo players could be.
Novo's protocols in the last couple of rounds has been to drop back deeper into the site. You've got the From the Shadows to help support Nice in this ambition as well. The Cage can claw back away at the offense as they start to move on up, but Stark is dead now as well. So it's Bippo's op in a 1 versus 4 for the final round of this defender's side. Swaps it out to the Vandal, and a couple of kills will give him the chance at a Blade Storm, and from that point, there would be no looking back.
Needs at least one clean kill here. Doesn't get the chance to, dashes away, and bullets starting to head his way. Needs to clear main as well, has it? That's the other thing you've got to consider as Nestcake sits there ready to go. Oh, spam him. Even gives a little bit of cheeky taunting. But a 7-5 half, I think, is respectable for both teams.
It's that Nestcake combo, the recon over the top, and the Frenchman to finish. A 2-round advantage for the Italian team. A pistol here could help start to put them out of reach.
One enemy
But Valiant are really keeping up the pace in terms of this series as a whole. You've got to remember, after that win or their map pick of Haven, we went into Bind, and right out the gates, 10 posted. A 13-2 result. You just can't count them out. That's what their year has been all about. Improving step by step. It's a project and a product of longevity with plenty of legs left in it.
Defo's already seen the amount of players that are about to run it down on B and activated the dash. The paranoia placed perfectly, and so is the Cake's crosshair as Hyper's head is taken off. The players going in one by one and will actually supply them. Valiant eating nicely today. Beppo though trying to come back on his own, and that's what it's got to be. A 1v5 ace. Spike on the ground, and players are actually disconnected here, Hazza.
Oh, not as much as you'd think though. Crossfire on the stairs, walk out. Nescas slotting into main, that's a footstep given away by Bippo. Now they know. He's trying to dissect this, but the best possible option is to retrieve the spike, bait out a peek, and stop this setup. Lane is where he'll go, he wants the advantage. Jesse seen, and the ghost heard. Bippo still trying to find the right approach. He doesn't want to give up until he has his first, and he has found it. Now those 2 remaining players aren't side by side. They'll have to wait up for the group.
Oh, has a heart in the mouth moment. Nescas gets headshot. And unluckily, at the range, it isn't enough to kill him in one blow. That could have been it. That could have been it in one.
but it isn't. Valiant keep going. They get over the hump. The pistol is picked up. Unless Beepo has more shots for us from this Sheriff, then we move to 7-7. And as much as we want to talk about stronger attack sides, this defensive comp is tried and tested, everything written out. As bad as this map may have been for Valiant,
It's just a B main fight, right? Going back and forth. At the end of the day, Novo are walking into what is a favoured fight for Valiant. And they'll actually recover a stinger here. The Odin's still doing its best to mow down everybody walking through. They've somehow managed to break out in towards side. The door coming down. Here we go, all into the Odin, and Sakake forced to be crouched. The grab net doing its work. There is a stinger in play, and Biffle will capitalise. Now has an Odin in pocket, but it will stay there. In fact, maybe even fall to the ground to be picked up, taken through to the next round. It got worrying for a second, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting that round win.
The round 2 Odin is crazy, by the way. Like, to be able to afford that, 3,200 credits, you're going to be missing out on armor or something like that 9 times out of 10. Utility. Sakake has managed to stabilize though. Oh yeah, it's so weird to see amongst a couple of rifles. Devil's Outlaw will find value. The majority of the Novo players with only light shields already taking this peek into mid and staring down Link, ready to go. They respect it for now.
Oh, unlucky Defo. A pixel or two off the mark. I mean, it would only have been 140 damage, but Apple was on full shields. He'll win that out cleanly as well, and now start to make inroads towards the B side. That's the thing about Novo's comp, Hazard. They are forced to play a lot more slower because they don't have the flashes to break the chokes, but they have the gun skill to get the kills. Onto the site they go. This is the worst position to be in if you're Novo, or sorry, if you're Valiant. Because if you allow Novo onto the site without expending utility, their post-plant setup is so strong.
Brilliant work from Stark to make certain this round ends. Ends in Novo's favour. Triple peak coming through onto Jesse, and as good as he's been, that's out of his wheelhouse. An 8th picked up, back in front for the Italian team in pursuit of their first playoff stage for the region. And you have so much zoning utility as well here that it can be really difficult to hold on to the space. They take control of main. It's forcing Sakake to fight from more awkward angles when the recon lands in the window. So he's close up to the wall. The Odin doesn't work out, but now there's an op in play. And a shot to the body will be more than enough. But Novo know it.
Taking their time. Check smoke to try and cross out, and Valiant's so aware of what Novo are trying to do. Mid is not somewhere where you can approach without any sort of caution. Need to take their time, find out exactly the position of players. Nice still sticking around. Yep, he will get caught.
The Odin won't be able to jump into position to do anything just yet, but Defo has been waiting for his chance for the first minute or so that we've seen. Allen goes down, an updraft away. Slow to execute, as you say, you're just trying to scale into the site, and against the op, you're not always going to have too much to try and punish it. Hyber has the drone, but it's a creep towards control. Stark sending himself forward instead. Paranoia makes it personal, right into the jaws of the beast, and Defo is downed. A 2-on-3. Spike left out in the open, the mouth of the choke, so still it will be laboured to put this in post, yet still there is a chance. And the Hunter's Fury hasn't connected for now, and it won't.
Oh, nice, just dodges the last bolt. Remember, Hazza, the defence is usually better for these post plants, but all the utility's been lost. Now it's all up to Valiant and how they come back in. They've got at least one info dart and one smoke.
They're looking at how they want to try and take this fight. How can we best set up in this 2 versus 3, but odds skew towards Valiant. There goes the solo player. Nescast through short is done for, but so is Nice. It was a smoke to play around with from start, something that we've credited him for so highly. But even the utility can't buy them out of that kind of situation. Valiant have everything going their way this time. And the scoreline settled even yet again.
I mean, you can feel the tension between these two teams and what could be a qualifying game for the playoffs of Ascension play-ins. Remember, this is almost like a last chance qualifier for that last spot, and it is for Ascension, for getting to VCT.
That's how you survive.
Your full year is done if you lose out here.
Get out of my way.
As I've said before, we're on a bar crawl through last chance saloons. How many more you can possibly get, I don't know. Both teams given a new lease at life, and you can see they're giving it their all. Not every player on Novo's side executing 2A. It's probably Nice left alone to stare at the kill feed as the rest of his team go down. Caught in transition by the Odin, but punishes the peak himself. This is a really frustrating round if you're Novo, to just try and go for the quick execute right off the back of the previous and be shut down in such a fashion.
I mean, not winning a single round after you've got the pistol and anti-eco, it will be extremely frustrating. Allowing your opponents to get to after. On the back of the coach's mind, he's got to be thinking, like, where are we going wrong? Thinking about introducing themselves, especially when we're getting this close to the end of the map. Like Valiant with one more round, get towards double digits has it, and then you come in towards the ultimate game as well, which will essentially decide who is the winner of the map.
From a coach perspective, you're also asking them to make the read which could very well summarize their season. 7 months of work relying upon 60 seconds worth of adaptation, perhaps. Rinse and repeat. The A site again. Bippo at the front, but first into the grave. They're swept to the floor. And once more, Nice through middle to recover the 1v5. This is going to be double digits for Valiant. All the more concerning for Novo. Still a half chance, and they've conditioned this aggression now. We need to see those results fall into place by the time the guns come back up, because that was flawless.
I mean, flawless round after flawless round, that's how it feels. Novo's resistance is pretty much futile. And at which point do we see, yep, the coach introduced themselves, but it is when Valiant hit double digits. What do you think they need to adapt? Because so far, whenever they hit an execute, they just run into a brick wall.
Yeah, it's in terms of interacting with the Killjoy utility, think all the way back to the first couple of rounds, and Nescast's positioning then. Advanced, playing off the turret towards B main. Ways that you can isolate that. I guess probably the biggest issue is the fact that Devo's walking around the map with an operator at the same time. So you're a bit limited, but you've got to be playing through Hyber's utility, those shocks. Break that turret, break the alarm bot, have a look market, flush out some of this information. These last couple of executes have been a little too straightforward for my liking, and it's not really required much on Valiant's behalf to see them off. They've got players in place, crossfires, and deep positions. They don't, aggressively play their defender's side. It's always been the case since last year. They drop back when you give them pressure. They allow you to burn through that utility, which is so precious for Novo with this kind of system.
I think for me, I mean, they don't have the utility to take it a step further, right, and actually go and push in towards CT or in market if they are taking B or in towards tree, etc. That's something that you would want to see Novo do, not allow Valiant to set up the retakes or even set up their holds.
Yeah, good start here though, already into B main, breaking the turret, drone onto Defo's positioning. So, gathering all of the information that they need to fabricate the correct response. There's a cam placed in B main as well, so Nice can check this at a moment's notice and they can confirm one of the extremities. The other is where they're headed. 2 players to the good on the A execute.
Couple of pings on the east side. You can already see it's towards the back of Dice and the back of Jen.
Yeah. They've already used the drone here though, Cairo, and it's Defo's op.
Yeah, as well, the Hunter's Fury and the Paranoia to clear Jen, but still they haven't cleared top of heaven, and Defo gets out, stealing a kill, an advantage towards Valiant. It will allow the spike to go down, and with no deadlock, it might not be as worrying as what you think, Kaza, but to come back in on.
Nice off angle to dodge the recon, that's what I'm talking about. Once they knew the position, the reposition was so strong from Defo, and now it's the Blades into the retake. They've got the numbers, and they've got the ability.
More than, I mean, a crossfire set up under hell has it. It's now all up to Bipple to get more than one. Stark has to watch towards door, and Bipple's done everything that he needs to do. It's the op against the rifle. 7 bullets in Bipple's chamber against 1 in Defo's, and he's the one that wins it. So much experience has her, so much in pocket, and they will get it over the line. Valiant find 11 and begin to actually start their victory lap.
That was all Defo needed. No victory laps just yet, but they're on the final straight. So close to seeing it out of the last chance group. A 2-0 win against Sweet and Sour.
30 seconds left.
But an opening map loss against Novo made things interesting. This is a Defo round, front to back. The op guards the site initially, keeps the numbers strong coming into the retake. And once the Blades were out, make no mistake, he is winning that 1v1, the head-to-head on Bippo. Another slow approach from Novo. The recon comes out first towards short this time. The op wasn't there, but it's very quickly arriving.
I mean, it's towards short as well, where most of the push are. I mean, if this fails and towards short, there's Nestcast's lockdown to come in later. Valiant look to hold, and they're holding fast. Every player that comes out is getting shut down, torn apart. At least the annihilation is caught once, so it will be 1 in retort. But at the end of the day, 2 players have already got, or sorry, it's 2 players to the good for Valiant.
I didn't catch if Hyber had his drone, but if he does jump peeking that, it's criminal. You don't really want to invest both of your clearing pieces of utility to that one space of the map, but if it's the difference between getting picked off by Defo's op and not getting the space at all, or having a crack at A, which they finally managed to get ground down to 2 players, I don't know. Valiant poised for 12.
30 seconds
Series point, group point, and playoff point could come off the back of this unless the individual heroics can suffice as the spike goes down.
I mean, it'll have to be massive. Valiant have cleared from A main all the way around and now to short. Players close by, and all the information in terms of sound has been heard by Nice and window. But that's all it is going to be. Peering through the window as Valiant reach map, series and group point hazard, sending themselves towards playoffs. 4 chances is what they have to find themselves the last spot in the playoffs for the last spot of Ascension.
Last year, we didn't have a French team in our top 4 for play-ins, but that was the team which won the main event. The mates making it to VCT EMEA. Turkey and Spain already confirming their positions in the top 4 of play-ins for the 2nd year in a row, but neither of those names made playoffs in the main event. So, again, this precursor that we're looking at says only so much about your strength. Novo have fought well for how far they've got to fly the Italian flag. Alan, that just about sums it up. A walk through the one-way is punished by Defo. They're a player up, and it is the CIS killer yet again that has opened the scoring.
Right here.
Novo noting the KG util and B, towards market. Continuing on and creating a question mark, but already Valiant well aware and not enough pressure being put on B to distract them and move them elsewhere. Bippo! Still though, even though there was guns trained towards his position, gets the kill that he was looking for, and they continue on. Ambi with the right click on the flash. Just doesn't quite get it done. There's still plenty of utility going back and forth here, Hazza, but it's who comes out on top, and it's Valiant to send themselves all the way to the playoffs.
Brilliant performance from Valiant today, outclassing Novo on a couple of maps. Haven was not theirs for the taking, but the reverse sweep was exactly what they needed. Italy as a region showing that they do have quality in patches, but maybe the depth just wasn't quite there to take it in the best of 3 format. I think it's fair to say in some regards. To speak of what I was saying before in terms of which of these regions we can now expect to see represented later down the line, as I said, you've got Turkey and Spain in the playoff stage, with both of them dropping out the groups of main Ascension. The other side of the coin is that half of the top 4 for play-ins also made it to the top 4 of Ascension in terms of North and also Portugal. So the French, not exactly favourites coming out of the last chance group, but keeping themselves in good stead for what will be an exciting match upcoming.
Yeah, I think for me, Hazza, when you look at the last remaining teams in the playoffs bracket, they all have their own way and their own style, which on their day can beat anybody, right? I think there's definitely a chance that they can win out the playoffs. It's just about who can actually do that.
So then, Valiant with that win have effectively ended the group. There is still one more game to go, but congratulations to our French representatives once more. They will join Galacticos, CGN and KPI tomorrow in the semi-finals. Plenty more to come from us today though. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after the break.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day.
Welcome back. A very different map to bind back and forth rounds until Defo had that op in his hands, and Valiant do win out the final map of this series and secure their spot in the next steps of Ascension. Marcus, what are your thoughts on that Ascent game? Was the deadlock in some kind of way the downfall of Novo's attacking half?
I actually didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. I think that potentially it could have been used a touch better, but look, I wouldn't say that I'm the most experienced deadlock knower. I feel like there was definitely some times when the ult was used, maybe when they didn't need to. I'm pretty sure Hazard even, or it was Cairo, spotted it when it was on B site, and Alan kind of just popped the deadlock ult in like a 4v2 or something. But look, I don't want to say it was the downfall. I feel like Hyber had a tough series. But also Bippo, he played well again. But when you're up against Defo, I think we spoke about Ticey versus Defo, right, Milan? But Bippo versus Defo, I feel like Defo took the cake on this one.
Yeah, I think Meg, you did a great job at like pointing it out already. Defo was the difference maker here, right? I think when you have a deadlock, you are making a sacrifice at some other point in your composition, and I think the lack of flash just cost Novo some rounds here, right? Defo did a super good job at playing this operator, taking deep angles, making sure that he was very strongly controlling these chokeholds, and it made all the difference.
Yeah, exactly. I think Deadlock themselves as an agent is a great pick. However, alongside that double sentinel, agreed, Milan. Like, I think where they were lacking was 100% having that extra flash to help counter the op in Defo's hands, which is dangerous already, but let alone when you kind of only have that Omen flash to take the site. You know, it's a toughie. It's definitely a toughie. Did you have any sort of other takeaways from watching that game, Marcus? Because it was totally different to the game we saw beforehand on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, they were two totally separate games. I found it was like two instances where there was one showing that was like fantastic, and then one showing where it kind of, I don't know, crumbled maybe. But I also want to give credit where credit is due, and Valiant played so fantastically. I feel like they kind of deserved the win. They deserved the win.
Yeah, they did. And we will be joined again by Sakake on the desk right now to talk you through the series we just watched. Hello, Sakake. Congratulations.
Hello.
On
thank you.
another win. I'm going to hand this over to Milan quite early on because I know he's super eager to ask you some questions. So I'll let him go first.
Hell yeah.
I was mainly wondering, first of all, congratulations on making it to the next stage. I was wondering kind of like, how do you guys feel going from having played a series into immediately playing another series? How does that translate to your momentum? Are you mostly concerned with like fatigue, or do you see it as like a positive thing?
I don't think fatigue had any role in how we played, for example, or even losing the Haven, you know. It had no role just because we practice pretty hard and like 5 scrims in a row just to prepare us for these situations, you know. So for us, it's honestly better to go from series to series. It's because we are kind of slow starting team sometimes, you know. But once you have one series behind you, you can just transition it into the second one, you know. So it was good for us, honestly.
Okay, so really building that momentum kind of like led you on to start well. I mean, you started particularly well on Haven as well, right? And I think overall today the theme for you guys has been that you like you described yourself, kind of opposite of that is that you started off very well. And how do you feel like you guys were able to bounce back? What did you say? What happened after this, you know, first map in this series that made you pull off this like massive comeback and completely swoop them on the second map?
Also, like I talked about it already during the first interview, you know, but Roger Federer, forget the map that happened, you know, it's behind us, and what are the takeaways that we can take into the next 2 maps, you know. We were losing a lot of 3v3 situations that we are usually good at, but we couldn't stay calm during these situations, you know. So we just fixed that, you know, and Bind, it's our kind of home ground, you know. So we just roll them over and Ascend, I know as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely calling Valiant right now the kings of bind. You guys are definitely insane on that map. But I won't keep you for too much longer, as I know it has been a long day already. I just wanted to quickly ask you how you're feeling about going up against KPI tomorrow.
Like any other match, honestly. We scrim them pretty often. It's pretty even as well, you know. I think going into it, of course I have to favor us, you know, but it should be exciting and a close series. But like any other team, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be an absolutely cracking game, and we're really looking forward to it. But we'll let you go now, Sakake. Go rest and enjoy your evening, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
On the desk.
Have a good evening as well.
Thank you so much, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ah, what a guy. What an absolute guy. Let's sort of pick apart Ascent a little bit more, as I think there is so much to go through from that map. So much was happening. I think a lot in the first half of the map as well, Marcus. So I'm going to hand this one over to you to start.
Yeah, it was, I would like to describe that as a bit hectic, a bit chaotic. There was a lot of A-site executes, I feel like, on the second half. But when we talk about the first half, round 7 is one that I want to pinpoint. And this is a really, really well, I suppose, like on-the-fly adaptation, right? Because Stark is in the backline, smokes up, recons up, and then ults away. So all this does is puts Valiant under a bit more pressure, has the Omen like fake TP'd, you know, has he cancelled, has he not? And they have to manage to work out where he actually is. The smart thing here is that they both go under Heaven. And I like it. I do like it. Of course, you have Hyber as well, who he's honestly playing it perfectly. Keeps on jiggling, puts a bit of pressure on. That's probably the call from Stark. And then the way that they wait for the smoke to regen, get it? Regen, because they're at generator. Never mind. But yeah, they were waiting for it to regen. Hyber finds a fantastic kill onto Defo, and then all he has to do is not stick the bomb. It's so smart because Jesse has to check it. If Jesse doesn't check it, it's round over. So it was super, super well played. The adaptations from both teams in that one round is partly the reason why I think they've made it this far into the tournament.
Definitely.
For me, it was the combination of smokes, right? We had 2 smokes on the side there, and I think it was the attacking smoke that actually blocked the vision from Hyber, and that forces kind of the Stark to play his hand and jump through the smoke. And from who is it even? The Omen smoke, the attacking Omen smoke, to jump through the smoke and have to go for the kill on Stark. And Stark just holds his Vandal, he stays calm and collected, and he defuses the bomb. But it gets a little close towards the end. But overall, I agree, Marcus, that it's very well played from the side of Novo.
I think this is a really good time to sort of take a look at those last chance group standings, because this pretty much has decided who is progressing to tomorrow. Valiant will be facing KPI tomorrow, as we kind of spoiled earlier on in the interview, and I think that's going to make the next game very interesting because Novo and Sweet and Sour are both out, so I wonder how they're going to play this, how they're kind of going to go into it. Yeah, Milan, I don't know what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's deserved, right? Let's start with that. I think Valiant from today looked like the best team by far. I don't think either team was close. Going into this third map, or third series, I should say, we don't really know what it's going to be like, right? Both of these teams, they essentially don't have much to play for. I think it's still good to, you know, play in an environment that might be slightly different to scrims, but with nothing being on the line, I can also imagine that you just kind of, you don't really know what to do with it.
Well, we will be coming back very, very shortly. We're going to take a little bit of a break now, but you will be joining us very, very shortly to watch the final matchup of today, which will be Novo versus Sweet and Sour. So we'll see you very, very shortly.
Tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing. wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead? Or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me.
C'est la moitié, on est en train de switch. On est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Novo qui auront tout donné. Shouldering the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking some life, but he can't.
Welcome back. We are heading into our final series of the day, which will be Novo versus Sweet and Sour. I'm back on the desk with Marcus and Milan, and we're ready to rumble and get straight into the next game. Marcus, tell us what you're thinking. I know this is a little bittersweet, this matchup.
A little bit of sweet. Well, you're about to finish. You're about to say something else. No, like a bit of sweet and a bit of sour matchup.
I'm not punny like you, and I don't reuse my puns several times.
Yeah, that's my fault. But now, how am I feeling about this game? I think it's difficult to have the excitement that we had prior when you know this game is only really for bragging rights. I beat X team, I beat X player, you know. I am expecting some form of aggressive game. I'm expecting them to play their best, play how they usually play. Maybe even turn the notch up just a little bit, you know. Maybe even try some comps out, because I actually don't think there is anything to play for. I don't think there's like no difference in second and third here. So maybe try something new out.
I agree that there's no real difference, right? Season's over, but this last game will still be the last game that you play in 2024 when it comes to your season, right? And I think for both of these teams, there's definitely like still some value to like making sure that you end the season on a win, even though you might not have like placed wherever you wanted to place, but finishing the season with that win is still great, I think.
I mean, go hard or go home, really. You might as well just give it your best shot. Let's talk a little bit about Novo, who we did just see play. And there was some amazing, amazing moments with Novo and the team and how they were playing together. I was like, the synergy, you know, they definitely have all of the elements here to put on a strong fight before the end of the season. Marcus, what are you expecting from Novo coming into this matchup?
I'm expecting the Haven performance that we saw, right? I'm expecting that against Sweet and Sour. They want to show what they're kind of made of. Obviously, yes, again, I'm going to keep on mentioning it, showing their final game of the season to be a strong one, but I am expecting them to go, like you say, go hard or go home, and I want to see such aggression from them. And honestly, I know he's kind of been unleashed already, but Bippo, I want him to be even more unleashed.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely. I think Bippo has been absolutely showing us how a duelist should take those duels, and I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that he will continue to do so. I think it's going to be really interesting here because I think this is such a fantastic time to maybe try out the agent that you've wanted to give a go, whether it's an ISO, a Reyna on Bippo, or a Clove. It will be really interesting to see how Novo play this. I think there is the element of let's just give this a good go. Let's just have fun. Let's see where the wind takes us. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. But let's talk a little bit now about Sweet and Sour, who we did watch play earlier today. Milan, I'm going to leave this one in your hands to get us started.
I mean, I think SNS, they've shown great things, but they also must feel a little bit gutted, right? Seeing that they, again, had some close series where they got decided by a couple clutches here and there, now being eliminated for the rest of the season. I think even though they have a lot of positives to look back on, I think the overall feeling of disappointment kind of will be the overruling thing, right? Going into this last series, I expect them, not just like from what I heard about the kind of characters that these guys have, I also expect them to, you know, show a couple of fun things, right? Maybe we'll see like an Abyss or something like that. They have the opportunity to experiment a little bit, and I think out of these two teams, I kind of expect them to be more on the side of, yeah, let's try some fun stuff.
Marcus, are you expecting Sweet and Sour to do anything magical here, or just play a solid casual normal game?
I do think it'll be a solid game from them, and I think it's like Milan kind of touched on. I think it's harder for them because they played the first game and then it was totally out of their hands being able to like come into the third game with a potential chance. You know, I think you have to sit there and dwell on it for a lot longer than at least Novo had to. Now Novo are kind of, I suppose, in the better position because they are coming off the back of a game, whether it was a win or a lose. I feel like it's going to make them warmed up even more. Like if you're going to play kind of early on in the day, then you take like a 4-hour break, a 3-hour break. It's probably going to have a touch of an effect on you.
Maybe they've been outside catching those sunny rays and they might be coming into this feeling refreshed. I did actually want to sort of talk a little bit, like do a head-to-head not about a duelist or not about a flasher, and let's talk about the IGLs of both teams, Heartbeat and Stark. Marcus, talk us through this one.
Yeah, so I always highlight Sentinels and duelists, and I just wanted to highlight the I suppose the brains and the voice, right? Heartbeat came into Sweet and Sour in replace of Aethan. Stark, he's been a solid member of the roster already. And when you look at kind of like the one thing I wanted to look at was the win rate, attack and defense percentages, because you can see clearly Stark has a better win rate percentage on both sides, right? Full stop. But also, he dies less first, which is another important thing, because I'm not sure kind of, Milan, how you understand how an IGL works exactly, and I'm sure it differs from team to team, but when an IGL dies early on, I wonder if they actually are still a big voice in the game.
I mean, I think everybody at this point memes about Angel, right? He just runs in and then he controls his team in the 4v5. I think that's someone you're very familiar with, right?
Friendly fire.
But I think that differs from team to team, right? And I think some players perform significantly better as an IGL when they're able to truly see all the pulse of their team. I also don't think that the differences between these guys are as notable to really make sure that, like, to really call like proper conclusions from it, right? They're both very passive. They play similar roles. I think even in relation to, you know, how much their overall win rate is, right? We see fairly similar numbers here. So there's no real big differences when it comes to these guys as IGLs. Now, I think that the most notable difference for me is that when I see Stark play, even during this last series, I saw him hit some like amazing clips. And Heartbeat, most of his clips come more from him probably like positioning himself, setting him up for success. I think he had a couple of really good peaks on Lotus today as well. But purely looking at like the firepower difference between these two guys, I think that's where the majority of the difference is.
I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of this whole premise of going out with a bang. Well, we're going straight into it. Are we going to see the Abyss? Because we know Novo played it. I guess this is now in Sweet and Sour's hands. Are they going to ban it? I think why not?
They won't ban it. Look, ready? Abyss.
Immediately banning the ban. Abyss. Surely we see one of them just run an Abyss comp. I think so too. I think there's no chance that neither of them here just pick an Abyss just for funsies, right? Getting that map in.
Oh, I forget though. This is their playground.
No, yeah,
this is
now
their
they
playground.
do their thing. Yeah,
now they've done it.
They've done it. One series too late, perhaps, but I think overall picking the Icebox here, you know, making sure that at least they get one of their comfort maps in before the end of the season, and seeing like SNS go to their comfort map of Ascend as well. Like, I think that this is fairly straightforward, right? Like, both of these teams, they've seen the other team lose on their respective maps, so I think this is just comfort pick, not really what we were expecting per se.
I'm excited to see them bring out the Icebox, especially because we spent so long talking about how much they do love Icebox. Abyss is still a potential
They're
here.
going to leave it open.
Like,
SNS
I think they'll play
it.
Lotus. I think they'll play Lotus, guys. I'm so sorry to disappoint.
Lotus is banned.
Lotus is banned. Lotus
Wait,
is out.
Lotus banned. Oh, whoa! This is the yeah. Okay, wait.
Get ready.
What are we working with? What are we
need a
working
drum
with?
The
roll
decider
or
map
something.
will be Abyss, guys. I've called it already. I never eat my
That
words.
means it won't be.
I think they will ban Sunset. Yeah.
Yes!
Okay. I do like this. Listen, it means that we get a little treat as well if they do make it to all three maps, because we know how sort of fun Abyss can be to watch, especially because there's no real kind of meta yet. Like, there's not a lot that's been set in terms of how to play Abyss, what agents you should play. Like, yes, there's maybe favored picks and those kind of go-tos, but there's nothing 100% set in stone. So I think that'll be really interesting to see if we do make it all the way. Any thoughts before we head into the first map, Icebox, from you, Marcus or Milan?
I think for me the most interesting one is that we are seeing those two maps that both of these teams have looked very comfortable on, both during Ascension and during the second split. So I'm very curious to see if one of those teams is able to take the opponent's map pick, because both of these maps also look kind of okay for the other team. So we never really know, I guess.
Also, I do think my brain is fried, because for some reason I thought we'd already done Agent Select, even though we've literally just found out what the maps are. So I was like, anything you want to say before we go? We don't even know what agents they're playing yet.
I didn't even
Marcus,
pick up on that, I'll be honest with you.
I think we're all kind of losing it very, very slowly. But Marcus, are there any kind of comps that you would like to see coming out on this Icebox pick?
Well, when we talk about agents, I kind of want to skip all the way to game 3 before we even like look at Icebox, because I'm like, as much as maybe people want like a nice clean 2-0, I actually have a feeling it's going to be a dominant game from Novo and Icebox. It's going to be a dominant game from Sweet and Sour onto the next map, which is the next map was Ascent. And then I honestly think Novo are gonna wipe on Abyss. They've had the practice in Ascension already. Sweet and Sour, they've only got one loss onto it. Again, no one really has like the reps on Abyss yet, but at least Novo can say they've played it against a pretty decent team as well, even though they lost.
Yeah, I did just want to quickly take a look at Sweet and Sour's performance just from split 2 of Polaris on Icebox, and they do actually have a fairly good win rate. They have an 80% win rate, so I think although this is what we've called Novo's playing ground, Sweet and Sour are also very familiar with how to win out an Icebox game. Milan, what are you kind of thinking, considering that they're both strong on this map going into this?
I mean, for me, the most interesting point is if they're going to change something up, right? Like, I think both of these guys, both of these teams, they bring out fairly traditional comps. They both feel very good on it. So I think, just like Marcus described, if we see everything that we kind of expect and that we may have seen before, I think these first 2 maps are going to be, you know, maybe a close series. Goes the way of Novo on Icebox. Maybe a little bit more dominant on Ascent, because I think that SNS looked a lot more dominant on Ascent than Novo has looked so far. And then I think it's mostly going to come down to this third map as well. And on Abyss, at least from what we know, I think they play the exact same comps, right? It's the KO, Cypher, and Sova, etc. So it's very hard for me to make a proper prediction on what to see here, but this is kind of how I would envision it if I had to.
Yeah, we do have a slight tech pause coming in, so we aren't going to see Icebox for a little bit, or that agent select even. I mean, maybe this is the perfect time to talk about Clove, Marcus. Do you think, like, I want to know genuinely, would you bet on Clove being
After
played?
seeing the map picks, no. Well, who
My
knows?
ranked teammates love Clove.
I
on
mean,
Icebox.
ranked teammates play Clove on every map. they were even picking Clove on Breeze, which, of course, as we all know, probably isn't the greatest recipe for success there.
Yeah, I mean, the Viper is definitely favored, but over the years, we have seen Harbor sometimes brought out on the Icebox, potentially maybe a double controller, Harbor.
I didn't actually realize that Sweet and Sour have actually kind of got their reps on Icebox though. I feel like the reps they have on Icebox, they could potentially go up against Novo. I mean, it's very difficult to kind of compare 13 reps to 5 reps. Of course, it's over like 2.5 times the amount of times they've played it. But I feel like 5 reps, especially when you have 4 wins, 1 loss prior to Ascension, I feel like it's enough, no, to beat Novo. Would you say?
I mean, for me, yes, but you also never know, right? But like you said it as well. Novo hasn't played Icebox since Ascension has started. We don't know if they changed anything, if they look as dominant in this tournament as they looked in their domestic league. So it's very much a question on how are they going to perform against arguably better oppositions, teams who might play like with slightly different styles, etc., etc. And I think that's kind of the question that we're all very much looking forward to answering.
Yes, I mean, in the meantime, I don't know if either you or Marcus or Milan or anybody in chat, if anybody has sort of any predictions for the series coming up. I think that's actually a really fun one to ask. Like, I'm going to put you on the spot because there's nothing to lose, right? Marcus, who do you think is going to win out this series? And I want to know the maps, how many are played and how many are won.
If I'm honest, 2-1 to Novo, and I feel like they're not going to be close at all, any of the maps. If I am hopeful, I think it would be 2-0 to Sweet and Sour, and they really do all come into the chat and say, yes, this is sweet.
Well, we did have Sweet and Sour chicken for dinner, so I feel like
we did.
That could have also helped spur on the hope for the 2-0. Milan, I won't even ask your prediction. I'm going to save you from the shame if you get it wrong. Let's talk a little bit about the agents coming in. It is a mirror comp.
Yeah, I mean, same compositions, different agents, right? We had Neon before on the side of Novo, so they swapped that out for the Jet. I think it's a very interesting change. It was something that worked very well for them, but maybe they feel like they became a little bit too readable. Maybe they just wanted to try something new. But I think no matter what, Bebo's been popping off today, so I think he'll do fine no matter what.
Marcus, any thoughts on this one?
I mean, happy that I get to see the Gecko. Of course, as the Gecko main, you're always going to be happy to see when your own guys being played. But I think we are just going to see super default from these guys. I don't think anything, judging from the comps, nothing too quirky, nothing too cool. I think, yeah, we're just going to see an absolute normal, ordinary Icebox, and hopefully Novo are going to show us why they've played it this many times.
Well, let's not delay this Icebox game any longer. I'm going to send you over to our casters for the final series, Hazard JC and Cairo. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, one final series in the group stage, the last chance group, and a send-off that both of these teams deserve. They've battled for over half a year at this point, 7 months of work put in. Unfortunately, the dream is over, but why can't we go out without having a little bit of fun and celebrating their success?
Yeah, it's a grudge match as well, Hazard. That's the other thing to consider. Heartbeat against some of his old teammates. I mean, that's essentially what it is. His old coach as well, or old assistant coach, I should say, in Gregoire. I mean, now heading in towards the first map of Icebox. It's a familiar ground for two where both have regularly picked it. Novo, I mean, they picked it 13 times. As for S&S on Icebox, it's 7. Novo a lot more successful on this map compared to their North opponents. It's whoever can come out the better of the two.
Left us residual so many times in those best of ones that we saw played in Italy. The only compositional change made by Novo is Bippo. He heads onto the Jet. Heartbeat will know it all too well. He played 64 series alongside the duelist in his career, but only once against one another. How is he going to match up this time? Sweet and Sour's Icebox was an improvement throughout the year, Cairo. They came in with it not looking too great, getting beaten by Hookahs in North, the relegated team for Split 1. But since Heartbeat's come in with that Metasport team, which looks so consistent here, some of those ideas have been brought to the table and it's done wonders.
It has. Other times though, like, I know it's against Apex, but looks lackluster, right?
I think pretty much half of the league looked lackluster against Apex if you want to go there.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that Sweet and Sour actually, took a map from R8 and did decent against KPI in their own group.
Yeah.
Kind of leads me to believe that North aren't as far behind as people wanted to say.
Yeah, they're always hating on us, Hazard, wanting us to drop down into the depths. Famzam's going to take an opportunity here, but nice, very well aware of it, and Sweet and Sour aware of the push. Very nicely done, so hold the site. Alan does his best to get something back here, and it leaves Stark in a 1v2, jumping about, gives plenty of audibles for Temple to capitalise upon, and that pistol round will easily go North's way.
We're speaking on behalf of the whole region now. It's North. Yes. I feel you.
Well, it's the North representatives, yeah.
As you say, they hate us because they ain't us. Right now, Sweet and Sour, they're all him. We're living in the himulation.
What is this brain rot?
No, it's fine. It's only been one round. We can't cave already. But
yeah, I'm expecting Skibbity toilet next.
No. You can't say that with that accent, man.
What do you
It's
mean?
addictive. If you say it once, I'll make you say it again. And it is your fault as well. It's not even me.
Oh,
but
wow.
Sweet and Sour.
Look,
they found a pistol, and look, they've always been a team of flagrant individuals. I don't know what the right word would be. They've got a lot of flair players. They like to get out there and peek. Ticey has had so much more freedom recently, and this Outlaw's gonna cause a lot of issues.
A lot of notifications from that knife, and I mean, the players coming into the B site aren't making much to dislodge the hold which SNS have. Spikes in no man's land, and the rest of SNS are looking to close in on Bippo. Easy enough, a second round, a double up of their lead. Double up the rounds collected. Nicely done.
One step closer to being
Brilliant stuff. The name Sweet and Sour, to me as well, is only more fitting with how bittersweet this end to their campaign has been. Establishing themselves as the second place team, beating all of the opponents through the lower bracket in playoffs 2 times over. They played the maximum amount of games. They never won an opening round in North.
Yeah.
They got over all of those bumps, and then you come into this tournament and it's not exactly like you had an easy run in, but they've made decent work of it.
I think for next year, the top tier of the second, like top tier 2 teams will be certainly looking to trial them.
Oh yeah,
A lot of these players, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think all of them have put themselves right on the radar. Heartbeat definitely deserves a home for the brain that he has.
2
And
Challengers titles.
Yep, the mechanical ability of some of these players being so young and so moldable to whatever coaching system people want.
They are unsigned. This is a show match, an exhibition of their talents, as we said before, and in this round, demonstrating where exactly those lie. The strength was bodies on the site. Hamzam picking up the pieces as well. 2 versus 2. Ticey in a clutch now. An aspect of his game we've not seen too often, but he'll give it a damn good go. Nice will clean up in the end. Italy get on the board.
It's a hard match as well for Novo to play after being knocked out so early, like only playing one best of 3 to save your chances of the whole season, you know.
Yeah.
Give it a good go, but now it's just a bit of fun, right? Again, as you say, an exhibition and a way to prove that, I guess, like, other teams should pick them up or Novo should stick with them.
Coming into the first gun round, only concession, Ticey's Outlaw. 4 targets within striking range on the light shields though. And something which Sweet and Sour have done a lot is let Famzam just take the A-orb early if no one's challenging for it. It's the 3-2 player division of labor with both anchors, the Lurks, Killjoy and Viper towards that right-hand side. So only a couple away from the Thrash now. While we have a moment, Cairo, who do you think is going to be the team which, or the region which takes 2 teams to Ascension?
That's a good question.
It won't be North because it was Focus last year, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think last year we were blessed to have 2 massive and well-funded teams, right?
Yeah.
With lots of like great staff and talented players. As for this year round, is there any comparisons that could be made? Perhaps Valiant, I think, is a good option. As for the others, Galacticos is a great option for winning it out. And I think that's probably what you look at for your finals.
Nice. Clean up on aisle A. He's the one with the broom, mopping it up. Brilliant stuff. Novo tying up the score, putting Sweet and Sour onto an eco. But to just add on to what you said there, for me, elephant in the room's got to be KPI. So many people thought they were going to win Spain. You look at the 4 teams left. 2 of them have won a split of their respective domestic leagues. One of those was KPI, the other CGN. And to be honest, opposite side of the bracket, no reason why they can't both find themselves as finalists.
100%. I think, like, I was, not that I've watched KPI in the past, just from the Spain games, but I feel as if, like, the real judge of how good a team is when they move into these inter-regional competitions. And since they've come in, they've looked so good, man.
Crazy thing as well is, like, I was going to say this on the KPI game, but now we know what the fixtures are. We're on the late one again tomorrow, so I'll mention it now in case they end up going home. Even if they qualify, Sayonara can't play VCT. The guy's 16, for goodness sake. And the craziest part to me is he is younger than the Nintendo Wii. That shows you just how old we are. I know, it's disgusting.
Yeah, nice ult as well, and Ticey looking to do something disgusting of his own. I mean, you look at Famzam, panic, and it has to come into 1v2 with only a Sheriff. The players of SNS have been good with Sheriffs before, but unfortunately, Bitbull is the Sheriff on the A site.
Nicely done from Novo. That's 3 rounds in a row now, Cairo. They weren't able to pick up the pistol. Anti-eco expected. It's Sweet and Sour's defense, which has always been their strong suit on this map as well. At least since Heartbeat's come in, they've played a very retake-heavy style.
Yeah.
They've got, you know, the poison cloud most of the time. As you can see, just landed right on top of the box there. set lineups for the Mosh, the Dagger towards yellow to reclaim that space. It's not too often you see teams actually take more aggressive lines, fight them in those positions. It's something which Novo have been doing quite a lot on A already and seems to be working out.
I mean, I think if you play this map 13 times over since the start of Split 2, you should understand the ebbs and flows of the map, where to manipulate. So much official practice. Not necessarily seeing much of it from Novo and the Ascension play-ins. A lot of the teams immediately banning it out against them, suffocating that opportunity.
It's a huge opportunity for both to just have a go at each other in an environment where they can both take it seriously. The execute on B this time nets a couple of kills. Creamy out in the open, taking fights. It's a low HP Bippo which he spots on the fadeaway. Now FamZam's Thrash can come back through and be the X factor. Oh, Hyper does get one though, and the Thrash is broken without response.
As the wingman catch the player underneath, but Bippo has somehow managed to sneak his way in towards heaven, and it's up to Ticey's up. Blades available and immediately brought out after that knife's gone. Knows that they can't be brought away, and in a 1v2 these blades can be so accurate. They can take head. Ticey goes for it. Now onto the op. 36 points of HP. Has to be good with the one shot, but Hyper is that much better.
Close. Just shot a little too early. Missed out, or a little too late, I guess. Wide swing. Need the replay. As I said before, we're getting old, Cairo. It's, again, when you see this new crop of players come through, that finally it might be time to hang up the mouse and keyboard. You come to the realization, oh, I'm not going to make tier 1 like I was holding out any hope anyway, but you know what I mean. Yeah. It's just crazy the amount that we've got coming through, which is why it's nice to see everyone still in the chat supporting these teams. Yeah. Because this is the future. As I said before, 5 players from play-ins, let alone main event of Ascension last time in EMEA, ended up making it to VCT.
I think that's the big thing, right, is that you've got to consider that for the most part, like, Valorant is certainly coming into its own, how would you put it, like, its own
life cycle of organic talent. Yeah, you know, when we started off, there's no place for the Hikos of the world anymore.
Exactly. Nice round from Novo all in.
Still waiting for Nitro to retire himself and then retire again. It'll happen, you know it'll happen. Yeah. And with how NA is, there's always a spot for an old head such as him.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? And a lot of these players are moving into coaching roles and stuff like that.
True.
Which is nice and adds to the, I guess, the ecosystem as well, because it's more experience and it's player experience, right? Rather than just CS coaches who are coming into the game and trying to put in the ideas.
That's what you want to see, the early adopters that maybe haven't had the playing career they want. Get to a position where they can do that. This is a nice little adaptation, waiting for FamZam's contact and then making the peak with the Dizzy.
Yeah.
Early A control for Novo. And well, to quickly add on to that coach conversation, Sweet and Sour still don't have one. So for any coaches, if your name's not Affin, then give it a go.
Hey, you never know. He could have a career change.
He's done a brilliant job, by the way. Like, just some of the timeouts he was calling in groups actually seemed to have quite a lot of value. That one on Ascent to close out against R8 was pretty big. Gave them another day's play at the very least. Novo still going here, though. Nobody caught by the lockdown, but the wingman's at work, and it's a wide angle that they've got to peek into. Nice in jail. 2v2, and it's halved.
Already vulnerable up as well. The players peek out. I mean, it's so well played so far from SNS. All the players have to peek them, and FamZam will cut them down. 3 on a defensive haphazard. I think as well you've got to consider like the icebox and how it generally is. As for SNS, usually they win 61% of their defensive rounds.
A strong stat to have. FamZam with a brilliant round here, 3 kills. The question was always going to be, can he hit official levels, you know, get up to speed in some of these series? A player who has, Creamy Dreamy, you look at his stats, averaging 44 kills per series so far in Ascension that was coming into today.
I mean, that's the thing. You look at Tyson.
In his first year in Tier 2. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, like, you look at Tyson, he was averaging 60 kills across series. That's crazy, man. Top 3 ACS as well.
True.
Don't know if that'll be the same coming out of the this group, though.
Have to see. Novo are certainly giving them a run for their money here. 2 opportunities for them to make playoffs. 1 map taken from the last 4 played. 5, I should say. Kill for Famzam as the lockdown goes through. Mixed investment with the Bucky in Bippo's hands. But Wingman will get the spike plant down. And again, they're playing post late. And look at Stark coming back from vacation. I wonder if there's going to be anyone there by the time he arrives.
And that's the question. It's about what's left, and he's given an advantage for Sweet and Sour when they actually get a move on, which they have. But when they do, Novo are lying there and wait. I mean, the Wingman does work, yes, has a heartbeat in his own smoke against all his old teammates. Has to give us something special. It's got to be big. Remember, the points of health that he's on is minuscule. It would have taken 2 bullets, and that's why you see Stark. Just cut him down.
Unlucky. Heartbeat, nice attempt in the clutch. Had a 3 versus 1 against Valiant on Bind earlier. That was a sight to behold. Another guy who can turn it on. 9 assists already. But for Novo, everyone finding their place. Nobody below 5. Stark certainly making a name for himself in terms of the in-game leading. He wasn't that guy on GTZ last time when they made the semi-finals. It was Robbie.
Yeah.
We'll see him in the main event.
Yeah, that's true. They've got a big chance, actually, I would say, has it.
I was really impressed with Job Life watching over some of those games that they played against Valiant. I mean, if you thought what they were doing today was good, Job Life is like a different level. And
yeah,
to put 2 and 2 together with Stark as well, it was his former coach, Lohan, that's running that project, and with Robbie alongside him.
I honestly think they have they're almost like the focus of last year for me, has it, with the way that they play.
So they're going to get robbed by 2 rounds? I guess it's different when you're the French team. With no French players. Oh, actually, no, Mikey is there. Everyone forgets about Mikey. He is so underrated, by the way.
100%.
I think just what a redemption arc coming out of the KC team from last year.
Yeah.
All about Novo here, though. A execute. I don't think they've had much failure here at all. It has been as simple as that. This one's flawless, putting some serious space between them and Sweet and Sour on this attack.
I mean, it's almost becoming a death match, the way that Novo are taking the extra space, and you can see why they're so good at it. Go on the site easily enough, and as SNS tried to set themselves up for the retake, they get completely upset. This is something that Requiem were actually doing, quite a lot back in Polaris, was taking that extra step to actually go and fight players who are sitting in CT ready to try and retake.
A space early's not been an issue for Novo. They've taken it, the site often in tandem. But now Tyce's op gets a look in. It's that woeful cycle of money that you get sometimes on the defender's side. But once he's been given a chance to purchase it, huge. And look, Heartbeat sets him up in this way as well. Was used to playing with Demiurge, another op-centric duelist jet player. And when I got the chance to speak to him before the split started, he said, you know, having that kind of communication with your duelist is so important. Something which hasn't been without issues, I think it's fair to say, for this version of the team. But if they can finally find their feet, then I just want to see a little bit more of them. Whether it's a few months' time or not, we'll have to see.
I mean, you've got to remember, there's always that off-season like event that regional leagues will have to commit to, whether it's a split or whether it's another competition entirely. The players walk in, And then speaking of competition, there's not much of it on site. Dicey's trying to right-click his way to the end. And Novo, well, they'll find their 8th.
Novo seem really well prepared for this too, because how many times were we saying that Sweet and Sour have a strong defender side which hinges on those retakes being well placed and sticking? And Novo just bring us this, where they're fighting on the site every time, not playing passive. They're there, they're ready to go. It's been a joy to watch. As much as, you know, the Northern European inside me hates to see it, like, at the same time, I've always been a fan of the Italian and Portuguese teams because they are smaller regions, but there's still so much talent there. That's what Challenges is all about.
That's it. Big time. And I think as well, it's always funny when you see the exports from certain leagues. Like, for a lot of people, Polaris will look like a weak region, but then you look at the exports, and for instance, look at DAC and all the players that are playing there.
Yeah, I would sort of like hop in and probably say that North isn't a weak region. We just have exported all of our talent. So
Yeah.
I know Pays is without a home in East.
Spike planted.
I'll be the first to put the welcome mat on the threshold if he wants to come back. 4v3 for now though. And the talent on screen is trying their best, but Novo hold on brilliantly. 2v2, it's a long way back for Alan. SNS not yet onto the spike and Ticey's gone.
I mean, the Mosh to try and get players out. You would have heard the dash there. And Famsa just checking towards mid will not work out in his favour. I think 3-half for Novo on the attack is exquisite for the Italian side. But with that being said, Hazard, when you look at Icebox, and again, sorry to bring up percentages and be that guy.
Go on.
But this is actually the worst side for both. So it's going to be an interesting affair moving on to it.
I suppose so, but again, if you both just played your strong side and you can only give us 3 rounds, then
yeah,
how much more hope do we hold out for Sweet and Sour? I guess you look at the veto, it's like the one map you knew Novo were going to be prepared on in terms of officials.
Yeah.
We spoke about it earlier. Look at the other maps that they've brought. Abyss, Ascent, Bind, Haven, coming into this tournament, they'd only played each of those once. Icebox, 13 times. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, the good thing for SNS moving on to the next map is that Ascent is 100% win rate for SNS and 0% for Novo.
Something else to mention is they're good at pistol rounds. They may have lost the first, but they got 60% win rate in them, and this is starting to look like one of the better of it. Tempo with a kill that keeps Novo honest. Alan revealed is a dead man. So that's the 4th. How much more can they make of this?
I mean, they're making it competitive, that's for sure. Getting themselves close. I imagine Heartbeat probably the most motivated out of all 5 players to get the bragging rights and do one over of their old teammates.
Getting to see the player cams there again as well. Never asked you this, Cairo. Who is your favourite player cam that we've had, not just in North, but this event so far? Who's been the most entertaining?
Most entertaining, I'm actually going to say the coach of Novo.
Yeah.
He's such a passionate guy. Like, I love seeing him getting like his reactions to the plays that are happening. Imagine the reaction this time won't be the most satisfied as they get pushed back.
This was nice from Sweet and Sour to fight early. Ticey, attack side scope weapon. The Outlaw has only strengthened him as an individual, I feel. Sweet and Sour should set up into post. Stark has landed a tag, but nothing more. And his second tag, and that's Ticey dead.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
What was it you said before?
What?
Doubles is for what? What's the dart saying?
It's triples for show, doubles for dough.
Doubles for dough. And he's right on the money.
Exactly. As for this though, Hazza, Sweet and Sour's post plant looks fairly respectable considering the delay that they have. That double molly's already on the spike with a mosh to back it up. Novo, we've seen it before, they want to stop their opponents getting in towards the ultimate game, so they stop and don't really peek that much. You can see them holding exits, the Viper wall will stop them seeing anything. And actually, Famzam will be able to get the last two, bringing them actually almost more than half to his ultimate.
Is Famzam in an earthquake right now? His camera's shaking as he's running out of there. Maybe he's just got a very wobbly desk. Farming up the ult points though, that's what you want to see. Thrash getting close and Grigoraj is in the heat of battle as the lights are flashing across his screen. He's definitely going through it. When do you call a timeout if you're on the Novo side of things right now? Because it's just 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I don't expect to see it anytime soon. He's probably hoping he doesn't have to say anything, in fact.
That's it. Oh, Alan's just got very, very lucky that, in fact, how is nobody taking damage there? Plenty of bullets flying. And actually on top of that, you just saw it there, Hazza. Tempo get caught on the lurk towards the A side. Proactivity in mid, Tempo will get caught trying to exit that side of the map. Does that give a notification towards the B push that's coming in? I mean, the orb is up.
Even if it doesn't, there's still so much stall here. That rotation through mid with the control under Novo's banner should be too easy. Famzam going down through the smoke as well is just more knowledge of the situation. Ticey out the sight in a flash. Creamy with one of his own, in fact. But it's trades back and forth. Such a brawly style that Sweet and Sour play, and it's another 1v1. They lost so many of these in the opening series, but this time it's Tempo in the hot seat, and he will not fail to deliver.
I mean, that's the big question, right, about Tempo's performances leading up towards this crucial run towards the end. I mean, he had a brilliant final up against Apex. Sometimes I feel as if that's the big thing about Sweet and Sour, right? The inexperience, the lack of turning up when it matters. Now
it was always like that split from split as well, wasn't it? For those who followed Split 1 in North, they won the first 4 games. Everyone thought they were the best thing since sliced bread. Then they take their first loss just ahead of the Apex game, and it ends up being 4 series in a row, with the start of playoffs included in that statistic. Sheriff's here from Novo looking decent, and yeah, 3v3 when the dust settles, not the worst. Just unable to recover any of those weapons. To speak of Sweet and Sour again, the fact that they didn't win the group stage this year was just another mark on the record, which you kind of wanted to see be spotless if we were really to believe they were best or 100% second best.
Well, players onto the spike, remember, Tempo's mollies have already been used up as well as the snake bite has been sent forward. Heartbeat needs to hold on, but certainly cannot. Fingernails ripped off as he was clutching to it, and that will be double digits for Novo.
Novo just showing their quality.
Thrifty.
The Sheriff's here doing a lot of work. That will be double digits, like you say. And when you pick up a round such as this, Grigoraj or Grigor J, sorry, separate letter. Hey, he's going to be loving life. He's absolutely ecstatic because he knows that it means it's another round. Again, both teams eliminated, but still reason for celebration.
Yeah,
like you've got to be thinking about where your next 6 months are. There is an additional stage to be played, but how much importance do you place on that? I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess like the other thing to the other aspect has when you speak about this project of Sweet and Sour, this is their first year in Tier 2. The question that comes up next after them falling out and their season finishing is what is the next steps? Like, do they stay as a team? Is there going to be offers on the table? Do they find a coach? That's the questions you've got to start asking.
Like Heartbeat was a last minute solution, a very good one by the way, for Affen when he ended up bowing out. And then for Novo, well, they're the off-season demons. They won the equivalent last year in Italy. Alan did, that's when he, you know, first really made his mark as a player. Thrashes out on the site.
Not caught Hyper.
Fish on the table. Nano to slow things down, the puddle of pain. Get your, I was going to say get your rods out and reel it in, but that doesn't sound right at all. Harbour certainly with the catch of the day though. 3 kills, make it a quad, and there is number 11.
I don't even know how to react to that one, mate. But you've certainly, I'll tell you something, you've certainly caught a bite. Because there's going to be a lot of question marks after that. Hyper's just went huge. He's not being caught by the thrash, and he's taking everybody by surprise, just like your comment.
Indeed. Indeed. It's getting late, and even later for the Italians.
Yes.
But they've maintained a consistent performance throughout the day, and honestly, if we come out of this one with a win, whether it be, you know, 2-0, 2-1, whatever, Sweet and Sour, you can say, were the, you know, lowest ranked team out of the group, which feels a bit strange when you saw how Novo stacked up against CGN yesterday, but at the same time, I don't know, there's lots of checks and balances, really.
Question for you, Hazza.
Go on.
Ascension this year or Ascension last year, what would you rather compete in?
Ooh. Oh, rather compete in?
Yeah.
I'd say probably this year. I feel like it's much more open. Last year, you had 2 juggernauts, Ascend, who won't be reprising their role in the top 10, and that Apex team, which I still continually believe we will not see a team from challengers as good as that in the next, like, you know, 2 to 3 years from this point onwards, because the roster that they've put together, or they put together last year, was criminally good. Just couldn't do it in the one that mattered. And I think, you know, that maybe that's a mental thing. It's definitely a mental thing, in fact, that those guys have experience now and are better for it.
Makes you a better person. And right now, Novo look like the better team. That's now 12 has it, and on map point.
Brilliant work from Novo. Looking so good on Icebox. Again, keeping their name in the conversation. Ones to watch as time goes on. Bippo's Jet here looking exceptional too. 18 and 11, right up with Hyber. Again, these guys are just so feast or famine, hot and cold. Yeah. Katy Perry's favourite team is not West Ham, it's Novo. Because... Go on.
Is that really what her favourite team is?
Yeah, she's a Hammers fan. She's always blowing bubbles, I heard.
Yeah. That's a sentence that you never thought you'd hear on a Valorant broadcast.
No.
B-side taken though, has it?
There we go. Novo trying to fight back through and make it 13. Sweet and Sour unable to hold on for any longer. Famzam will do his best, but it still might not be enough there. Tempo by his side. Both of them have given us many a clutch over the last few months. But this is a tall order and they know it. Ultimate's invested. Lockdown pushes back the line. The Viper's pit just about consolidates it. No, Stark is gone and the Wingman destroyed. Still more than a chance here for them, as that spike diffuse has still not been worked on. The peak together is exactly where you want it. Sweet and Sour can keep going for yet another.
Yeah, and it's Tempo that seems to be the one that's finishing things out mostly in these rounds. Beppo's brought in the op for the next one, and in fact even Stark's brought out an Odin. Not something you tend to see too commonly in Icebox. I understand there's plenty of spam spots, but most of the time people would prefer just to stick with those rifles because of the long lines of sight.
Five chances.
Hyper's ulti as well has it.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Did spend 2 in the previous on that retake. Sweet and Sour weathering the storm. Mid control taken by Novo again. They've done this round after round to stop the rotations, but it's not going to do much here because Halfbeat's already all the way up through B main, getting ready for the backstab. work maybe cut out for him on the site. Sweet and Sour adding another entry through Creamy. Oh, he's gone low.
Where's that come from? Halfbeat slowly gets into position as the spike goes down, and actually the Thrash to double up. Still no. Oh no, oh no. The last two remaining players are probably thinking about a save, considering it is the Odin and the Op.
There you go, Halfbeat's gone. There's still time here though, Cairo, and credibility about this attempt. Should they go for it? And they are. The toxins are up. That's a veil for a moment longer. The mollies have done enough though, and there's even a mosh pit to come out the woodwork as well. Sweet and Sour calling upon every last element. An 8 added to the scoreline.
Stuck him before I've actually swapped guns. Unfortunately for them, they have also swapped around to Sweet and Sour and the momentum to them as well. So with that being said, it still continues as Novo have 4 chances now, which was originally 6. And SNS continue to work away to reducing this lead that the Italian side have.
Out of 10, how likely do you think Sweet and Sour are to come back? Little anecdote before
6.
you give that answer. 6, okay. Fnatic watch party, Koi, game, down 11-3. You said this is about to be a generational choke. Is there something in the water? Or you're not feeling it just yet?
Nah, I'm not feeling it. You know me. I like my... I do have a little bit of a mystic streak in me.
Okay.
But,
crystal ball?
Yeah, but unfortunately it's not working today. As Biffle's the first to get on the board for this round, and at least it's kept even, kept competitive. The Viper's pit though going to be a real issue for this B site hazard. The spike already looking to go elsewhere, being ferried by that of Thamzam. The most important player on the map right now for me Hazard is Tempo as he scales up A.
Tempo doesn't have much to do, he's just got to walk into A and take the space which is being given to him. Checks the wall, nobody here to collect that information. If a tree drops in the forest and no one is there to hear it land, did it really happen? In this case, the answer is yes, because the site is theirs. You got Halfbeat playing late through mid, but Alan is joining up with the rest of their team, so not a problem. And no mollies for Halfbeat either means that his part to play is a peek rather than a spit.
Nice has a full belt of utility. Hyber, 1 flash. I mean, that flash has been used up, and it set Alan up perfectly. The dizzy though from Creamy, from Thamzam has been certainly excellent. The bullets though are even better, and Novo will strike first in this series of, I guess, grudge match between the ex-teammates and the former teammates. Novo get Icebox.
The Italian El Classico of former teammates. It's Novo which draw blood first. I'm having a good time. He looks a little frustrated about something. Not sure what it is. Oh, there it is. Little high five. Hippo, fist bump. Not quite on the same page. Probably the reason that they didn't make play. No, I'm just kidding. But look, strong performance from them there. Taking map number 1, and to be honest, they completely outclassed Sweet and Sour at their own game. In terms of the retakes we were expecting to see from the Northern European side, dead in their tracks every single time, so aggressive in keeping them back, and then on their own defense, just did it exactly the way that you expect, looked very well oiled. They beat them at their own game again. A team playing post plant with all of that utility, all those nades, didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a better. I think the thing is though, Hazard, like you look at Sweet and Sour, they only really introduced this comp and this Icebox in the second split. But as for like, I mean, Novo, this is their bread and butter. This is what you expect. This is their toast and beans. You know what I mean? That's exactly what it is. So yeah, well played to them.
Well, 1-0 in the series. Novo go a map up in the fight for second place in the last chance group. We can head over to a break, but when we return, plenty more action.
gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up.
La moitié, on est en train de ski. On est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Valiant qui auront tout donné. Somewhere in the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking some life, but he can't.
A very long day, another late night for these teams. Novo definitely wanted to close this out quickly and get straight into bed, but we still have one more map to come, but they do take map 1 in their stride, adding a 14th notch on their Icebox post. Marcus, talk us through Icebox a little bit.
It was a dominant, fashionable win from Novo, I'll be honest. Sweet and Sour did bring it back, I'll be honest. There were some rounds where me and Milan were sat here and we were like, oh, okay, did Novo really do that? I think the one in particular was the one on the B site, right? With the lockdown and the Viper's Pit. Very, very interesting. But yeah, 13-8, it felt more dominant than the scoreline kind of shows.
Yeah, I mean, I think you described it as well, right? At some point, we all thought that Novo was just going to close it out. And yes, sure, SNS brought it back, but it really felt inevitable that at some point Novo was just going to get this last round and take it up the finish line. And one thing I kind of want to point out there as well is that in the post game, right, we still see the coach of Novo being extremely hyped, right? So it kind of ties back into the point that we touched initially, right? Like, do they really care? And it just from the reactions, it seems like they still do.
I just wanted to point out as well, you know, Tempo is an amazing player and we've seen a lot from him, but I think earlier in today's first series he was quite quiet.
Yeah.
So I think there was a point in that game where I was like, oh wait, Tempo's here, he's locked in, he's feeling it. And I think, you know, when Tempo wants to do well on Killjoy, he does well on Killjoy. But still, you know, props to Novo, they played that so well. And I guess, you know, it definitely shows that Icebox is a map that they're familiar with, that they play well on, and that they know. Milan, I think it would be good as well to maybe talk through some other bits and bobs from the map. So I'm going to hand this one over to you.
I think one of the things that I definitely wanted to highlight, we talked about Tempo, but from the side of Novo, right, we had two players this time stepping up. You chop off one head, two return, and this map it was Heber and Bipo, right? Heber on the KO, something that we hadn't seen him play on today, I think, and Bipo on the Trusted Duelist, right? Both of them stepping up huge individually. Big performances, 90.5% cast on Bipo, on Heber with 300 ACS, and both of them, yeah, just playing such an impact, having such impact on this game.
Yeah, they definitely, you know, have been proving themselves throughout this whole day, and I can only imagine how exhausting that must be to keep fragging, to keep sort of having that momentum and those picks. So yeah, it's they've been having a great performance. I'm stumbling across my words, guys. Me, Milan, and Marcus, we are all slightly delusional at this point. We've been here for a very, very long time, so do bear with us. But Marcus, I know that you've got more that you'd like to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, Hyber has been giving me Ambi vibes today. I'll be honest, because I feel like Ambi has been super good today, but also fairly hit and miss, right? Fairly not inconsistent is the word, I suppose. It's like one time he's heaven, one time he's hell, right? But then also it's very similar to Hyber. I feel like he's been having some tough games. Yesterday we saw him struggling quite a lot in a couple of them, especially on Lotus, I believe it was. And now he's just pulled 300 ACS plus in a game. You think, okay, and this game doesn't even really matter to them. So I feel like maybe that does play a part on his performance.
Yeah, and I mean, Milan, being the amazing analyst you are, I know there's been a graphic that's cooked up to sort of take us through some retakes. So talk us through this one.
Yeah, I asked the amazing Phil if he could prepare us a graphic to kind of showcase the retakes. Because as we were watching the game, one thing I noticed was that Novo was doing a very good job at not only getting the bomb down, but also being able to defend those sites, right? And in general, when you expect to get the bomb down, you should have a big advantage. Novo, both teams actually here, got the bomb down 9 times during the entire game, or during the attacking half. Novo being able to close out 8 of those rounds and SNS only 5 times. And this is something that we noticed a lot during the game, being a little bit more sloppy in those close plans, making some mistakes here and there. Obviously, it's not only about how you close it out, also how you set yourself up. And I think this was something that Novo was doing exceptionally well, making sure that they utilized all their utility properly, getting into the sites well, and making sure that they're just able to close those post plans out. And I think it made all the difference for them during this game.
Yeah, and I feel like the Thrifty is also quite important as well to note. Yes, there's only one, but Thrifties I feel like can make or break a team's mental, even when the game doesn't actually mean too much and, you know, there's nothing on the line. And I believe that the 50 round was after it was the 3rd round of the second half, I believe. And it's times like that where you think, okay, well, if Sweet and Sour didn't actually lose that Thrifty or lose their buy round, would that game have gone any differently? Would it have been a lot closer? Potentially looking at maybe a 13-10. But I mean, you know, that's hindsight, Harry, right? You don't know. You kind of just have to move on to the next map, don't you, Meg?
Yeah, everything in hindsight. So let's put Icebox in the past and move on to the next map that we'll be seeing played, which is going to be Ascent, which I think is going to be very, very interesting. Oh.
No way, they used it.
This graphic maybe, I don't know if it's got the Phil flair. Milan, I know
not.
you
It's
made
because
this one.
Milan
This
made
is
this one.
this is a masterpiece, guys. Listen, I'm willing to auction this off. Okay, it's a
Okay.
1-of-1 crypto. I'm willing to sell it for the right price. All right, guys. Jokes aside, this is what happens when you are working a long day and someone's asking for map graphics, and I am someone who still has too much time, I think, on my hands. But yeah.
I love a PowerPoint presentation-esque graphic. It's truly beautiful. So thank you for blessing us with that, Milan. But yeah, Ascent coming up. We have seen that played by Novo, where they lost that out to Valiant, and again we kind of picked up on the deadlock play and how maybe not having that extra flash to help initiate onto the site. What is going on?
Guys, I'm in a dream.
Transition.
I'm in a dream.
It's a fever dream at this point.
I
think.
love. Can we have the star one? You know, the PowerPoint transition where
Yeah.
it like goes into the little stars. I would
This is
literally
great.
love that. But yeah, I wonder if they're going to switch up that deadlock to kind of help them initiate onto site a little bit easier. We'll see. Who knows
They won't.
anymore?
No, I feel like I feel like
No.
at this point they want to close it out, right? I feel like at this point they just want to end this series. They want to go to bed. They want to recollect on their thoughts, collect their thoughts, should I say? And yeah, I do think we're going to see the Cypher deadlock. I don't really think they have any reason to change it, Milan.
I mean, I think that it does make sense to change it, right, for them as well. Like, they have Alan, who is able to play Cypher, put Nice on the KO. It's like 2 small little changes, and with them, it allows them a lot more flexibility. I think they kind of understood that in that last game. I do think they got diffed compositionally, right?
Yeah.
And bringing out a new comp might make a big difference for them.
And I think Sweet and Sour will 100% have kind of watched that match and will know how strong the op is against the Deadlock Cypher combo. So maybe if Novo want to close this out as they didn't against Valiant, maybe we'll kind of see a different initiator come through instead of that Deadlock. I don't know though, we've been wrong pretty much this whole series. Well, not just this series.
I mean, I've been
Today.
I've been wrong most
You've
of the
been
time.
the worst.
I do feel like
yeah.
though we've spoken about Novo a lot on Ascent, right? And that's mainly because we have just watched them play. But then if we look at Sweet and Sour, I feel like Sweet and Sour on Ascent, they do run, well,
default comp
a
as well.
default
Kills
comp.
are
But
complete
they're
full
unbeaten.
default.
They're unbeaten on Ascent,
Yeah.
right? The whole of Split 2. So
yeah, they're still on
They
a
are, right?
win streak.
So-
Yeah, you're right. No, completely right. 6-0 right now. So it's gonna be a tough one for them to break, I think. But we never know. You never know.
So Novo, I guess, are gonna have to pull something out of the bag here, because going off, I mean, I know you obviously can't predict and there's no knowing whether this composition would work against Sweet and Sour, but I just think going off potentially their performance against Valiant, I think it's one of those moments where I think you just gotta give it a go. You gotta change it up and try and counter maybe the ways that you were being countered previously with an agent switch up. Do you know what? I'm actually gonna ask you, Milan, I did save you the grace of having to do this before Icebox, but I want to ask you your prediction for this map. I want to know rounds and all.
and
My
how
predictions-
much money they're going to end on as well. To the,
How much money?
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
no, you don't
Like
have
the-
to pay it.
Okay, I
In the
think so. My gut tells me that they are gonna switch composition, right? So Nice is gonna play KO, Alan's gonna play Cypher, and then they will still lose, but they will at least try something new. So I think it's gonna be a 13-7 in favor of Sweet and Sour, but with a different composition.
Okay.
See, I said at the start that the first game was going to be going to Novo quite cleanly, and it did. The second game I said was going to go in the way of Sweet and Sour, and it might. And if we do see a third game, it's going to be another dominant game for Novo. I want to make sure I reinforce my comments when I say that. That's how it's going to go. It's going to be a strong game, a strong game, a strong game.
So the reason I think you wanted to reinforce that is so that we all know, if Sweet and Sour win this out, that you are so far right on predictions for this series. So you want to take that limelight away from Milan and make it about you.
But it will be the first thing I've actually been correct on, maybe across the last 20 hours. So
That's very true. So you got to hold on to that and run with it. We are just getting prepped and ready to go into Agent Select. So it won't be very long until we find out exactly what Novo do. Do they change it up? Do they switch it up? I'm pretty sure we're set on Sweet and Sour running that default kind of Ascent comp.
Yeah, I think that's I mean,
it.
if they change that up, I would be baffled, right? I think, I mean, even if I think that the point that you raised earlier, right? Like Sweet and Sour definitely watched that last map because one, they straight up just waiting for the series to finish, so they might have an idea on how to counter it.
Oh.
And I was wrong.
Oh. Yeah. As always,
it's just
as it
default.
has been, we are wrong.
Yeah. I was wrong. Marcus, Marcus might be right.
You were
Not
right.
yet.
Like, tell
I don't
me,
like
right?
this.
Give me a reason why Novo would change their comp.
Because why not?
Why not is not a good enough reason. Oh, that's a
They'll throw back to Icebox.
little throwback to Icebox. We're stuck in the Viper's pick, guys. And we're back
I
to
think
Ascension.
the point for me that's going to be most interesting is I want to see how Sweet and Sour are countering Novo on the defense, right? Like, I think, with all respect due to Novo, I think that in the previous map, a better job could have been done on the attack. I don't think Novo should get away with winning 6 or 7 rounds on their defense this time around. And if they do again, then I think it's going to be very hard for SNS. I have good suspicion that they'll do a little bit better on their attack side, but I'm curious to see how it's actually going to go.
Well, we have no need to speculate any longer. I don't know how to announce this, especially after Cairo Skibbity toilets. Toileted live on broadcast mid-casting. So I don't know if you want us to throw it back to them, but we are going to be throwing it back to our casters, Hazard JC and Cairo.
When you said that Cairo Skibbity toileted himself, it sounds like something completely different, and I'm glad that I'm not the one here to clear it up. Anyway, we've got another map. Go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel sorry for you because I've brought you down to my level. Like,
It's true.
They're tarnishing us both with the one brush, man.
It's crazy too, because everyone usually says I'm the immature one, and I'm struggling to keep my head above the waterline, and so is Sweet and Sour. This may be the final map that we see from them in a while, and the fate of the project, an unside team, the reality is, who knows? Novo have put in a pretty damn good shift so far today. They won't be here for playoffs tomorrow. However, there's plenty of pride to take against former teammates alike. Ascent is where we go, no change on the comp, and look, if we get to watch a bit more Deadlock, then I am certainly partial to that.
I know there'll be other people in the chat happy with that. Not mentioning names.
No.
Not giving Saints satisfaction.
No. Definitely not. Definitely not. He's a sinner in reality.
Yeah.
Many a sin committed on this broadcast today. For Sweet and Sour. Ooh. Fast execute. Seen Ticey use this rollout a couple of times. Around the site, there's nobody home.
No, there is not at all. I mean, there certainly are outside. They're almost in the back garden, right? A party's going on, and it seems as if it's just playing Italian music. Bella, ciao, and that is exactly it. See you later, Sweet and Sour.
Ciao, ciao. Such an excellent fight back through. A fast flood from the defenders before the spike can even go down. And they show them the door. Really nicely done. And again, Hyber is buying up the Odin in round number 2. This guy just puts his money where his mouth is, and I love it.
I mean, listen, if you can win out like that, fair enough, man.
Expensive tastes, like that you would find in Milan usually. Interesting story about our analyst.
Yeah.
He has been to Milan before.
Yeah.
But I can't remember the reason why it's his name. It's unrelated. Let's just say.
I think is it not his middle name?
You might be right.
I think it is. I mean, Milan analysing an Italian team. The irony is there.
Does he like what he sees? I certainly do. I think they've been pretty good. And Bippo was someone that we put under the microscope again and again. The Outlaw this time revealed beyond his own smoke. It's just classics though. Pea shooters from across the cafeteria. Nothing to really inflict too much damage. Still 500 HP across the Sweet and Sour players though. They'll keep making sure they can demand this attention.
Yeah, the response, grabbing it in, that's plenty of players there. The nano sensor does go off, and there's actually just a couple of bits of retort here, so something to work with. Tempo left all alone on the B side, trying to use his luck to greater efficiency, but Hyber taking notes out of an Irish caster's book as the Odin on the second round to finish it off.
Doing great, only 50 credits left to his name, but we'll see that one again. Alan, good use of the sonic sensor, the net, just as soon as you hear multiple players trying to take themselves out of the web, it's so satisfying.
That goes there.
That's it. I still can't believe we're getting glass-sold in 2 games in a row, by the way.
It's nuts. Does have the light shields though this time.
Yeah.
Helpful.
I mean,
the Outlaw is there.
Back.
Yeah, it's only Tempo and Creamy who are heavy shields.
I mean, first rifle round for Sweet and Sour. Always going to be difficult to attack into a double sentinel comp. On this bonus round, should be easy enough, but there should be greater odds in Sweet and Sour's favour. Seen one in mid.
Alan on the pistol, just peeking B main again. Finally, he disengages as the drone comes through, but it's deposited Tempo, and he can certainly cause problems from this position. Oh. I was wondering if Hyber was going to keep on spamming. They're actually calling their attention back and shifting the focus to B. 5 players strong in main once it's time to execute, but there's utility to dissuade this. Alan still has the barrier mesh as well and gets it out just before the knife.
Yeah, it's a nice info dart to just stall out players from getting any further, having to wait till it goes, and look at the backside has it. It's too strong with waiting for players to come in. Actually, they might be a little bit weaker than thought. A good headshot from Alan will down one of the rifles. Now the 3 strong coming in. I mean, will they be that strong at all?
Player to the good. Tempo ready to peek off Ticey. Offensive setup. Heartbeat can't really afford to get too much more aggressive. Instead just holds the cross and does a brilliant job at finding nice beyond the cage. Sweet and Sour getting the right balance there in my eyes of committing bodies to defend this retake, which we know can be so effective from Novo, not getting caught out at the same time. This is crazy net. Need a counter for how many people Alan is able to catch.
Here's a question for you, Hazard.
Go on.
In a hypothetical world, where, like, you know, football players, like the way they play, they get a certain type of boots. Like Iniesta had was it like the Majestas?
A football boot. Okay.
Yeah. Like, what type of football boot do you think the Valorant type? What type of Valorant players would have what type of boot? You know?
We already have that, I think, with mice preferences.
I guess. I don't think it's the same, right? You don't...
As a member of the AIM community, if you use a death adder...
No, I have absolutely no idea what any of it means. I think...
I mean, you're not going to get a Sight Sentinel being like, oh, I'm a Sight Sentinel, so I'm going to pick up a like, I don't know, what they call it again, the Logitech ones? A G Pro?
Other brands are available. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I think the big thing for me is, you know, someone means business when they're like, oh, I have a Japanese glass pad on a flipping organically grown table from mushrooms picked from the Himalayan mountains. Famzam doesn't care. He has an Odin, he presses mouse 1 and the bullets come out the end. It's as simple as that. 5 on 3. The site is Sweet and Sour's.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's about coming back in though. And as for now, Novo, they have been good on their retakes previously, but issues coming in with this one, considering how strong Sweet and Sour are. Although I say strong has it, the health is starting to dwindle ever so slightly. There's a little bit of delay, but that will be letting up pretty soon. As soon as the smokes go down, Sweet and Sour, they take the heads that they were looking for up to nice in a 1v3. And I think he's calling it quits. His bullets chase him going out of the site.
Heartbeat running away, beating like a drum. and it's coming Nice's way. In fact, no, it's towards Gelato. Going to be a save. 2 each. Very diligently done by Sweet and Sour, taking control of the site on that round. Been pretty straightforward in terms of their executes, with the null command available and tempo and famzams incoming. You've got to be a little bit concerned if you're Novo right now, because as we said before, in that game against Valiant earlier today, they got a lot of life out of their defender side earlier on, but then slowed up the pace. If they can't get out the starting blocks here, Sweet and Sour could be in a very strong position.
I think it's very likely that is the case. I think they've got the better of the ultimates as well. I think that's why this comp is so strong in Ascent, right? They talk about it like it's just the ultimate game that they always find themselves at the better of.
People speak so much about changing up comps, but it's almost always the KO, which is the concession, and such an underrated agent on this map. There is one of the ults. Annihilation, reeling in a target. Famzam tracked through the smoke by the Odin. Tempo gets a kill as well. Like you say though, nice for the backstab. Give us a knife. We've been waiting for it all day. No. Little messy around the edges, but lands the shots instead. Still no upgrades on Stark and Allen. Vandal's up against it. Creamy on the site with the spike, but no plant. Wants to try and find a way back in. Hearthbeat does it for him.
2v2, and you can see Hearthbeat trying to manufacture an opportunity to get out of the site, but instead puts players kept in the site, 6 feet under, blocked down, and another round for Sweet and Sour as they start to build up their momentum and the lead.
Very well managed in that situation by Sweet and Sour. Creamy knows that if he commits to the plant, chances are he gets pushed. You want to try and take an advantage back. Not too much you can do to criticize Novo there. See this fight taken onto Allen once the steps were heard. Let them find an exit, and if you didn't get that follow-up peek from Nice, they would have headed for A and set up in post. That was the idea. Reacting well. Allen solo again in main. Jump spot gets out. Net in. Has it captured anyone for this Hunter's Fury? Might not matter. He's farming the benefit of it anyway. 2 kills in the ult, but Tempo takes 2 back.
Oh, lovely
so
stuff
does
from
Hyber.
Hyber. Yeah, just as easy as that. GG peeps is the answer. Even across the board, defense more likely to get the better of the two, even though, I mean, traditionally you heard it from Milan and Marcus earlier that the deadlock does manage to find more effectiveness on the attack.
Spoken a little bit about our 2 analysts. I'm surprised Host hasn't got a mention yet. Last I heard, you're a fan of the Meg Sounds Like Extreme, active in chat, yet you're the one getting bullied. What's up with that?
Don't know what you're talking about, mate. Don't know what you're talking about. Never watched that streamer in my life.
Really?
It's funny how we've got a triple M desk, isn't it? Meg, Marcus and Milan.
Yeah. Don't say Eminem near Marcus. Go crazy. For those watching, lifelong fan, you turn up to the meetup, and just as soon as he leaves, Eminem arrives. So unlucky.
Oh,
nobody here on the A site. Sweet and Sour can turn up whenever they like. They get access, and Nice won't be getting back in.
Take flight.
It certainly won't be. It's almost like Marcus trying to get back into the Eminem. Pop up, lockdown in. That is trying to clear the site and stop players from peeking, and when they do, Sweet and Sour, yeah, they're going to put them to their graves. 2 players left on Novo's side, and I think they're thinking about a save considering how long this spike has been ticking away for.
Novo have been trying to go for these quick retakes, and it worked really well on Icebox, but Sweet and Sour, their protocols here have been so good. Ticey, always such an aggressive player, and if you can tailor a playstyle to let him get active in post in situations like that, then by all means go for it. They've done some soul searching. I think they found the answer. Has it come too late in the year for them? I don't think so. It's just how much faith do they still have in this project? How much longer does it go for? That's what you want to know. And on Novo's behalf, we know they have the quality, but now, what's the future for them actually with Italy merging into Spain? You've got to go through a qualifier, haven't you? It's not even set in stone.
I mean, everything is so up in the air. Tier 2 having another year where it's being, I guess, redeveloped, changed about, more inter-regional competitions.
Yeah, big fan of that, by the way. Can't wait for the Challengers EMEA tournaments. Those are going to be sick.
I mean, it's the fact that
this could be the last play-ins tournament that we ever see, because you'll have your rankings for your 10th team based on who does well in each region, who sends that second name, if it is a 10-team format, of course.
Yeah. I mean, that's the aspect to it, right? Like, certain regions will get stronger. Every region gets to send at least, what is it, 2 players, I think it was, when I read on the post?
2 teams to one event to be held at the end of each split, of which there will be 3, so 3 Challengers EMEA tournaments, 3 winners potentially throughout the year. And that's something interesting as well, because you can dominate the region, EMEA we're talking here, not just domestically, but still not be the one that gets promoted at the end.
I mean, that's it.
That would have been Apex last year. Like I feel like the story is written differently, but like the result could have very well been the same.
I mean, I don't even want to go through that emotion again, please. I swear to God, if it happens again this year, I think it might be a broken man.
Numb to it by this point. In terms of Italian talents that we're looking at here, not to just be the Polaris podcast, really looking forward to how Caden performs on Desire when we get the main event coming out. Such a promising controller player. We both saw him in the off-season Spike Nations event. Super clutch guy.
I think that's the sad thing about the regions re-merging. Like, fair enough, you can understand the reasons for it, but like, it just feels as if we're on the cusp of Portugal and Italy starting to develop their own homegrown talent at a decent rate.
We'll see. We will see. And I think, look, these names, they want to be tested. They want to play against the best that there is to offer. And Spain, with how competitive that is as a region, the place to be, in my eyes. And Sweet and Sour giving them a run for their money here, Novo. 4 on 2. The numbers continue to prop up the death toll, that is. Hypers. Odin. It's not just a glass Odin. It is a shattered one. 17 HP. Out of breath. A little bit of time to catch it here for Novo. What changes do you think they need to make to find a bit more success? Because they've not exactly been fighting on the site. That was one of the rounds that we saw them do it, and even the Annihilation couldn't save them.
Yeah, I guess maybe be a little bit more harder on holding the mains, Hazza. I can't remember the last time that we saw them really push and try and take map control from themselves, right? I mean, that's if you think back to the last game when Novo were playing up against Valiant. One of the good rounds that they had was they actually had Bipple on and off pushing B main, which allowed them to gamble easier on the A side of things.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that again.
They have variations of it as well. It's a strat book they've built over the last couple of splits. Not just Bippo getting into B main, being that foothold for them. Alan as well, and how many different ways you can combine the deadlock utility off of it. That's what I want to see more of. Big fan of the implementation. Hyber not able to keep the Odin, so nothing survives. And not even Grigua's mental gets out of that round unscathed. He'll be subjected to watching pistols for this one. They've done it before, though.
True. I think for me, Hazza, as well, when you have something like a double sentinel setup, there should be a really strong side to your map with utility and a strong side to your map in terms of players. In fact, we're going into both because there's 4 players here, and actually all the Cypher utility doesn't matter for Ticey, man. He's the butcher on the B site as he continues to cut up players, bringing out the judge, looking for more, and Stark comes to the site and thinks, where has everybody gone? It's like the Red Wedding. No more Starks on site.
Annihilated.
No more Novo left in the server.
A round done. Great stuff from Sweet and Sour. Smart buy from Ticey too. He goes down. All he leaves in his last will and testament is the judge to an opponent. Reset after reset on the blades. Exactly what you want to see. Ask and you shall receive. I don't think the B-hold gets any stronger than that without weapons. 4 players there. On this occasion, yeah, still 3 strong. Just got it incorrect. Sweet and Sour, early A pressure. If Novo wants to fight this and they lose, then that could very well be it.
I mean, the grab net is good enough, but there's no capitalization off the back of it.
Look how much utility was used in the process. Net paranoia and the first of your smokes. Valuable tools which won't be available for the next minute 20.
You've got to think about your retake as well. The only flash that this that for Novo is the paranoia. Grab net, one of the big pieces for that retake as well. And that's most of the time what Novo are playing. Now they're going to have to try and actually fight for A control if it does come to that. And for the most part, Sweet and Sour right now have been taking most of the sites with ease.
Peek back through from Allen, punished. The shoulder spot severed. Ticey at the double, and A with it should come as an expectation. Hybert, door down on top of his head, and the shotgun sees him out. Tempo to stop any kind of collateral getting saved, because that's what we're gearing up into. Novo thinking about it with the ult committed though, and might just see the Blade Storm before this one concludes.
The fact that there is a Blade Storm available to be used makes this an interesting affair. I mean, Ticey the only one on Gen, just looking towards main. Door completely closed, that's why they can set through this setup right now, and he's in the middle of his own cage, and Ticey, I mean, with 4 on the round, will find an advantage guaranteed for Sweet and Sour in the next half.
All 3 players on site too, fighting together. It's been a staple of what we've seen from them so far. They're not dropping back deep in towards main. If they're taking a fight, they're taking it together. This is something which Apex have done brilliantly in North, if you want to take a page out of their book. Kayak for as individually brilliant as the gem from the East can be. Usually shoulder to shoulder in support. If Ticey can get that, then by all means.
It's always going to be the case. Depositing tempo towards the B side. Whether that becomes a look later in the round is another thing entirely, as the players look to head towards the mid portion. This is looking like a B split hazard. Obviously they could end up going A, but the fact that they're starting to look towards mid signals that.
It certainly seems that way. Spike may just be heading back through main as well, and then you take the top mid players and put them in the market. 2 sonic sensors are all that is guarding the choke, so if Tempo contacts out, then he has the site at his disposal. Cypher set up A, knife goes through. The penny should have dropped by now. Maybe not for Sweet and Sour. Creamy gets the info and gets the top spot in the kill feed as the opener is found with only 35 seconds left.
I think the harsh thing for here as well is the fact that, yep, there it is, the alarm bot is on Allen. So Tempo immediately reacts but doesn't win the fight. Ticey looking to take a couple of extra steps towards CT and will gain that for his team. So much map control right now for Sweet and Sour, losing main but gaining CT puts him in prime spot to get this round over the line, although it could all fall apart. Heartbeat, a personal affair for him, and continues to play like that as he gets the final kill on the round. 8. This advantage continues to get stronger and stronger.
Putting the building blocks together now for something brilliant. 1 away from a 9-3 half. That would condemn Novo and take us to the 3rd map. Abyss. More reps for both in the pool. So probably not the worst outcome. Sweet and Sour still with a round left to play on their attack side though. set up on the A side. Bit of a vision strikers, but again, look, you're missing the flashes, the extra bit of utility. Bippo is punished, Ticey gets out. Players with the melees in their hands, Creamy collecting each and every one of them.
And I mean, it's his flash that allows him to fight back into B main.
The net gets thrown out. No one able to follow it up. Looked a little laboured. Novo, once more, I think the bottom line for these guys is so many bright ideas. The execution just not always there. Sweet and Sour seemingly having every answer for the attack side. 9 is what they finish on after the first half.
I mean, it's just a different level, right, that they're hitting. Sweet and Sour, it's crazy, the pressure's off, they're not feeling it, and another level of performance seems to come through. And again, like, that's the thing about Sweet and Sour, right? A fully young roster, again, with their first year in Tier 2. Of course they're going to feel the pressure, of course there's going to be that chance of underperformance, but you can see the level and the ceiling in which they can rise to, Hazza, as Sweet and Sour are now 9-3 up against Novo.
This was always a big talking point in the smaller events, in Beacon, the regional circuit, grassroots Tier 3 in the UK and Ireland. It was about keeping up to the level and where that bar sat. When you had all of the ex-pros come into that scene, it was very easy to see where you should be. And I think we're getting a little bit of that with Heartbeat in this roster as well, because everyone else knows whereabouts they should be. He's the model professional in this environment. Ticey is an Epic Land goer of the past. To just speak about it, I can only, you know, bow my head and say I was wrong about this guy, because he's climbed the rank ladder like many a player has in the region. Ianto, another one of those. Deck, Toba, list goes on. And now finally reached this organized team environment where he can excel, and it's, you know, alongside some of his mates. That's ultimately what it is. It's the dream come true. Well, the dream in the process, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing for like Ticey and the boys, right? Like they like did this through their own good, like their own hard work. They built the roster. They like actually put homework in to learn the game and get better. And you can see the work that they've put in to get here. Even in the pistol rounds, like, what, 60% was the stat that you gave us, Hazza? Well, pistol rounds won that. Flash is perfect, and Tempo has no idea. Too busy spamming Heartbeat. Where's the comms? Nobody's reacting to it. And towards the backside, Famzam now knows about Nice, and well, there's certainly more players like Creamy to come and help out. A 1v1, Famzam on 25 HP. He doesn't realise he's behind you, and the Pantomime villain will win it out.
Speaking so much about the experiences they've had, the lessons they've learned, but it's a schoolboy error which sends Sweet and Sour packing on the pistol. A couple of corners not yet cleared when the flash was right there for Tempo. Backside as well, didn't see it. Bippo doing the classic, put your crosshair on their head and then flick away so it looks like you've flicked half your screen. I know we were joking about it earlier. That's another one from the AIM community that you won't understand.
Alright, okay. Are you an avid member of the AIM community?
I am. Do you remember when they had that whole like drama with, was it Demon 1 or someone, criticizing his routine? What do you make of the routine, Cairo? What's your routine before you hop into the server?
I play one deathmatch, I think. Like, mate, you're talking about a guy who regularly places plat and diamond.
I mean, to give credit to you, you actually do warm up. I don't.
And it's you who performs better than me.
Well, okay, at least you're honest. Everyone has their moments. Could this be a Ticey moment? Maybe. Sheriff shot lands. It's the Black Swan. The Sheriff amongst the classics. How much of a difference could it be? They're coming into a retake. Tempo closing in on the flank, but Stark watches it, and that Bulldog burst
30 seconds left.
Is more than sufficient. There you have it. You don't beat it. You do not beat it.
It's just like it's such a like martial on eco round, right? You know what I mean? The buff's just so much better.
Yeah. Explain this Valorant mechanic in Valorant terms. I appreciate it, Cairo.
Yeah, no bother, mate. You know? Speaking to the people.
Exactly. Preaching to the choir.
Yeah, exactly, mate. And right now, there's not much of a song coming through Sweet and Sour. Yeah, they're just gonna all wait for the spike to explode.
Trying to keep as much oil in that lamp as possible. Keep them burning. And not give fuel to the fire of Novo. No ultimate points. Down to the spike. Bob's your uncle. That's going to be round number 5. The gap reduced. That crystal ball of yours, Cairo, can you see this being a comeback for the Italians? Are Sweet and Sour going to choke up in their final hours? Is that the cause of death?
It's not quite working yet, you know, it's not quite working yet. All I can see is the eye of Sauron, a nice little reference for people watching, but at this point, Novo aren't giving us anything, I think, until after the rifle, or their own rifle round.
Nice little reference, as if for the non-native speakers, you're talking in tongues with that Scottish accent anyway.
Yeah, exactly, mate.
Joking, of course.
No, you're not.
Maybe.
Has actually just bullies me. That's the only reason why it's still here.
Oh, what if I'm the villain?
Yeah,
Maybe it's
exactly.
true. Here we go. Flash through mid. Who's peeking it? Wouldn't be Ticey. The smoke's gone up in his face. It dissipates.
Oh.
Presented to Alan. A trade through the wall in proxy. The peak's now getting taken on short. And Sweet and Sour surely taking the round with it.
Certainly seems to be the case, but we've seen 2v4s happen before. Do not count it out just yet. Flank coming in, every avenue being held by Sweet and Sour except the one in towards Heaven. It gives a chance for Hyper to get it done. Doesn't happen. Double digits for Sweet and Sour.
Do the fumes of judgment still cloud your thoughts as to where we go?
Yeah, they do.
You're not fully settled on this even being Abyss at this point in time?
Nah, not yet, personally. I just think that it's Ascent, right? It's so up in the air. If you can get a very strong default, which so far Novo have been doing, I think they get caught off guard there. They don't have a proper, I guess, lay of the land in terms of the setup and what Sweet and Sour do, the protocols, etc. And it's so hard when you're on this attacking side to do, because the amount of chances you get to actually do it are limited by that of which you've the rounds that you win in the last half. That's the smartest I think I've ever sounded.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Coming into an ult cycle, could be pretty important here. And well, the big thing for me for Sweet and Sour right now is they're looking coordinated. That fight back through short on the previous Tempo's individual form, for goodness sake. Hold a light to him, and he'll bear the torch for Sweet and Sour instead. Another 4v2. This one looking less likely than the previous.
Sweet and Sour's protocols. Straight towards main. This is something that you actually saw Valiant do in the last game, has it? Straight away take A main. And even going to reclear top mid. This is actually deja vu, because it's the exact same thing that Valiant did. Shows you how much Ascent's been played if you're seeing the exact same protocols.
True. Yeah, that's just sort of saying a lot about Ascent generally.
Yeah.
Everyone should be so well versed on it by now. The longest standing map in the pool. Haven was alongside it until it got removed. Recon to reclear main. Stark filling the absence. He's got to fill the shoes of Hyber now as well. Alongside the rest of his other 3 teammates. A 1 versus 4 to stop Sweet and Sour getting an 11th.
It would be incredible.
They bottled these a couple of times.
Yeah, the tap of the spike. Stark's not buying it when he really should. Actually brought the player off at the right time, and Ticey now here actually switches up the angle. Player still working on the spike, will get it over the line. Ticey chopping Stark's head off. That will be 11 Hazard, and 2 all finishing this map off.
As I said before, that came back to bite them quite a bit. on Bind against KPI, a 4v1 for the world champ Killers. Former teammate of our analyst in-house, Milan, here as well.
Yeah.
And a 3v1 in the series that we saw against Valiant, I want to say, right at the end.
I think it's interesting when you start to see like everything come together, you know, like in terms of like where players' paths take them. The fact that we like is I think it was Soulchains that posted it earlier. It is almost like a pseudo champs final from 2021 happening in a semi-final. Yeah.
It also says of the quality that we've had promoted upwards. Heat rises to the top. Some players on fiery form. Whoop, one of the biggest names out of Tier 2 recently. But even Benji, who came from a different game, served his time in East and came out much the better for it.
Respectfully, I didn't buy into the Benji hype. Like,
I get you.
And I'll put my hands up because we were right at we were there at East last year, like casting some of the games that were going on. Didn't think he was that amazing, but like the development since then in the Heretics team.
Like, what's the saying? Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work.
Yeah,
Benji has both, talent and the hard work. You don't hit the top rung of the ladder in multiple games without the effort. Out of these 10 players right now, if you were to see one in VCT EMEA in the next, not year, 2 years, 3 years, who would it be? For me, the one on your screen.
Temple, agreed. Ticey as well.
Spike drop.
Another one for the. I think any of the four of Sweet and Sour, excluding Hearthbeat. Not that I don't think Hearthbeat can't do it. I just think that like with the young, like the age of the four players there, like there's just so much more potential, right?
Sure.
It's so much more attractive and lucrative for orgs to try and pick up.
The gamble, right? Like, oh, this player's still got so much ahead of them in their career. It's not yet defined.
Yep.
Is it up? Is it down?
I think at the same time though, you've got to think of like the Novo side, right? Like these are players who have also been towards the higher tiers of competition. Hyber being a big one, who's just got a triple on this round. Played with Fnatic. Been at Masters events. Bearing in mind wasn't the best performance, but listen.
Yeah.
Go be there.
As he gets the quad kill here as well, you don't want to be defined by it too.
No, of course.
The guy that subbed in and for another Finnish duelist who, I don't know, happens to have won several international events.
Yeah, I mean, like, arguably one of the greatest duelists to ever grace Valorant history.
Yeah. Of its, you know, brief history. But again, someone who now has 2 silver medals in challenges, both Spain and Italy, with Queso and now Novo. Another round. Grigua getting the value from the timeout. Playing a spread default, looking to exploit Sweet and Sour, where their aggression can sometimes take over.
I mean, the thing for me as well is if Temple uses his ultimate as a counter for Hyber, but imagine if we actually see the attacking Hunter's Fury, we'll probably see Famzams as well.
Ticey was looking in the wall, so Novo are expecting this bite back.
Ultimate ready.
Whether it was a flash, it didn't come. Instead, it was Hearthbeat dry. The swing shut down. Alan gets away, and Stark still sitting pretty in wine to pick up the pieces if he's needed, but feels like a surplus to requirements right now. Finally, it's a round where it feels like they have impact from start to finish. We're not waiting on the last minute or so for it to really path out the course.
Oh. Yeah, they're not even going to get checked. Tempo stands in the middle of main, looking to play off the contact of his turret. Will get caught. It's always going to be tough. Famzam has been caught by the sonic sensor. Cremate trying to trade off of that will lose out. I always feel as if 7-11 has it as the toughest scoreline in all of Valorant, because you never know if you're coming or if you're going.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
think
it's in the
like,
shop window, pardon the pun.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're so close, but like you're like on this eco cycle. So suddenly it's 11, right? You're like, right, boys, let's get this one. You don't get that. Suddenly it's 10-11.
Like 2 chances, 4 rounds. But for Sweet and Sour, as soon as you hit map point, then suddenly it's a completely different ball game, isn't it?
True.
Novo, not there yet, and neither are the North representatives. 4 ults, 5 sheriffs, 3 players on short. Getting ready to peek behind this second smoke as it gets replenished. Dash online. What's Ticey gonna do?
Oh, hello.
I still don't know. I still don't know. 2 kills. Great combination. And it's done. That is an unbelievable Thrifty.
Novo and Thrifty rounds shake hands, man. Like it's happened again. It's happened for the 3rd different team where Novo have allowed themselves to be Thrifty rounded.
It's the setup as well. Paranoia comes through, flash drive on top of it. Ticey dashing out to the top. Few missed shots, I think, if we're being real, on both sides.
I mean, at this point,
that's 5 ults now, though.
At this
Every
point,
advantage.
As well, like you'd have to be, Novo have to be numb to that sort of like feeling of getting thrifted, because it happens so often, and that's not me just being like,
I know,
put negatives, like that is a genuine thing.
Also at stages in the game where they're starting to come back as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You said it's such a tentative scoreline. I think whenever we go through these play-ins tournaments, you almost unpack the trauma of each individual team and where they maybe fell short at different times. Like you saw it with Valiant in patches, the reason why they're in the last chance group, how they have this great playbook of set pieces, but sometimes in the madness of it all get caught up. Novo on their ecos, and Sweet and Sour sometimes a bit on the discipline.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. Like, there's a reason why Ascension is the best of the best. There's a reason why some of these teams might fall second.
Challenges has its faults, but it's my challenges. I still love it.
Exactly where you are.
That's it.
I'll take it however you come. You'll always have me.
Exactly. For Sweet and Sour right now, it's the inconsistency of the level that they get coming to the game. Hunter's Fury in to set up Novo to get more hyper, at least get an indirect trade on towards Allen. And nice. Trying to get some more. Certainly looks to be able to do so. A lovely triple in the end.
Lovely way to end it from Nice. That's an 8th, and it's a gap of 4 again, but this time Sweet and Sour on the brink of bringing us to the map with so many cliff edges. Abyss, our decider. Sweet and Sour playing it more than Novo. Saw it a couple of times from them in North playoffs. Novo changing up the comp, playing it as many times in Ascension, the once, as they did in the playoff stage that just concluded. 5 ultimates again, the story. Tempo on a Bucky. Playing through short. I guess when you have the ultimate, it doesn't really matter as long as he can lock down that space. He gets exactly that, his lockdown.
5 ultimates to push yourself over the line. If you can't do that, eyes up, then it's chalked.
Bye-bye for now. That's exactly what Ticey says to Hyber. Dismissed. Strong opening kill. Novo, the best from a player down. How does it look if it's 2 players down, though? Nice's death warrant
Get out of my way.
has been signed off on. He does get 1 in the process, though. A execute in and the lockdown already used. Oh, this is messy.
I mean, I actually think as sending that spike towards B would have been the better option. The Hunter's Fury pushing Allen all the way back into the corner. If he'd actually been a bit earlier, he probably would have gotten taken out. Spike finally here with Bipple, and still I think it should have gone to the B site. Now it's the op to try and do something. Blades as well. There's no way he wins this, right?
1v5 attempt. Sweet and Sour have Bippo exactly where they want him. Boxed in for a moment.
Win.
But caged up, sent off, delivered. Abyss on the way, the decider. Oh, hello.
Yeah, Abyss certainly looks like an interesting one, Haza, considering that, I mean, we've seen it played twice on Novo now, and I mean, three times. It's just, no, sorry, it is twice, and it's 50%, and it'll be for the third time as we go on to it. So yeah, there's an opportunity there. Sweet and Sour, they've played Abyss themselves, not won it at all. So this is an interesting last map.
Yeah, they reached double digits against CGN, but this is a team from DACH which not only made the playoff stage, but going against one which had repetitions against the exact same comp which they were using. It will be a mirror matchup if Sweet and Sour bring out what they had shown us before, and it should make for an entertaining end to what has been an interesting day of Valorant, to say the least. That's all from myself and Cairo for now. We'll catch you on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up.
C'est la moitié, on est en train de ski. On est en train de le faire, les Valiant qui vont aller chercher la victoire face à des Novo qui auront tout donné. Thundering the clutch, the youngest of the young prospects, taking from the line, Billy Carr.
Another 13-8 map win, but this time in the favor of Sweet and Sour. Novo struggling to find the momentum again on Ascent, but hey, on the flip side, we get to close out today with one more game, and it's on Abyss. Marcus, any takeaways from that Ascent game?
It was kind of expected. It was very similar to what I said. You know, Sweet and Sour, they felt quite dominant on that. Tempo had another nice series, but also, again, Ticey being an outstanding player, making so many nice, aggressive plays. And also, I feel like there was more that Novo could have done. It felt like a very different game to the last time we kind of saw them play on Ascent. I don't know if you agree with me on that one, Milan.
I mean, I think you predicted this before, right? And to that, I would like to tell you that even a blind squirrel will find a nut once in a while, right? So I think no matter what, every once in a while you're going to be right. We are going to this third map, and it looked good on. I mean, SNS looked very good on the second map, right? I think they revitalized, they looked fresh. Novo, you know, it didn't really feel like they were making a lot of mistakes. It just genuinely felt like SNS was the stronger team on this map. And I think at that point, there's not that much you can do, you know, if your opposition is just outclassing you on everything. Yeah.
I do think Sweet and Sour kind of went into this knowing how strong they are on Ascent, and you could definitely see that they were a lot more confident on this than maybe they were on Icebox. Any sort of other particular moments that stood out for you, Marcus, on this map in terms of stats, analytics, anything along those lines, as one of our amazing analysts?
I feel like Creamy had a really good game, of course, topping his team's scoreboard, and I feel like sometimes Creamy is kind of outshined by his teammates, and a lot of the time it's Ticey, a lot of the time it's Tempo, but this time Creamy actually popped off, and it just takes me back to that one time during Polaris. Can't remember who it was against. It may have been Human Tripwires, who are now NXT. Don't quote me on that, but he was playing Sky, it was on split, he was by a ramp, and he got 4 headshots with the Sheriff, and it was absolutely perfect. So that kind of gave me the same vibes from that, to be honest.
And Milan, similarly to Icebox, I know you paid attention to a lot of the retakes on Ascent, so yeah, run us through those.
I think SNS did a much better job on their attack, right? Actually being able to convert these rounds. It looked a lot cleaner overall. They were getting into the sides a lot clearer than on Icebox. And I think it made all the difference, right? We went from, what was it, like 7 or 5 rounds on the attacking side to 9 during this map. So I think them kind of really tailing and leaning into these post plans, I should say, and properly executing the plan, getting onto the side safe, and then finishing the rounds cleanly made all the difference. And I think heading into the second round, sure, we had some hope for Novo, but it very quickly turned into a kind of done deal, right, from their side.
Yeah, their retakes were incredible, and I think as well it goes to show the kind of team players coming in there from Sweet and Sour, and how sort of crucial, I guess, those kind of retakes and that communication and that team play is. Because I know, Milan, as well, you have lots to say about this.
Yeah, I think that even now we're seeing it, right? There was plenty of rounds where Nova didn't even attempt the retake, right? Very early on, it became clear that SNS was just going to win the round out, and they were just forced into saving all these rifles time and time again. And I think that's really where you can see the dominance from these like post plans, right? SNS very well setting themselves up, taking correct positions, and forcing Novo into these deep positions where when time gets limited, you already force yourself to save. And I think that's something that I definitely want to compliment on, and I'm kind of curious how they are going to translate that into the last map, right? Because that's another map where we have like newer territory, we don't really know how to play it, we don't even know what compositions these teams are going to run, and I'm very curious to see how that's going to pan out.
Milan, you definitely cooked up quite a few clips for these retakes, because I know you also have been working your little booty off and have a graphic as well about all of those team breakdowns. So that will be coming up as well. But I guess we can just finish this off watching their... Okay, here we go.
I just want to quickly talk... of course, we see the graphic here as well that Milan requested. It's the breakdown of the team performance. It just goes to show that Sweet and Sour winning 8 out of their 8 post plants. Yes, Novo only lost 2 of them. And again, it's a 13-8. It's the other way around, right? Yes, Novo got more first kills, but that Thrifty could have definitely turned the tide in terms of momentum for Sweet and Sour. But going back to your point about kind of how Sweet and Sour forced Novo into like the late rounds, I feel like the best way to break a team is by pushing them into kind of circumstances where they feel uncomfortable, right? It's kind of like in real life. You don't want to be in uncomfortable situations. So in game, you're being put into an uncomfortable situation. It's going to be super, super difficult to actually be able to perform. It's like a very, I'd say, under pressure, high pressure, all of those things kind of working together to make it a very difficult scenario for Novo.
Let's have a little look at kind of the 2 maps that we've just had. So, of course, Icebox and Ascent. And then very excitingly, we have Abyss. And I know many of us are tired, and I can only imagine how tired the team, sort of the pro players are on the other side. But at least we get a banging map to finish us off. Are we looking forward to Abyss, Marcus?
I'm always looking forward to Abyss. Not in my ranked games, but in this, for sure. Of course, we've seen on broadcast CGN versus Novo, and we kind of got a little look at what Novo's comp was going to be because it was their pick. Alan had a great performance on Cypher. Nice sticking to the Sova. It feels like he's kind of been on the Sova most of the time. And then also we have Hyber as well. But Hyber wasn't exactly having the greatest of performances on this, and potentially if Hyber popped off a little bit more, there could have been a better game against CGM.
I think for me the most interesting thing is what composition is SNS going to play, right? They played this map 2 times, switched comp. We know what... actually no, it's the side of Novo, right? Novo played Harbor, Astra, Yoru the first time round, and then they switched to the more defaulty comp.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm a bigger fan of the comp that they played the first time round. I think when you look at the second comp, it's more comfortable, it's more traditional agents, everybody knows how to play this, but I think if you're looking for like an X factor, you definitely want to run like a Harbor or an Astra or something.
Yeah, I remember talking about it, and I was super excited to see the Yoru and the Astra. I think we kept on saying how much like the Astra is. You don't really see the Astra played much anymore, but when you actually think about how impactful an Astra can be at this level of play, you know, Yoru and Astra together can be absolutely diabolical. So yeah, maybe they bring it back out, maybe, or will they stick to their guns? Maybe they kind of know the reason why why CGM beat them by 3 rounds.
Yes.
Yes, I think we're all very excited to go into
ready
this
for
last
Agent
round.
Select.
I think we're ready for Agent Select.
I'm not gonna lie.
Everything.
Guys, I did get distracted by my cat who just came in meowing, and I was so paranoid that everyone could hear her.
Here it is! We got it!
We got it! Okay, wait. Can I nerd out over this for 1 second?
Please, Milan.
So
take it away.
The reason why I think this composition is so much cooler, right, is because you play double control. On a map such as Abyss, where mid control, it seems so like unimportant, but is so important at the same time. I think having the luxury of chucking a Viper wall there, chucking 2 smokes there, is gonna make all the difference. If you look at the side of Sweet and Sour, those 2 initiators, I think you don't need either of them, right? I think purely from a compositional perspective, Novo has owned this draft, right? If they're going to be able to close it out that way, I'm not entirely sure. I think Mark has been way better on making the predictions so far, so I'm kind of curious to see what you have.
I am going to go with what I said earlier on. I'm going to go with a very dominant game from Novo, and I think that we are going to see a 13-5 to Novo.
Fine. Okay. I think Novo will win. I want to ask you one more thing. How many people do you think will fall off the map today?
Oh, I'm gonna go with 1.
I'm going for 0.
Okay.
0? I think 2.
Okay, we've got a 0, we've got a 1, and we got a 2. But do you know what we also have on our casting talent today? One of my most loyal viewers, a tier 3 sub, and he goes by the name of Cairo, and alongside him is his trusty sidekick, Hazard JC. Enjoy.
Well, since I'm the trusty sidekick, I'll let the main character intro us, Cairo. What do we think about this final map?
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of interesting things being said on desk by, what was their name, like Egg Smells Like Meg or something?
Yeah.
No clue who that is, but listen, coming into this last map, Sweet and Sour versus Novo, only one more map to decide it all. This is the end of the season for the both of them. August is coming around, that is when we wipe the slate clean, Hazard, for 2024 and its competitive season. Now we head into Abyss, the final map for these 2.
Interesting thing to note, Marcus suggested this would be a 13-5 in Novo's favour. That is the exact same scoreline they registered when they took Outplayed's pick in Italy the other time that they showed this comp. Changed it when they played CGN, going back to what seems to work for them. As it has been said before, It is the 2 second-place teams from Northern Italy who finished second place in each of their groups in the second-place tournament who are now fighting for second place. Somebody's going to win this series, though. Novo will be trying to do that from the attack side.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, has it? North always finishes second. It certainly looks like they're on for the case. Novo straight away in, and actually they look to be finishing second.
I don't even know where you want to finish anymore.
Yeah.
Sweet and Sour behind in this round. Tempo caught out. Stark gets it at the second time of asking. To Ticey, 1v5.
Go on, Ticey. Give us it.
Gets the first and the second, but no more than the second, and that gives Novo their first.
I was about to say, go on, son. Gets one of those last kills there. Feeling it. Ticey certainly will get some extra credits. That's why he'll buy into the Marshall.
Well, Cairo, you know what else they say?
What?
Good things come in twos. That's also why we're here casting this. Ticey, the only player with kills on the Sweet and Sour side. And look, I want to see the full extent of this Novo game plan. You have so much utility to help support Bippo. If we're going to nerd out here for a moment about the Yoru Harbor combination, let's get some more Cove lineups with TPs into them. That is a real underrated set piece that I think we could do with a little more of.
I think just Harbor and Euro together is just such a nice combination, because if you play double controller, you're going to lack on one front of the initiation, or maybe even a sentinel. The Euro just completely takes over that, because the only other flashing duelist would be that of Phoenix, and those flashes aren't long range in terms of how you throw them.
Of course. Little curveball.
Yep.
Sweet and Sour. 4 players on the B site. Spike not yet committed. Alan having a look around, but he's on a ghost. He is a lurk. This isn't a player that you're going to be scaling off of. Nova are forced to commit.
Oh, the flick away does not work in their favour, and somehow Tempo's got 2. Ibero at least gets one back. It opens up the A side. That wire, I don't know if Heartbeat's on the right side of it.
Now this is worrying, because they're making their way back towards A, and there's only 15 seconds. The Spike has to cross the choke. Heartbeat holding on for it. Alan coming back to fill the gap. Into the last 10 seconds, Spike's got to go down. There's a smoke that Heartbeat could dive into. He takes the duel instead though, and can't do enough. 3v2, Novo might just have this one covered. Not unless Creamy has something to say, and he's already started yapping.
Oh, listen, has it? Novo have been equaled round about 5 times in the past 2 series that they've played. Oh, it might be more. And Creamy looks to make it, but he just misses out. Hyber able to get that over the line. He'll pick up a Guardian for his woes, and at least gets another round.
Sharp shots by Creamy. Left side cleared by the dagger there as well. And then peeking into the final 2. Not quite able to get it done. That was only the anti-eco, so this is a very strong anti-bonus, a weak bonus. Whatever you want to call it, terminology goes out the window. Novo not quite settled into this first half yet, despite what the scoreline suggests.
You can see Ticey has an idea about a player. In fact, and even a ping about Alan's cross. Means that he wants to try and get something. Med completely lost out as Farmzan's being pushed back. Well, there's Ticey getting that entry. There goes Alan.
The understacker. Ticey above, Tempo below. 2 players strong. Tempo keeps on going. Now 2 kills shared between them. Harbor utility coming in, but all of the Cypher setup is here. Trap won't get broken by the fake out. Just consolidating the site hold.
Taisy's
that's
taking
awesome.
the perfect opportunity. The utility spot on. Famzam though in a difficult spot, and he'll fight his way out of it. Rifle round good enough in the end. That'll push them over.
Really well mitigated by Creamy there. Flash drive over the top. Players peeking back from the smokes, which they bunkered up in. First round on the board. And still with the marginally better buy, you're looking at what kind of set piece Novo can bring out here. A main control should be a given, as it's only tempo there to challenge for it. So you get the orb, you have a Hunter's Fury, a Cosmic Divide, and a Dimensional Drift to send at it, and the first two come straight out the gate.
I mean, already the Cypher Wires will have been noted, and with it, tempo being forced all the way out, it's not as if anybody will be able to capitalise anyway. If they do so, they'd be easily seen, site well and truly taken. There's actually ideas about a flank here, and you can see Novo setting every piece up the way they want it. They've had so much time that this Bolt Hazard should be indestructible.
You say that, but there's no real extra space. It's still players on the site, upper cleared. Sweet and Sour in position with 30 seconds or so left to get onto the defuse. In terms of their own utility, it's already run dry. You're looking at the smoke in main being their savior. Fragment to go back over the top of it. Hunter's Fury for Novo's delay. Sweet and Sour's fate in the hands of the Hourglass right now. They've got to get to work. Taisy and Tempo combining once more. Creamy on the score sheet as well, but just nothing played in terms of the objective. The round expires, and so does every last player.
I mean, that's as soon as that spike is tapped, that everybody feels the, I guess, their onus to try and get something done. Sweet and Sour looking to hold, and I mean, Novo trying to regain control of the spike, which they had initially lost with their own cage. Time and delay was enough for them in the end. Some big ultimates used, 3 of which, I mean, you look at the Dimensional Drift, the Cosmic Divide. Some nice ultimates though that you can build up pretty easily. I think the A orb and B orb is very easy for the attackers to fight for, and well, it's the B in which they have to fight this time. And Taisy has it, it's going right far forwards.
Has been traded out by Vippo in the process. Loses the majority of his health. So is Heartbeat. We're in a position where they're able to recover these weapons just yet, and Alan already asking questions of the mid-hold. Chance for Novo to reset, that's most important. Famzam still holding on to an advanced position though, and that might just afford a rotate elsewhere.
Careful here.
The fact that Sweet and Sour are starting to doubt themselves and dedicate a even 2-2 split across the map. In fact, even potentially gambling towards A. That ultimate wasn't best timed. Players now starting to move towards the B side, which means Novo need to get a move on, or else there'll be plenty of reinforcements for Famzam to rely upon.
Given a huge heads up to get out of there. Call in for this retake. Heartbeat at the double.
30 seconds left.
The Cove could block bullets on one side, but not the other. Just that Soul Rifle in the hands of Sweet and Sour. 20 seconds, you cannot rotate at this point in time. You're forced to commit. 2 players here, but only 1 left to try and make it happen. The Spike Carrier
10
start.
seconds left.
No stars.
The clutch connoisseur himself. Limited in utility, but ambition and ability. He has it in droves. Looking for another attempt collected. Famzam attempting to reveal, but plenty of places to play from. Stark still lingering at the backside. Famzam creeping closer and might just come over the top. Stark predicted it, but second guessed his own intuition. Sweet and Sour do get a second, and it's Famzam that will put them there.
It is over.
Big stuff from Famzam has it, but again, Sweet and Sour allowing that position to be made. I mean, this is what Sweet and Sour were missing in key components, I guess, and especially against Valiant, right? How many rounds did we see even trades all across the board down to a 1v1? I guess it's optimal micro play, but not optimal macro when you think about the like taking advantages, etc.
Yeah, I mean, for an agent with a teleporting ability, these are some dangerously late executions by Novo.
I think as well, something I feel as if Novo are lacking is their ability to fake. I mean, they won't be able to do that now, but the fact that you have like the harbour utility is supported by that of the Yoru, right? Yeah. You can use the fake out at any time you want. That's a nice headshot from Alan, but I imagine Ticey's here to collect his head as well.
It's a body shot which finishes the job instead. Ticey overcommitting a little too upper, couldn't get back out through the vent, of course. Famzam's still low from that initial headshot. Still ways that this can get out of their control, especially now that Creamy's gone down as well. A open, but Heartbeat advanced in main.
Steps just out of audible range. Allows them to get onto the A site. That info dart though probably gives away the jig. And you can already see Heartbeat starting to signal back. A little pocket to plant the spike, but still at the same time they are going to be revealed, and Novo need to try and look for something back in their favour.
Heartbeat getting the kill just as the second tag came in, cuts in the queue, skips the line. Sweet and Sour ready for their third round. Nice is the only one that stands between them in that endeavour, and he can't stand on his own 2 feet. Famzam knocks him off it. Another round which he closes. The scoreline equalised here. And as you said, you've got the global presence of that Astra as well. These defaults are always going to work for Novo if they set themselves up correctly. I just don't think this was the round to fully demonstrate their capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, that for me, Hazza, like you have everything. Like you put last year's Apex, you put like focus from like the pre-season, like all these all these teams who have such great macro gameplay and are able to like fake, double fake and triple fake excellently. Yeah. I think this comp would suit that sort of gameplay totally.
Yeah.
The issue is that Novo's default so far, I think it's been lacking. See, Sweet and Sour have been easily reading it, or even just being able to disrespect it and get an entry pick or two.
Like, faking is cool and all, but all you need to do is hit the site once and win the round. Yeah. I don't cook my dinner 3 times before I eat it, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's the ability to do it. Yes. and condition that effectively. So the fact that Novo have been neither here nor there, I completely agree with what you're saying.
It's more the fact that, like, I'm talking more about the strengths of the comp into which Novo are playing. I guess executing, they have that strength too, especially when you've got the Harbour ultimate, but right now, Hazza, they can't even shoot back.
Famzam swinging around the back line, tempo still sturdy as ever on the B site defense. The spike heading for the hills, and Sweet and Sour scorching the earth which Novo stand on as they make their escape. The 2 remaining survivors will be able to group up. Hyber has quite the tools at his disposal here, so does Alan.
I mean, Alan with a full belt is probably the most important in terms of like post plant, but he's positioned himself in such a way that he's trying to get 1 or 2 here to bring it back in Novo's favour, hoping that Sweet and Sour don't try and re-clear everything, but Tempo has done so well with just that 1 cam and placing himself in that position.
Alan has a cam of his own, now placed on towards the spike to give a little more info. Sweet and Sour find themselves in another time-sensitive situation. Someone has to break the dart, and Heartbeat isn't there for it. He's TP'd into the crosshairs of Hyber. What a triple from the veteran. It keeps Novo in front.
Got to remember, Hyber used to be a duelist. That was why he got picked up multiple times. He has mechanical skill in droves. Maybe it doesn't come out and show at the best of times, but when it needs to, it certainly shows.
Yeah, I mean, look, he has got that silver medal in multiple regions and across multiple roles.
This goes here.
A player who has taken his trade from shore to shore, but still been able to find success. Sweet and Sour on the aggressive yet again, trying to be the protagonists, and Ticey, captain in name, captain in nature, would have led by example if Hyper hadn't found another bloody triple.
I mean, that's the thing, mate. You allow them to have these opportunities to take frags, and there's a percentage chance most of the time he'll take that. Spike will be able to easily be recollected for Novo here.
That's nuts.
Pings to actually mid-round and push down mid.
Still find it crazy that Hyver's gotten away with that. Both players can find themselves in strong positions quickly. Yeah, he has. The setup here, the trap is advanced. The box, wooden, ball bangable. Start would have been the key to winning that out in the long term, but when Sweet and Sour offer you those fights, you take them, and Novo win on this occasion. That's what's most important.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, the comparison I'm going to use isn't right at all, like in terms of like retirement or whatever. Like I was going to say, it's like it's the old school, right? It's the last iteration of top tier 2 talent that's currently playing on Novo. Meanwhile, you look at Sweet and Sour and it's the young bloods.
I get it. As you said before, 4 of the 5 Novo players were in play-ins last year, made it further than they did that occasion, and it's this play straight out the book again, other side of the ult. Oh, Bippo, no cue given in Halfbeat's direction, but the shot won't land.
Oh, Tempo's even got Bippo as well, and the players are trying to bust back out. Novo, though, have taken the advantage. They need to make sure that they don't get ecoed again. And Famzam certainly trying. Ticey with his blades has got a good option here. Spike, it's in the middle of sight, it's in the middle of the cove, Hazard, and the both players are actually beginning to drop out, trying to get themselves to a safe place. You don't want to give Hyper the opportunity, because if he does, he can turn it on its head. But instead it's Sweet and Sour which Thrifty Novo once again, man. This is chronic.
Mr. 3K can't even save them at the end. 16 and 6. Feeling like a world apart.
The question I have for Milan on the desk, you know, being the team staff that's sitting on our analyst desk, Kaza, is how would Novo fix these issues?
I don't know. Like the round that you see there is crazy as well, because it's completely like pre-planned. You saw them even attempt to try and make the same execute happen a couple of buy rounds ago when they had the ults up last. There was just nobody on site for Bippo to come back out. I'm sure that we'll get another look at it when the desk comes around, but it's Tempo's B site, which is the center of the story here. Drops down into the clouded cover, the dark cover, which Stark occupied. Hunter's Fury with a response, 2 tags, not quite a kill onto Allen. 5 HP, the shock would do it, and it does!
Spot on. It's a 2v4. As you see, Mr. 3K, he's not here to rescue the remaining 2. Nice though, certainly good for a multi-kill of his own. And Stark has that clutch gene, but unfortunately has it. There's no more genes left. Sold out, 5-5.
Family tree, cut of the roots. Whether it's in his DNA or not. It's that next generation really that we're talking about here, you know, going back to the whole old heads versus newcomers. Allen is one of those. It would be rude to exclude him from that crop. Sure, 18 years of age, first season where he's been on a team that felt like they could really make an impact, make a difference in their region.
I think for me, Hazard, as well, the other aspect to it is that like some of these players from Novo have actually played in VRL finals, like all the way back in 2022,
alongside Heartbeat. Yeah, that's the story. The Angry Titans team. It was just Bippo. Nice came into GMT. Well, Angry Titans, I should say, in the second split. Oh no, sorry, that's wrong. Bippo came into the second stage of VRL DAC, as it was at the time. Nice came in for the GMT rebuild when they were forced to move to Italy. That's the difference. in terms of what stayed the same, another A push. No ults this time, but Bippo doesn't need it.
I mean, sometimes Bippo can turn into an ulti of his own, one which doesn't miss. Certainly seems to be the case as Novo hit all their shots, but Ticey's up is now available and ready to go. Let off its leash that was a smoke in front of him. Picks up or tries to pick up an angle in which he can fight another. Now it's the rifle, and now it's 6 foot under. It's 6 for Novo as well. That's them at least even on the half, and perhaps even advantageous for the next.
Defense was always the struggle for Sweet and Sour though. Novo, you look at the agents that they have, they'll still be well stocked for the defense. Bippo's rotation time going to be cut down. Stark, an anchor in their own right. I really want to see how the Harbor's going to look. That's probably the biggest question for me when it comes to the retakes, because if Ticey is feeling it, feeling the read on the game, when he gets to the attack side, it's a different beast entirely. Still plenty to be said of him here though. Already on the angle, which Nice is ready to peek.
Whoa, Bippo quicker on the mark. Mexican standoff, in 1 second it's over. Alan's just chilling, holding down the B main, and I think that's exactly where Novo want to finish up. SNS have an idea of that, that's why they commit only Creamy towards A.
Alan was just waiting, signposting the presence. Take your time, guys, it's fine, you've still got a minute. Drone coming in, Tempo taking it personal, taking it down by himself. Harbor wall goes up, so does the ult. They want to fight this on sight, Sweet and Sour. Tempo dodging the concussive blasts, keeping his utility up and playing in the rest of his team.
Now trying to play through the smokes, and you can already see where Tempo's ended up, right at the front of sight. Bippo's head from behind taken out, and the head being dented, although has a Novo still have an advantage. Creamy trying to position himself into the perfect opportunity. Novo walk through, unbeknownst to them, where Creamy is.
This is huge. He's going to hear the steps as well. Halfbeat could be there on the A side to even deny the spike so far as, but that's if it can get there. Creamy gets the first, and Halfbeat is here, as I said. Cove goes up, it's incredibly close, just about. That's a player taken out of the situation though, and Halfbeat already equal to it. All of the Harbor util up in his face, but that includes the Cove. First tap, taken off. Paranoia back in, catches neither. And unblinded, unfazed by the situation, Alan is the one which adds the round that leaves them with the advantage.
Yeah, Novo take the advantage into the next half, and when you look again, just to give you a reminder, Hazard, the defensive side on Abyss is not too bad for Novo. As for Sweet and Sour, this is better than what they usually get. Do you want to know what the defensive win rate is for Sweet and Sour on Abyss, Hazard?
Am I being stat checked right now?
Are you being stat checked? Do you know what it is?
Not off the top of my head, I'll be honest.
Do you want to give it a guess? Yeah, do you want to give it a guess?
For attack side?
Not for defense side.
Well, they're playing on the attack.
Yeah, I know, but the point is that you'll
I don't know. I can't imagine it's particularly great after those games against Requiem. I want to say like 50%.
No, 18%. That's how bad.
18!
So now 18. So they've already done better than any other map that they have played so far.
That was a trick question. You loaded that one.
Yeah.
I respect it. Catching a bit of flack.
It's more the fact that, like, now they move on to the better of the two sides, right? Where they were able to get H4s half before. So that should be them able to manipulate the map and hopefully get a win, push this over the line.
Already got the opening pick. Alan's gone. Not always the Cypher you look to in the retake, but another body lost. Hyber gets the first. Down in the smoke, still blinded up. It's another team flash. And Sweet and Sour make full capitalization. As much as they had set pieces ready on the attack, it looks like that defense could do with a little bit of work.
Yeah.
That's just the
I think
early signs, though. Plenty more to come, of
Yeah,
course.
oh yeah, 100%, mate. But like across the map, you can already see how good like SNS are on their attack, right? With the FAMZAM looking towards the B site, they understand the like boundaries in which they can push to, and even FAMZAM getting that kill slightly shifts the focus for Novo onto the site. They understand where the key points Sweet and Sour need to hold, and they get it over the line. Continuing on towards this round, Creamy the only one on a pistol, looking to pick up any weapons that get felled. Bipple in the corner, and nobody's really checked him. Ticey's going to get stuck, and well, Bipple forced to TP out. He will not be able to get any trades.
Second kill, Sweet and Sour. Tempo knocking nice off the edge. 5v2. This one shouldn't be getting out of hand. Considering that Sweet and Sour, after the first split, put themselves in a situation where you had them down as being the next best team in a league dominated by Apex, hard to do, I know. Do you think this conclusion to the season, their 2024, is sweet or sour?
I think it will feel sour at the moment, but I think in general, when you like get past the pain, it will feel sweet, because it has in the grand scheme of things, what team can you say has been promoted and went straight into an Ascension tournament? Fair enough that the boys from Turkey, that's your first argument, but apart from that, it's not really been done. Sweet and Sour are definitely trailblazing in that, and I think are a real kind of like model for anybody in tier 3 to base themselves upon.
Enemy mark.
Definitely. Constantly throughout the year, raising the bar, making us think twice about what we knew to be true. Bending the expectations of a team coming in unsigned. One of two in play-ins, Pedro the other. But they were with an org for the first half of the year, so there's a slight difference there. Spike getting planted. Novo only just realizing this is the case. Heartbeat can lead the charge for the rest of his team into spawn if they want to try and take back the advantage here, which they'll try to do.
And look how shallow the angle is that what Sweet and Sour are playing with. So the player who's deep has got no clue at all. A trade even on either side and an opportunity now in a 3v2.
Heartbeat's still got a couple. Doing God's work, and Creamy's got to flash back in. Players blinded, but nobody taken down. Ticey's time to shine is cut short. The limelight is only big enough for one, and Novo are the team which have found the lead for themselves in the second half as we look to settle the last chance group.
Yeah, the last chance group has it. The last chance at playing in 2024 for both of these teams, because this is essentially the season done after this.
The no chance group, really, because there's little left to play for. It's a formality, but all you can really do from this position is give credit for both teams for turning up, showing what they've got to, you know, an onlooking audience of a couple thousand people, and playing their best game, really.
That's it. At the end of the day, like there's less than what 100 officials left in EMEA now. Nice knowing about plenty and mid, and actually gets Heartbeat's head pretty easily. Still an advantage for Novo after that. SNS have to go searching.
Cheeky cam from Alan. Hard to clear. Ticey will spot it. Dash over to the other side, but keeps himself clear of the ledge. Still nobody falling off yet. As much as we joke about it now, the environmental deaths, I don't think we're going to be seeing many of them. The weight of tempo is enough to bring you down to earth itself. Crushing kills on the back line of Novo. 3v1, but Stark is unknown. Plant not exactly in the open, and now that they're watching for it, his chances may just have expired.
I think that's the thing, has it? I mean, it's similar to Ascent in the way... Oh, wait a minute. I'll keep my point loaded because there's a chance. A small one, and one star to play with. Start could perhaps take this into his own hands.
Second place team in North versus an Astra in a clutch, more likely than you'd think. Focus made it out of Plains last time, but it wasn't without their battle wounds, scarred by the experience left on them. Start to steal it, but it is under Tempo's watchful eye. That's number 8, scoreline tied. No one left there to see it through, but Tempo guarding it with his life as he goes down with a ship for the 8th.
Yeah, I had a point to make and I can't remember what it is now, but it's totally well played by Stark. A chance to get things over the line.
Was about the amount of officials left in the year for teams and how much they get left to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for these two, there's no more officials left after this map, but there's not a lot of officials left to watch, right? And it's about enjoying every last moment of it, because for all of these players has it, maybe moving on to greener pastures.
As I said before, nothing is certain. Some of these guys, these may be the best memories that you have growing up. Playing on a team, the pursuit of becoming a professional in a discipline which so many try in and so many fail. 88 teams in challenges, and these, just 2 of them, a drop in the pond. Ticey certainly making a ruckus here though. Damage dealt onto absolutely everyone, sparing Harbour. Or Hyber, I should say. Harbour's taking damage. He's nearly dead. It's the last one left, and he's gone. That's the lead.
Yeah. I mean, some of these rounds are well executed. I mean, the chip damage done there for the Stinger to come out and finish it off like a hot knife through butter. That's a phrase I've not used in a while. Certainly apt for the way in which Sweet and Sour were able to do it. Taking those extra steps, forcing players in CT to fight, and it's always uncomfortable fighting in CT, right? Because you look towards those corridors, Hazard, they're very, very tight. Not a lot of places to disengage.
But if you have upper control, it can galvanize it so much, and that's what Sweet and Sour have been very good at doing, taking this advanced control, especially when it's given to them. Novo, all the utility that they have, you expect these retakes, you want advantages early. Bippo has netted them one, and more importantly, gotten away with his life this time.
Players beginning to dip out. That tap of the spike will pull Alan across and get the dimensional drift in. Oh, lots of ultimates being used here. It's a mighty big investment, and that is an easy shorty kill. Trades either way. 3v3. A neural theft which could easily garner some big information. It's about getting onto the spike though, and Heartbeat TP's away. An outplay perhaps, but the neural theft gives it away. Now up to Tempo. He won't get a chance, and we stay even between these two teams once again.
Oh man, there is just nothing separating these two. Both have battled their hearts out, and it's gone exactly according to the script, or as at least Halso Marcus said it would be. 13-8 wins for both on their own respective map picks, and the decider, not exactly a foregone conclusion, despite their standings in the tournament. Crystal Ball, Cairo, what's the feeling around this one?
This is a nice
overtime.
Really? Sweet and Sour have had the trend of rounds though, and this is a defender side economy that we're speaking about. I still think they did a brilliant job at getting a little bit of that extra control there, and even Bippo's ult back through to get one on the shorty, I feel like probably wanted a bit more value than just that.
I agree. I think as well, I think it was like Marcus was saying earlier that he would really enjoy overtime if we went to it.
That's true. This is the game which keeps on giving. That's if you're Hyber. I reckon he's probably got one more kill in him, Mr. 3K. That's the going rate. Creamy sees him and thinks better of it. He knows that there is yet but one to be cleared off. One checkbox yet to be ticked, and it could have his name in it.
It's a silence that's fallen across the map. Novo seem to have an idea though, and I think it's the cam that's giving it away. Smokes on towards the B side. It's not really much of a fake. That knife is massive though. It's allowed them to get out. It's coming down to the gunfights and left all up to Heartbeat. No idea as Hyber tries to get round and allows Heartbeat an opportunity. There's no way. Spike collected over to B. He could easily fake this out. In fact, no, both Novo players have split up. 30 points of HP. One bullet would be enough for Bippo to end this round. And there you have it.
I was just about to say, that's why they call Hyber Mr. 3K, because just when it looks like he's about to get a 4th onto Heartbeat, gives us an opportunity at the clutch. Won't win it, but it was nice utility used by Sweet and Sour to get into the site. The fight back through this time from Novo is so much better than what we were used to seeing from them.
I think
ultimately they did have the numbers as well from that initial fight in mid, and I think that's probably what decides it.
Yeah, I mean the brain power on the macro game is so good. I can imagine Milan's already taking notes about maybe taking this to like his own strat book for later.
Here.
Maybe not also allowed to say how he really feels about some of the rounds that we've seen.
Yeah. 100%.
Either way, it makes for good entertainment.
Here.
Drone out. Hyber has the info. And has this ult. I've not really seen too much from him on the Sova. To be honest, statistically, he's been best on the KO. So one of the functions of them twisting the comp a little bit here is that he's, I was going to say, not on a role which he typically excels at. But then again, can you really say the Sova's put a foot wrong? No, you can't.
Ripples off, gets the advantage. But the real advantage counts in the rounds has it, and Novo have the opportunity to take that themselves. A Hunter's Fury in delays the spike, and it's all to really get players in position for the retake. In fact, has it even on top of that to get some extra bonus out of it. They're taking another player. It's a 3v5.
Tempo on the ropes, literally, physically out of play. 3v5, Heartbeat spam, acutely aware of those retaking players attempting to flood back over. But Bippo's ult has already done so much work and continues to stop this cross. Has almost looked like a different player when he's had this accessible to him. An important component. But Sweet and Sour are looking for a gap, and Heartbeat might have just found one towards upper.
Oh, big flashes. It's actually broken the choke, but at the same time, it's broken the chokehold, which Novo had on the player count. It's Hyber, Mr. 3K. Can he finally do one more? The classic out, and that would be enough to get Creamy. He's only on 5 points of HP. Needs to commit to the spike. In fact, needs to get this over the line. Oh, sees Creamy, but can't quite get the kill. He's stuck on 3K, and we're stuck even once again. It is 10 to 10.
Oh man. Can Hyber change to like Heber and just put the 3 there instead? Like, I don't know why, man. He gets his 3rd and nothing more. Brilliant round to start things off for Novo then, and just Sweet and Sour able to hold on. I thought that Heartbeat would be the one that makes the difference, spotting the gap as they grouped up to fight back through on Bippo's line that the Op had held, but instead it was all Creamy. So straightforward in their execute, Sweet and Sour. Barely seen them default. They are just executing the sites and taking them.
Yeah, me as well. If it's working, Hazard. Some rounds maybe a little bit suspect in terms of their post plan, but they're getting the spike down nonetheless. And Hyber, again, they're taking an advantage into the post.
This is a certified H3 production.
Enemy tagged.
Low on HP here though. You're asking a lot out of him to get work done. First player down in fact, but the human meat shield allows for Alan to get set up. A wall of water is Nice's way back through. Flowing out from the heavens. Famzam in the clutch again.
There they are.
Delivered 2 of these. Can he make it a 3rd in a different avenue? The answer is no. Stark cannot be beat in these situations. Novo draw first blood as both teams have reached double digits. The 11th is theirs.
Fantastic clutch has up the patience from Stark. Not only that, the ability to get the kill after the swing. You can see what FamZam's trying to do. A brilliant info dart, buys the time, but rather than disengage, decides to try and hold on. Had Stark off the spike. Yeah.
It was really well played by Stark because he knows that as soon as the tag goes off on him sticking, he can just fake it out. Something that Sova players will know is that you are revealed for as long as the text is on your screen rather than, you know, the sound cue or anything like that. It's a little bit more misleading. So you've got to be careful how you position yourself. Just smartly read. Got the guns here, Sweet and Sour. For as many rounds as they've put up, the fact that they're the ones struggling for cash is crazy. Novo win this, and you're the favorites to be taking this map, I feel. And obviously they will be. They'll hit 12 rounds first.
Well, again, the ultimates to come back in on the retake. They're the perfect retake ultimates you could possibly have. Cosmic Divide for Stark, and well, the Dimensional Drift to get extra information. But this is an equal round, and that means that somehow Sweet and Sour get a bump. That is coming true once again. 3v5, a two-player advantage for Sweet and Sour, a Hunter's Fury, a Neuro Theft. What do they want to use? But instead, they know that the Sheriffs have just this, I don't even know, this extra buff. Hunter's Fury, I think it's going to get 2 rounds, 2 kills. A thrifty round at the end, and this does look like overtime.
Call it a buff, it's a Novo nerf. They just can't finish their dinner. Scraps left for Sweet and Sour. They all get dipped in the sauce. It's the name of the game. Ryan said Chinese menu, all you can eat on the B site there. Playing with Creamy in front of the Cosmic Divide, just waiting for that first tap. Followed up by FamZam's ult. Gets a couple players. Now they're the ones on the eco. Now Sweet and Sour will be in a position to take 12 first. I can't believe it. I actually can believe it, to be honest, but it's still surprising every time.
Well, the Sweet and Sour are the first ones to get the site, so that means, Hazza, that they should be the ones to lose this round. That seems to be the trend.
Here we go again. It's a healthy Hyber that's hitting headshots. If he can find 3 more kills, it comes onto Tempo and Creamy.
Alright. Well, 3 players to the good, so Creamy's just got 1 bullet. Stark at least gets the trade, a long-range gunfight, and actually Hyber's close. Take the advantage.
It's a bloody 3K as well!
Do you know what the good thing is, though? Do you know what the good thing is as well, though, Hazza?
What?
Sweet and Sour are not on a thrifty, so if you're a Novo fan, you're thinking to yourself, we actually have a chance.
This is insane. Time is a flat circle, man. You know, buys will change, but Hyber's still getting his. Sweet and Sour still struggling to close. It's Novo who take 12 in the end. Another twist in the tail of a very long story between these two.
Here.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Is there OT? Let's find out. Ticey on the attack side, into middle, left open. It's his for the taking, should he choose to.
I mean, the other aspect to this has it. The Harbour ultimate of Nice is just sitting there ready for the retake, but this time they're actually going to go and try and attack Sweet and Sour. They've got Ticey, it's a hit and run, and they're backing off.
Smash and grab. FamZam wasn't ready there to trade it. He'll drone up on towards B. It's a stalemate for information. Both teams fill their boots. Tempo advanced in middle trying to cut the rotate, but Heartbeat's hands are tied in terms of creating pressure. There's a Cypher set up there. He has to commit if he wants to break any of that utility. Now that your duelist is gone, you're in such a difficult position to try and digest what's left. They've got to regroup. And it is on B where they'll choose to do so. Oh, no!
Stark. He had the advantage. Heartbeat still had to pull out the gun, and Sweet and Sour, they will take the advantage. There's tempo in mid right now, Hazard, and he's caught off Alan's rotate. This is looking good. Plenty of information from the Harbour ultimate and Heartbeat all the way out in B main. Bipple close, looking to try and get the head. Meanwhile, no one works on the spike. Bipple's in no man's land, and I told you, Hazard, the Mystic Ball said overtime, and we are getting it.
Overtime.
I won't ask any more questions about your Mystic Ball, Cairo. It seems to have all of the answers. Taking a quick look at the stat sheet here, Creamy, 23 assists in 24 rounds. That's the Creamy that we know and love. Usually was on around a 40% assist rate round after round, so this, incredible showing. He's on for, you know, 1 whole assist per round, 100%. Just shy of it. And on the KO as well, so you know that it's impact. He's not just playing the controller, putting down the smokes and people pushing it. That counterplay against the Harbour and the Astra in these retakes is so important as well. That's the story for the defenders' side here.
Take flight. Enemy tag.
Oh, big mid-round drone.
Right
Hazard catching 2 players. Information that you know that mid is tentative. You can't allow anybody to take that extra space towards the top of it. Dedicating 2 players towards mid. Leave A open, which Novo look to exploit as the spike heads that way.
One of the differences in this system for Novo is that where they were so explosive before with set pieces, now they just look a lot more reactive. Sweet and Sour haven't given anything away. Extremity control was always an issue for them when they played Requiem here. That's a player off the map. It's a fake out.
So good at giving audibles away.
30 seconds left.
So good at faking out. If used in the right position. An advantage being taken for Novo once again. Remember, close to those ultimates, you're looking at nice.
And Sweet and Sour was so slow in these retakes before, they just didn't have the pace to put themselves in a doable situation. Alan coming in late for the backstab. Again, the objective not yet played, defuse not worked on. Nice planting his feet and holding down the fort. Flank is surplus. It's all on the front lines. Nice with a quad. Novo, series point.
Switching sides. Match point.
Yeah, the post plan, absolutely perfect. Moving into the last round though, Hazard. And what could be the last round, apologies. Novo need to be sure that their defence doesn't get upset. Need to make sure Mr. 3K's in prime position.
Yeah. Tip-top condition for Hybert. Like I said before, hot and cold. Certainly catching flames on the final map. Ticey straight in for the kill. Nice beheaded. As good as he looked in the previous round. Kings don't live forever. Ticey wants the crown for himself. Sweet and Sour usurping it. The youngsters on their run, which they never want to end. To keep this map going, they've got the 5v3 in post, or at least they did.
There's a chance for Novo to come back into this one. A tap of the spike, and look at the tempo's positioning. Hansen between was essentially 2 smokes, and Novo finding 2 big kills. It's up to Creamy now in a 1v3, but it will not happen. Novo, they find themselves in 2nd place in this last chance group. They'd already been decided.
Yeah, look, the day ends with both teams putting in one hell of a performance. Credit where it's due to Novo, putting their name on the map. An off-season, a long one awaits, and the story is finally settled for Sweet and Sour. Not the ending that they would have hoped for in this fairy tale run into play-ins, but they can be damn proud of what they've achieved this calendar year. And we're only just over the halfway mark, so you're hoping to see more of them wherever that may be. Godspeed to all of them, you know what I mean? I feel like we've been through this journey together. We've seen some insane Valorant, for better and sometimes for worse, in these sort of last couple of hours. It's been a long, long day, but again, you know, merit to all of the teams where it's due. Just keep doing what you're doing, guys. We're here for the ride, Cairo, and that ride has come to an end.
100%. Lots of Valorant still to come, though. There's semi-finals and a lot. But that's all from me and Hazza. We're going to head straight to a break.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. To be, you know, you will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, don't make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love will save the day.
Back-to-back thrifties, the longest Abyss game to end a very long day for all, but Novo take the place as our runners-up for Play-ins Day 2 and go to bed knowing they gave it their all. Creamy on 23 assists over 24 rounds, that's kind of bonkers. I mean, let's talk about both initiators in that final matchup, Milan.
Yeah, I mean, Creamy, like you said, KO's pretty easy to farm assists on, but on the other side we had Hyber, right? 311 ACS, 28 kills, slightly less in the assist department, but overall fragging out, right? And I think we saw a great display. They came in with a different comp. You can see the excitement from the Novo coach after winning some of those rounds, right? Rocking the emblem on the crest. I think it was wonderful. A genuinely super cool close map. I'm quite happy with the way that Novo played it, right? I highlighted the composition, and I think they did a super good job on it, on attack overall. Weren't really able to close out as many rounds as maybe I would have liked, but I think overall they did a very good job.
Yeah, and also you have to think as well that Ticey being on 9 entries as well is absolutely perfect, right? We talk about him being such an aggressive duelist, and I think when you come away with 9 entries and only 5 first deaths, I think you can actually be happy with that, especially when you compare it to Bipo, who was 5 and 5. So yeah, I think when you look at the duelist, there was definitely not too much of a skill difference because obviously Novo won, but I think more of a team effort was involved when you look at the side of Novo. And we talk about team efforts, there was one round I wanted to highlight in particular, which was round 20, and we do have a replay for that one. It was just a little retake, and it was so beautiful from Creamy. We spoke about him as we went into this, right? He was 1 HP, holding the angle. The first thing he has to deal with is a Yoru flash. The next thing he deals with, another Yoru flash. And then he's working his way round, delays with the molly, Famzam finds Stark, and then look, Creamy peeks behind the molly and finds 2. And then Hyber unfortunately does mess up the reveal, could have been a much better place. He also could have probably got on top site, but at the end of the day, Creamy plays this very, very nicely. Hyber with the jump spot, but Creamy gets 3 to secure the round. I feel like I just said Creamy so many times in one sentence, I might be losing my mind. But as you can see, that is the maps that we saw today, Meg.
Yeah, I feel like we were blessed with 3 really good maps, super competitive, lots going on. And of course, it's typical that is on a series where there's no sort of progression off the back of it. Because unfortunately, if you guys watching don't know, that these teams that were just playing, Novo and Sweet and Sour, unfortunately will not be progressing any further. So their road to Ascension is over. But let's take a little look at Valiant, who will be heading on into tomorrow's semi-finals against KPI as they win out their group today. Marcus, tell us a little bit more about today's games.
I forgot Valiant played. Honestly, it feels like Valiant played ages ago and it was only the last series, right? But I think, again, Valiant, very well deserved win. But at the same time, I think today was super, super close. And you have to feel for the other teams. Yeah, if you can hear our cats, guys, I'm sorry. They might just
They're going crazy.
They might
They're
be
like,
coming
why are
in.
you not giving us attention?
But yeah, it was a very, very, very close play-ins day. And I think you guys tomorrow are in for a treat for the semi-finals because KPI Valiant to then go into Galacticos CGN. I mean, I know I'm away tomorrow, but I'm going to be having this on my phone all day, Meg.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute belter of a couple of games, and I'm sure we're in for even more amazing games tomorrow. I just want to give a huge shout out, of course, to the amazing teams that played today. It's been a very long day. Also, the casters, obviously Milan and Marcus on the desk, and the production who absolutely smashed it. But it is time to head off to bed for us all for a well-deserved rest. But we will be back tomorrow for the next stages of Ascension, which will be the semi-finals, so make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you then.
got the best of me.
I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you, I barely even started. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you